lucky. Like that's why I consider myself lucky to be able to do this.
Yeah.
It's
What is up, you guys? Almost punched a hole in my monitor today. I was having so many freaking issues, but I updated my computer. I redid my entire OBS layout. It was stressful as hell, let me tell you. But I do believe I have the issue resolved. I also needed to eat because it was making me that angry. One moment. Get rid of that. And why is it like this? Let me see if I can switch this over to dark mode. Yeah, dark theme. Seeing Twitch in light mode is weird. No bueno para mí. No bueno. Refresh, maybe? It must be because I'm in creator mode. Or creator dashboard. So we can just change the settings on here. You know what? It's probably not going to kill me just to have it like this. Do I like it? No. Will it kill me? I don't think so. There's no sure way to tell. Dark. Oh, you stinking browser. It's gonna make me close it and reopen it. Alright. With all this stress, let's first give our condolences to Ozzy Osbourne. Apparently, while I was offline trying to figure all this out, it was announced that he passed away today. It's not saying how, but when someone passes, it's still sad. Condolences to the family. And may the King of Darkness rest easy. Okay. So, that's my moment for him. I wasn't a huge fan, but my dad was. What a stinking website. I switched it to dark mode and it still didn't work. Okay. Let's get into what we're going to cover today. What I was trying to do was recap where we left off on the last stream. We're going to be watching some videos. Hopefully dinner's not going to be ready in the next 30 minutes. She just started cooking, and she's cooking shrimp of all things. So, we know how that goes. However, we're going to watch some videos, then we'll take a break, which is going to be me eating dinner and cleaning the kitchen, as I always do. And then when I come back, we will be knocking out the actual course in relation to what we're covering. The bug on my desk. Okay, I hear a little squeak on my audio, so let me turn this down a little. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? I had to improvise a little noise gate thing. I just made it using paper clips and pantyhose. Could be the metal on this thing that's messing with it, but if it's really that bad, let me know. Um Sorry, I'm also trying to get into my stream manager. I always start it before I'm actually like fully ready, but I'd rather just be live and then go from there. Several different things happened. Really quickly, let's cover what we were going over last stream. Last stream we were doing the Allison.com course on dark personality traits, the triad of dark personality traits. The reason why we got into it is because if you didn't watch the last video, we were watching the Tucker Carlson and Dylan Cooper podcast, question mark, video podcast, and we were going over Epstein things. I was working on my course catalog, so y'all have something to engage with. And towards the end of it, and when I hopped off, it was rather shocking, the information that was shared. And essentially it brought to light that a lot of elites, especially our politicians and our world leaders, as well as just generally our leaders, they collect super disgusting artwork. And when I say super disgusting artwork, I mean they have photos of dead children just hanging up in their living room, and it's in a magazine cover that totally humanizes them. And these people collect from certain artists that make this, and these certain artists profit no matter what they've gone through in life, because one went through a very traumatic thing between 1 to 3. These artists are now profiting off of the coping and expression of what they went through. They are literally depicting and painting demons with children in cages, demons caressing children on their bed. You're seeing images of larger creatures taking, or blobs of like what look like people, assaulting children. I don't know how else you can put it. It would be just smaller people. And I think that that's wrong. But in order to figure out how the fuck did we get here, why does someone's brain work like this, we had to take a course. And taking this course not only gives me a little bit more credibility, but also gives us the interweavings of going back and forth and dissecting the course and finding some other things that tie into it in the real world examples outside of the actual class that they're providing us. Moving forward past that, that video was quite long, but quite graphic. Without getting too graphic, because there's still a limit to what I can be doing. From then to now, I also watched Hassan Piker. I'm a huge fan of Hassan. I am a nobody, so if this ever gets to him, what up, bud? But when I was watching Hassan Piker, he ended up going over the Jubilee interview with another Hassan. Medid I don't know how to pronounce his name properly. I did just say it. Anyways, pardon me on this. I'll hear someone else say it, and then I'll be able to properly pronounce it. I won't be watching the Jubilee version itself, because I don't want to give it that support. I think Jubilee knew what they were doing. One of the other creators on Sam Cedar on the Majority Report will also confirm my same opinion is yes, absolutely. They knew what they were doing. They vetted these people. They chose to upload it to the internet, and I feel like they cornered Hassan, not Piker, but I think they cornered Hassan and put him in a very uncomfortable situation, and I think it's quite grotesque, and I think it's quite disgusting. So we're going to watch two different people dissect it, and then I have another one who gives personal opinions but brings some other factors into the mix and into the conversation. We're going to start here, and then once we dive into this, I will tell you when we transition and why we're transitioning to a new topic of videos. But I think to start out today's stream is we're going to jump straight into people's review on this fucking disgusting surrounded Jubilee video.
The white terror.
Give me a second. We'll back it up here. And then there will be moments where I'll pause and I'll explain because I did some research on my own time. The other thing that I want to include in here as we get closer and closer to resuming the course that we started was I also watched, what's her name? Candace Owens. Not my favorite, neither is Tucker Carlson, but lately they've been like pretty on point with the knowledge they're sharing and the facts that they're giving. So it's getting easier to digest now that I know what it is I'm combating and where my viewpoints are and where I disagree with some people. But she also brought up a fantastic article that wraps into these sex crimes and this white nationalist rhetoric and how harmful these triad traits are. So yes, we'll be steering in a more career and educational direction, but for now we're going to look at the real world implications of these things and what's going on. So we're diving into the Majority Report with Sam Cedar, and this is the Welcome to Hell episode. It's about 32 minutes long.
Bat crap crazy.
And they're going to go pretty hard into one particular individual, which is why we're going to watch another second one that will kind of broaden the conversation, because there's another guy that I wish that they focused on, because the way that they caught Hassan off guard is
quite clear to me. And we're going to have, I think, Mehdi on at the end of the week to talk about this, because I'm very curious about this. But based upon what his claims were, it's quite clear to me that he presumed he was going to be talking to people who would defend some of the most extreme things that Donald Trump has done. And I don't think that he was aware, and I find it very, very hard to believe that, well, I know he couldn't have been aware unless something was dramatically different in the way they put this together.
He says it at the end of the video. He's arguing with a guy, and he goes, I was told far-right conservatives, not fascists.
Yeah. And I find it hard to believe that Jubilee didn't know what they were doing here. I want to reserve judgment till we get an opportunity to talk to him before I start using terms like sandbag. But the flip side of that is that Mehdi's a very difficult person to sandbag.
Exactly.
But here is one of the fascists that he sat down with. And I want to be clear, that's not hyperbole.
Right. You're not insulting the Trump supporters so much so that they're never, ever going to appreciate left-wing ideas ever again by calling them a fascist, being so mean to them. They actually, this guy says it outright.
Oh, yeah. And this guy says, no, I'm actually more fascist than Trump. He's not fascist enough for me. But
hello.
Understand.
I had a little crash out. I needed to eat, and I had to redo everything on my audio. But I am back, and I think, I fixed it. None of the videos you sent helped. I ended up having to get a splitter. I put a splitter to this.
That doesn't, when you
and then I redid all the audio settings once again.
You don't get to control, we've
a headache.
Been promoting fascistic roll-up immigrants, demonize them, demonize black people, demonize women, demonize any policies that make sure that if you're working at an agency that you're not discriminated against. And we're able to land this plane on a dime. No, a lot of times what happens is you miss the runway. And here's a guy who clearly is a product of that.
Pleasure to meet you, sir. Mandy, lovely to meet you. So I would say that with Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frank, because in regards
All right, I just want to know that, you know, Mehdi goes in there and goes like, oh, well, these are going to be conservatives who, you know, have some type of rigid notion of the founding fathers and the Constitution and patriotism and whatnot. And this guy says, I don't care if Trump follows the Constitution, and fully half the room clap.
And he had that Stephen Miller joy in his face when they clapped too.
Totally.
Yeah.
Really care, to be quite frankly, because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is, we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are
for a second there. Wait a second. Blasphemy.
That's so funny.
And now we're going to find out that this guy is a hardcore Catholic.
God wearing a bra.
If you don't know blasphemy, I know it has to do with let me look it up to be more specific, because I looked it up. I know it has to do with like damaging the church, burning religious texts, vandalizing places of worship, or using religious names in a disrespectful way. I think that's crazy. That's you totally go against the separation of church and state and your First Amendment right. So the guy that's arguing, he'll end up saying it later, but he's like a diehard Catholicism.
What is it? What did you say?
Catholic,
Said God wearing a bra.
and that's where a lot of his beliefs are coming
Blasphemy.
from.
I mean, also, I mean, where do we like? Earth is not the center of the universe. Help me. Right? Like,
I mean,
people like, well, how far back are we going now?
To me, this seems like
Jesus
a guy.
Christ, calm down.
Yeah. This is a Nick Fuentes viewer, right?
Yes,
Like,
yes, literally.
Fuentes has been increasing his footprint to the right of Trump and basically saying that Republicans now are not committed enough to the white nationalist project, basically. So this is where this is the waters this guy seems to be swimming in.
People to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good. I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay. Surprise. I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do, because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and
whenever it's in your favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
But can Democrats do
These
the
are
same when they're in
evil.
office?
No, absolutely not.
So you don't believe in democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
There you go.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Biden was, though.
Pause it. Now, first of all, the people clapping around him, they want a Catholic autocracy. I will say that, like, it's very easy to be not in that moment and have a response. But at that point, like, you know, and you know, you're in Mehdi's shoes, and of course you want to tease this out because it's important for people to understand what's going on in these like sort of, you know, dark corners of.
We're referring to very lightly here Christian white nationalism. That when we go through this whole thing, you will see how this man debating Hassan is 100% a form of Christian white nationalism. In this case, he's more Catholic than he is Christian. But they derive from the same place.
Not so, you know, cornery anymore.
Yeah.
And this is out of the woodworks, out of the online spaces, and
get the fuck outta
publicly
here.
and proudly in public
Like,
spaces.
what am I debating you for? This is not I'll see you on the street. This is not, there's no debate here with somebody who wants an autocracy. There's no debate here where like all you're looking for is to control and dominate through no processes of law, but rather your religious figure, get out. Now,
Also, you're stupid.
well, aside from being, a moron and all that stuff, it's also very difficult in that situation. If you're obviously Mehdi's like, what's going on here? Well, why am I debating somebody about this? This is not within the realm of policy, of democracy, of anything that is relevant. You might as well put in like, somebody who, I don't know, wants to talk about the best recipe for canopies.
Well, he says, I believe in autocracy. So then the entire notion of debate is moot, because you believe in something that is not about democratic input or the exchange of ideas. You believe in something that is a power, top-down, authoritarian government. So then what is the whole point of debate? And this is, for me, anyone, I don't know, I don't understand the critiques of Mehdi here, but I do think that Jubilee is doing something where they're essentially laundering more and more far-right kind of people into what is considered a political debate and discourse space, because it's more inflammatory the more fascistic you get. And I don't know, Mehdi is somebody who's probably experienced a lot of xenophobia and racism himself. And it seemed like the crop of people that they picked to debate him in particular had more abhorrent views.
Oh, I got news for you. He not only has faced it probably generally in this program.
Oh, I know.
Was specifically told to get out.
Right.
Because he's an immigrant.
Right.
I will say that I don't think I would ever do the Jubilee thing again, but if there was a similar type of situation, I would not sign my consent form until after. I'll say we'll sign the consent form an hour into this.
Yeah.
When I'm clear about
Can I
it.
just make a point on Catholicism? I was raised Catholic, went to church every weekend. 25% of Americans were Catholic in 2007. Now it's at 19%, because most people see the people that stick around and are enthusiastic partisans of it, like this guy, as absolute freaks that are alienating to most normal people.
Okay.
Let's do the same when they're in office.
No, absolutely not.
So you don't believe in democracy?
No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree.
So
And
you
that's part of
support
the
Trump?
problem.
You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone.
Why
I
did
didn't
you
remember.
Well, he voted.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders,
Who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
White
me.
people?
Yeah.
No
Absolutely.
problem. So,
Well,
some of
actually,
you guys,
I have quite,
some of the people
I have
from
quite-
don't make the cut
no,
from what I can see
actually,
visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you.
Okay.
I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white. It should stay that
How
way.
does the United States?
I don't agree.
I'm so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? So, what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure
Wait,
to
what
meet
was
you.
that? A little bit of a doubt.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym online.
Fair enough.
but-
Connor enough.
Why do you use a pseudonym, buddy? They're about to say the same thing.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Why do you use a pseudonym online?
Well, he's his big
Because
coming
you don't
out
want to get in
party.
trouble
And
for what
now,
you're
I mean,
saying.
just-
I'll let you know since this Jubilee is dropped and since this guy vocalized his opinions, which we're just scratching the surface on. He's lost his job, and since he doesn't believe in socialism, I think it's kind of funny that he's crowdfunding for funds in order to for his bills so he can secure a new job. Like while he's looking for a new job, he is currently crowdfunding online in a very socialistic way for people to help him out. But he doesn't believe in socialism. Someone should break it to him. Someone should explain that to him.
Say your last name. Reveal it for all. Reveal your employer while
I
you're
think
at it.
people are
No, he
already know.
did
I would
it
imagine
himself.
online
Yeah, I'm
right
looking
now.
it up now.
This guy's decided. I mean, there's a lot of Curtis Yarvin in this. I don't know about the Catholicism is sort of laid over it, but go ahead.
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
I didn't ask about
whether-
deporting. What does the government look like?
What's the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he come
Franco.
from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
What
who,
about Fixer autocrat?
frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings were
Isn't
paid.
that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that stage.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat,
Can I say, like, what's the aristocratic class we just call upon now to, is it the Trumps?
Or he says no. I mean, maybe you would be J.D. Vance or some sort of Catholic, or maybe it's the whole Opus Dei.
Pretty
kind
recent
of-
Catholic.
Yeah, but he doesn't seem to care about like the past two popes and their teachings about Catholicism and like humanity and how to treat people. So why would you think he would care about anything except the hierarchy piece of it, which is like that's basically all it is here, right?
But isn't the Pope the head of the hierarchy for the Catholics? I mean,
But they
I
think he's
thought
the
so.
Put the Pope in charge.
Antichrist, right?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
who
who,
picks the autocrat?
frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings were
Isn't
paid.
that democracy?
Well,
wish
sure.
they get the
You can
mouse
have a vote to
away.
get to that
And then
stage.
no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
There we go.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that.
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills because
How do you
that's the
know?
whole
White
thing.
privilege?
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
Autocrats tend to kill everyone,
Carl
even their
Schmitt makes
subordinates.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals-
Schmitt, the
you-
Nazi
Yeah,
theoretician.
absolutely. I don't care.
Are you fan of the Nazis?
I don't care. I frankly
I don't
don't
care.
care being called a Nazi at
I didn't
all.
say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
What about the
you know,
persecution of the Jews?
well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But
And
you
so
don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews.
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We
So
may have
that
to
was just
rename
bad.
the show
But
because
a
you were
little bit, a tiny bit of persecution. A little bit. Just a little bit.
Oh, how magnanimous.
Nothing like what's happening to white people in this country, though.
American is it to talk about wanting to like cement an aristocratic class that rules over us as opposed to having some sort of democratic representation? Like, I mean,
Or even Republican.
just replace the stars and stripes and like have this little freak an artistic depiction of him licking a boot, and then we have a better interpretation of what this ideology is.
Franco also, I don't know, benevolent?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But that's when you're talking about a king like you are like a little bit of a little bootlicker, a little, you know, somebody that submits to authority and just rolls over and says rub my belly daddy, then that's the kind of like thing you would throw out there about the authoritarian leader, that he's so benevolent, so kind, what he gives to us.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews.
I think that there was a little bit of persecution.
We
So
may have
that
to
was just
rename
bad,
the show
but
because you're
A little bit
more
of
the far-right
persecution
Republican.
to the Jews is crazy.
What can I say?
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping. Just
I just want to get that laugh one more time. The Tucker Carlson sort of explosion of fascist
The alpha
delight.
males are back.
Yeah, this is how to get women is to laugh like this.
I think you can say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is on
Because
this.
Ian,
Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out
Yeah,
who the fascists and the
absolutely.
Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
clearly you're not.
During the
Clearly you're not.
during the pre-war period, prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat cats.
Are
they
you
were
in favor?
aristocrats,
Are
they
you in
didn't care.
favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not.
You mentioned Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women
All
who
he
killed?
cares
What are you
about
talking about? He
is
never killed any women or
Catholics.
children.
That's
He was
it.
He only
dude.
killed combatants.
White
is that what you're
Catholics.
claiming?
He only killed combatants.
Never killed any innocent.
Franco and his forces killed and executed over 150,000 people. That includes members of Catholic clergy who were deemed to be liberal or loyal to the Spanish Republic, just so we know.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill
You
people.
just refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi and being a Nazi,
is mutual,
if being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't. In a state that I was running, I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that. But quite frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
Okay.
Good for him.
So do you concede then? I mean, why?
Do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem
know what you're doing here,
You
to be
just seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really
Against
care
the
about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care.
What do you mean, yeah,
about
sure?
being called a Nazi is the whole thing.
I never called you a
I
fascist.
care
You
about
called
doing the
yourself a
right
Nazi, a
thing.
fascist, and a General Franco.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly.
And you don't believe
General Franco was a Spanish. I pulled this one up. And they have, this is on PBS. They have like a little trailer. Apparently they created a whole movie. We're going to deviate real quick so I can give y'all that education. This is episode 5. I don't know on what, the Dictator's Playbook maybe, but with Francisco Franco, with his country torn between left and right, Francisco Franco devoted his life to deeply conservative vision of Spain. Trained in colonial warfare, all right? Giving you a better insight of who the fuck this guy is representing and who the fuck this guy is and what his beliefs is. Shout out to his employers for firing him. Okay? So he was trained in colonial warfare and he was prepared to fight for the vision that with deadly force. Sorry. He joined the military coup and fought ruthlessly in the Spanish Civil War and emerged the dictator of Spain. For almost 40 years, Franco worked to transform the country into a bastion of tradition. Siding with the Catholic Church and the Spain monarchy, he saw liberals and socialists as enemies and suppressed them at any cost. As his forces gained ground during the Civil War, they executed tens of thousands of Spaniards suspected of loyalty to the other side. Even after winning the war, Franco continued his campaign, murdering and imprisoning thousands more. The road to dictatorship. As a young army officer, Franco was sent to fight in the colonial war in Morocco, where he learned the brutal style of warfare that would mark his career. At 33, Franco was the youngest general in all of Europe during the Civil War. He built his image as a military leader, and before long, he was named General General amongst generals. During the Civil War later, as the ruler of Spain, Franco as single-minded in his drive to decimate the Spanish left. Under his regime, if a leftist woman had a baby while in prison, the child was taken and raised in a properly Spanish home. Dig a bit deeper in the succession. Like many dictators, Franco faced a problem towards the end of his life. Who would take over when he died? He wanted a successor who would carry on his vision for Spain as a deeply conservative Catholic country. And though he had founded that person, he found this person in the guy named Juan Carlos I, a member of the Spanish royal family. In 1969, he named Juan Carlos as his successor, certain that the future king would keep Spain on the authoritarian path. But Franco badly misjudged his chosen successor. After the dictator's death, Juan Carlos turned out to be a reformer. The constitution was rewritten, Spain transitioned into a democratic system, and elections were held soon after. Spain's nearly seamless transition into a representative democracy was extraordinary, but the efforts to ensure a peaceful process, the crimes committed by Franco's regime were largely swept under the rug. In 2007, the law of historical memory was passed to bring justice to the families of those killed underneath Franco, and today at the sites across the country, the bodies of his victims are still being Exhumed? I don't... What does that mean? You're still digging them up? Sorry, I'm American. I'm illiterate. Fair enough. They're still being dug up. Just want to make sure that I knew that word correctly. So this guy was a dictator. No one wanted to... Oh, further reading? Oh, this is just books. Books to read. Find it on PBS. That's a little background of him. Was a military guy. Succeeded in colonial warfare. Tried to pick a successor who almost let people go free without accountability. And we're still digging his...
I'm sorry, can we just
don't
pause
believe
it
that.
for
What
a
are you
second?
That's who
Because
he
it's just
believes.
amazing how he
That's who he
uses
supports.
even the words like terrorist, he kills terrorists, this very modern language and the usage of human dignity, where we're seeing like terms that are meant to kind of accurately describe how powerful nations or colonialism or how imperialism has affected primarily people in the global south, like the white genocide, were being ethnically cleansed from the United States, how easily the fascists reappropriate that language to make themselves into victims as opposed to the aggressors. And he's doing so retroactively with fascist European regimes and talking about like, oh, they were raping nuns, so this is why Franco's repression and slaughter was justified. Like, we hear this exact language by the Israelis right now because it's about language about Western domination and imperialism over largely like the black and brown global south. That's what it is.
I mean, it's all part and parcel of the fascist playbook too, though. I mean, like the idea that you have an inner cancer and we're under threat.
But using the modern 21st century fascist language to talk.
And it will never be about with having an inner cancer. I do think that you can have an inner rot inside of communities, inside of countries, but that has to do with people's ideology and the way that they're handling that ideology. It will never have to do with skin tone, ever. Ever.
Ahistorically about European fascism is like a way that the online right is trying to galvanize on current events to make like
fascism is a form of inner cancer
in the past, rightly beyond the scope of acceptable political thought, somehow enveloped in it there too. And Jubilee's doing that as well. That's the clip I saw from the promo that we played. I hadn't seen more of that, but they're leading with that because he's doing the most inflammatory argument that he can to get as many clicks. And this is where techno-fascism is, and on social media is like continuing to expand its reach, is that the more inflammatory the statement is,
Absolutely.
the more that the algorithms circulate it. So Jubilee knows this, and that's why they're continuing to book people who are further and further right, to the point where that guy just took on Fuentes' affect. He's just Fuentes without being Fuentes.
Steve Austin says, do you think Connor from Jubilee is presenting as real, or do you think he's acting a role for the camera?
No, I
Listening
think it's
to these
real.
clips through the MR app, I get the phony paid to perform faux reality TV vibes. No, I first of all, I don't think there's really a meaningful distinction. I think this guy believes what he's saying. And really, frankly, I mean, the idea that this guy's sitting there is, I don't believe that Jubilee did not have the ability to vet this guy.
I also agree.
Okay. I don't know what they're saying about it, but there is no reasonable idea as to why you would put this guy up here debating Mehdi, because he's not debating Mehdi.
Yeah.
He's not even remotely close. I mean, in my instance, I accepted the idea like, okay, they didn't know that woman would be so xenophobic. They didn't know that this guy was a fundamentalist who would, fundamentally accept the premise that he wants a theocracy. I can buy that. But there's nothing. There's nothing in the claims that Mehdi has, which they know about for weeks in advance. You know, like they worked with me on my contentions. I assume they did the same thing with Mehdi. We can ask him at the end of the week when he comes on. But this is bullshit. This is Jubilee just putting this guy on there for a show and really undercuts their supposed premise of trying to provide debates on these issues. Like, look, everything is clickbaity, of course. But if you're going to tell the person that you've invited on that this is going to be a debate about this, and you put somebody on who you know is not going to have that debate, they could have had somebody on there going like, Mehdi says, the claim is that Trump is hurting the Constitution. They go, well, when you're baking a cake, you should use unenriched flour. That's my big contention. Now, of course, they do that. Everybody would be like, oh, well, what's going on here? And it wouldn't get the clicks. But it really is fundamentally the same thing, where this person's just going like, would you use 3 eggs or 2 eggs? Because what this guy's talking about is outside the realm of these kind of politics. And you could set up a debate where someone says, I believe in democracy versus living under a religious despot, and then maybe have that debate if someone agrees to do it. But this is, I think,
I mean, yeah. How is this different than like Jerry Springer bringing on members of the Ku Klux Klan and then black people and just saying, go at it? Except if the black person was brought there under like a kind of false premise, essentially. Like,
well, that's the point.
I mean, there's more than a heavy dose of racism here, it seems like, in the treatment of Mehdi Hasan.
I'll just say 2 weeks ago, Jubilee did a debate between anorexic people and obese people. So,
I mean, if people know that's what they're signing up for, I mean, look, it's not something I would watch. But if people know that's what they're signing up for, that's one thing. And I think, listen, I do think that there is value in letting people understand, like who these movements are, what they support, how they operate. I do think there's value to that. And I do think that there's value in exposing them. And I do think there's a danger in, their platforming. But at the end of the day, like I remember for 25 years, people were like, don't give Rush Limbaugh any attention. Okay. But over time, that lack of attention let him have a lot of time to build an audience where he became much, much bigger.
Yeah.
So these things are important to expose.
Absolutely.
So that there's an opportunity to frankly stamp out these ideas.
I could just do a note on the what he said about the white terror. I appreciate him using that word. George Orwell, who fought against Franco's forces in Spain, had this to say on looking back on the Spanish War. Although it has ceased to be fashionable to say so, there's little question that what one may call the whites commit far more worse atrocities than the quote reds. There is not the slightest doubt, for instance, about the behavior of the Japanese in China, nor is there much doubt about the long tail of fascist outrages during the last 10 years of Europe. That's from George Orwell, who saw it firsthand. I don't know what this guy's been doing besides shopping for button downs.
All right, let's just play this out a little bit more.
I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about
Jews?
being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi. Is the whole thing.
I never called you.
I care
You
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
And you
thing,
don't believe in democracy.
I don't believe in
What are
democracy.
you doing here at a televised debate? This is democracy. I want to debate and
Because
disagree.
it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas, and they're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
not sure what you would think.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your
I feel like he's
seat.
low-key a sociopath.
How is that dude being punished? How is that dude, in what way is that dude being punished by society?
Well, his.
I mean, I hope that he gets a ton of disdain online. But how is society structured that he and his ilk are being punished?
He's not.
I mean, they're not.
No, his Instagram is promoted on the link to the YouTube. The links to all these guys are. Every single one of them have the links, and go follow them. 70,000 Instagram followers.
The arc of history does not bend passively towards justice. It involves ruining this ideology and making it once again unacceptable for freaks like that to say these things in public. But that's not the moment we're in right now.
And understand, this is the, this guy's the sort of like a seedling that grows under the ultraviolet light of guys like Stephen Miller.
Yeah, right.
I mean, where would Miller and this guy disagree?
Even if Trump had no
Catholicism.
policy success, and he is unfortunately doing a good job of building concentration camps and terrorizing Latino people and cracking down on free speech and robbing the government and destroying the Constitution. But even if he didn't do any of that, just the nature of the cruelty of the campaign that he ran and it being legitimized is something that gives rise to some of, and in the absence of a strong opposition party, frankly, it gives the rise to this kind of thought being more acceptable. It has a corrosive nature on like how we treat each other, in addition to all of the systemic ailments.
Absolutely.
So this guy's a vision of fascism. I mean, he's really worked it out. We're going to have an election for a benevolent dictator. And I guess the people would run on the, with mottos like, I'm super benevolent, or I'm going to be more benevolent. Or if you look back on my history of benevolence, you can see that I'm going to be a great benevolent dictator.
Remember the friend-enemy distinction as disclosed by Carl Schmitt.
And also, I will promise you, as I travel this country and I talk to farmers and teachers and nurses about who will be the most benevolent dictator, I can assure you, while those potential dictators have the bad attributes of lying, like many dictators and authoritarians, I don't. So when I say that I'm going to be benevolent, I mean it. My benevolence. Look at my family. Family, tell them how benevolent I am to them. To you. First of all, just on its own terms, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Okay. My keyboard. Sorry.
How benevolent did those non-Jews in Dresden feel that Adolf Hitler was to them? Super benevolent. I'm going to make sure that the firebomb's you're not going to feel a thing for more than a couple of seconds. Like, what dictators, show me the example of the benevolent authoritarian that worked out well for everybody.
Well, he promises to be the father of the country, the good father this time.
Why did he keep saying "quite frankly" so much? Is that another thing about loving Francisco Franco that you can't stop saying?
I think it's just a nervous tick because this guy's got the opportunity to say this to somebody, and it's his coming out. Like, he's ready to come out.
Just literal geek.
And I would say that, like, this is a great example of why canceling is good. This is like, there should be social pressure. As what's his hero would say, friend-enemy distinction.
And that's also why he can't, he says, he does an us versus them construction too, where, when he doesn't conceive of the idea that when Mehdi says he could turn on you and kill you.
Oh, no, he won't.
It's explicitly a white nationalist.
And I
want to hit one more
Believe me, I
video.
have my benevolence-o-meter. And
So that one went into the Catholic guy who now since has lost his job. Thank God. Good job, employer. But I also want to hit... What was it? Not that one. Guess I don't have it. When I started this stream originally, I had all of these laid out. But here's my history, so we're good to go. Just trying to find a video there. Not that one. Not majority report. No, dang sure it isn't this one. The breaking point, for sure. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. All right, so a little bit more commentary on the same video, but from
Mehdi Hasan went
a little bit more broader
on Jubilee,
perspective.
their show called Surrounded. The title here on YouTube is 1 Progressive versus 20 Far-Right Conservatives, featuring Mehdi Hasan. And far-right, certainly, I don't even think that does justice to the ideology that some of these people espouse. Case in point, this dude right here. Let's take a listen.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, you're not saying deported. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
Where does he come
Franco.
from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
No, but
who
who picks the autocrat?
frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings
So
were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that state.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that.
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because
How do
that's
you
the whole
know?
thing.
Why?
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt,
That's what he's saying.
Everyone,
Carl
even their
Schmitt makes
supporters.
this point very well in his work. It's the friend enemy distinction, right? You
Carl
liberals,
Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a
Who
fan of
ca-
the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi.
I
at
didn't
all.
say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
What about the
you know,
persecution of the Jews?
well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being insulted. I'm a Catholic.
But
And
you
so
don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of
He
persecution.
just made
So-
himself the
Yeah,
enemy
so,
of the
because you're a
state of
little bit more
Israel.
far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you say, I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am. Absolutely.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone
Because
is.
Yeah, so
Where did you find these people?
I don't know. I mean, and some of them you'll recognize from other episodes. Like this blonde chick I've definitely seen before in other episodes as well. But I mean, I watched the whole thing.
That's crazy. You
I
really
did not
got through
enjoy it.
Yes,
Mehdi did a great job. And there were some weird moments too where like some of these people would come up, especially on Gaza actually, and they would be like, I don't even disagree with you. It's like, what are we doing here? And then other ones would just be like, yeah, I'm a fascist and I think he should die. And it's like, what are we doing here? You know, it's just like,
yeah.
So my question for you is
boy.
this guy, I mean, this guy, people online, or apparently has an online persona, they're saying like he's a groiper, meaning he's like a fan, follower of Nick Fuentes, obviously, you know, happy to be called a Nazi or fascist or whatever, doesn't care, and follows like Nazi thinkers and whatever. Like,
Right.
how significant is this strain with young Republicans in particular?
It's
very
a good question. I
significant.
mean,
It's
I think this
huge.
is, it's not representative of like an average kid by any means, or an average like 20-something by any means. It is something that if for people who spend a lot of time in like the online fever swamps, the way that I think about it is there's now this almost like architecture, like there's this mental architecture, like him invoking Carl Schmitt out of basically nowhere in that conversation with Mehdi. It's such a tell that he's part of the
Like he wants to say that. He was dying for Mehdi to be like, you're a Nazi.
yeah.
Because he's like,
Yeah.
I don't care if you call me a Nazi. Mehdi's
Right.
like, I didn't even say that.
Right.
I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Right.
Like, he was dying to, he was so happy to have his little moment where like, yeah, you can call me a fascist, and thinks it's like hilarious, and everyone in the room is laughing and applauding that.
Yeah. And so there's always going to be a component that of the right that's like fascy. There's always going to be a component of it. There's always going to be like mouth breathing fringe conspiracy theory addled weirdos. Like that's always going to be a part of basically any political movement. And on the right, it tends in the direction of like ultra reactionary fascism. So the question that I have, and I don't have a perfect answer to it, but the question I have is it growing, or is it just that they now have this kind of mental architecture where they have like Carl Schmitt and they're ready to say friend enemy distinction because they've read all of the viral threads, and there are people who are sort of thought leaders, because the internet, you don't have to like gather in some type of like weird bar after closing and have these like meetings of like fringe weirdos. You can do it on the internet now, and there are people who are like national, like Nick Fuentes, like somebody who talks about this type of stuff. And so there's just it's more obvious and more visible. I definitely worry that our elites are leading us into a position where more and more people are tempted by fascism or anarchism or any fringe, like frankly communism, because people are so desperate and upset. This kid though, he looks like a normal middle class dude who just is like
Yeah, like what's your excuse, buddy?
Yeah, but you know, as much as I want to trash Jubilee or whatever the hell it's called, Surrounded, whatever it is.
Yeah, so it's the channel is Jubilee. This show is Surrounded.
Something interesting about it is that it does force them to play out this experiment in the real world instead of on the internet. And like, yes, I get that it's being broadcast on the internet in a kind of meta sense, but to have the conversation in person with somebody who disagrees with you, your thoughts are tested in real time. And you just saw that. He obviously hasn't considered whether he will be put into one of his little camps.
Right.
And he thinks, oh, no, I'll be okay, I'll be okay.
Fun little thought experiment.
Many people have thought that they would not end up in the camp, sir. That's the story of the last century.
I've got more for you. So this is in the immigration portion, and just, you know, background knowledge here. Mehdi is an American citizen. He is a naturalized American citizen, and one of the Jubilee guys is like, you need to get the hell out. Let's take a listen.
This one's fucking nuts.
I'll tell you how you're wrong. Because you're ignoring the fact that when immigrants come into an area, they spend money. They create jobs.
About 1/5 of their monthly income leaves the country.
That's a good thing also because you don't like USA foreign aid. So this is the point. They create jobs. I came into this country. So far, every one of my assumptions about you has been correct. But listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yeah.
The way that just like hit him of like, excuse me? Yeah. Even the girl in the background, like that is not something that's okay to say, for one. I don't care if you're naturalized or not, but also you're saying that to an American citizen. Like, how stupidly moronic do you have to be? And the answer is racist. That's how stupidly moronic you have to be. You have to be a racist.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
Why?
Because you come here and say all this bullshit about how Americans are lazy.
Why?
You push your left-wing politics.
So his mom posted a photo of him, and because this is going nuts on the internet right now. His mom posted a picture of him and his friends, and they're all wearing MAGA hats. And someone's like, okay, internet, do your thing. But he's a big Trump supporter. And this is like what the MAGA base is.
Americans
I
are
don't
lazy.
know why you say this.
I never said Americans are
yes,
lazy.
you are. You're
the
saying immigrants have to come into this country so they can do jobs that we don't want to do. That's exactly what you said.
When did I say it?
Really?
When did I say it? We're
So
on YouTube. Guys watching on YouTube, rewind to the time where I said immigrants are doing jobs we don't want to do. When did I say those words? Words that came out of my mouth.
Okay, so why do we have to bring in immigrants to the country if we have people who are going to do the jobs?
Pause. You've been voted out.
It's nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
You're going to have to go.
Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left, to an American citizen. Good to know.
And yeah, to your point, Emily,
disgusting.
You know, this sort of validates like the worst caricature of what Democrats or liberals or leftists or whoever would say about the right of like, oh, you're pretending you just want secure borders. Really, you just want a white ethno state. And you hate brown people, and you think even a naturalized citizen like Mehdi Hassan should go, bro. And this guy's like, yes. And I think that's what's very different about today is that like you can go on Twitter and see this sentiment expressed like routinely
and
out
True
in the open
Social.
with
Look
support,
at True Social.
with prominent online media figures who will bolster the case with these like pseudo-intellectual arguments that are being made, whether it's the Curtis Yarvins of the world or whoever. And I think Richard Hanania himself, he claims former eugenicist. I would say there's some questions there. In any case, I think he actually explained it well, as he called it like the based loop or something like that, where it's like you just keep going further and further. And the test is saying the most outrageous things and not getting offended by it. And, whoever can sort of like survive that test gets the most clout, credence, like countercultural vibes on the internet.
Well, there's a very obvious, I think, and sad reality to that, which is social media has completely gamified our politics and our culture. Literally, Twitter was designed like a casino. And so when we are communicating, whether it's journalists or as politicians or as members of the public sort of engaging in civic debate, quote unquote, it's all like gamified in a way that is playing on our like neurological structures. It's actually like incredibly messed up how little we think about what this has done to us, because posting when you're posting about your personal life, you're posting about politics, you're posting about another human being. We could have an entire conversation about the Coldplay concert when it comes to all of this, but
yeah,
you're maximizing retweets and likes. That's literally like casino behavior for politics and culture. Sure. And of course, it was inevitably going to change the way that we talk to each other in real life. It doesn't just stay on the internet. And so I actually think this is answering the question that we were just talking about a little bit, is whether this is getting better or worse, or whether it's staying the same, you know, whether we have the same number of fringe people or whether it's getting worse. I think probably it is getting worse to some extent. And what I saw in that conversation was a little bit different than like white ethnopolitics. To me, that was this new argument that you hear from Trump world. You bring in a bunch of people from different countries like Europe, places where hatred of America or mockery of America is common.
Medi's from the UK.
Right. But that's the new, like, that's JD Vance going to Europe and saying, like, this is the way that you guys have your free speech. And obviously it's hypocritical coming from JD Vance. But that's what I saw in that argument, was this idea that, like, it doesn't behoove America to bring people in who hate America. But it's just like, he didn't have Mehdi saying that he hated America. He was just assuming Mehdi thought Americans were lazy because he had different positions on immigration.
Yeah, well, right. And that's where the fundamental hypocrisy of the JD Vance thing, like connecting it to this, is like, you know, I'm sure this guy may also be, oh, I believe in free speech. It's like, yeah, but you have decided that Mehdi should be denaturalized and deported because he has differing political views than you. Like, literally just on the basis of this, he's like, you come in and spout this garbage. It's like, and then he makes up things that Mehdi didn't even say in the context of this debate.
Because it's the internet straw man, and this is what it does to our brains. And this is why it's really frustrating. Sometimes the feedback that we get on this show, especially, and I'm sure you get it from the left, I get it from the right, but like the feedback we get sometimes, to me, it's frustrating because people who don't do what we do all of the time, where we're talking to each other literally every day on things that we disagree with on, have these, I think, straw man ideas that social media encourages us to construct of people who disagree with us. And unless you are putting in a lot of time, which is hard to do, but like, unless you are putting in a lot of time, we're lucky. Like, that's why I consider myself lucky to be able to do this.
Yeah.
Those start to crumble when you have actual conversations. And so I guess good on Jubilee.
Or you have this where the caricature is completely validated. And they're like, yes, I am that internet Nazi fascist.
But his caricature of Mehdi was incorrect.
Right.
And that's like, yeah, I mean, Mehdi is somebody who, if we didn't do this show, I would probably have a caricature of. But we had Mehdi on a couple of weeks ago, and it's hard to maintain those caricatures when you're doing it every single day and you're actually talking to people and having reasonable conversations. And so I think that's one of the problems with the online discourse, is that the algorithms force us into caricaturing and straw manning because that's validates our priors. It's the confirmation bias that makes virality possible. And when you have to actually have these conversations in real life, it's a lot harder, even for him. The first Nazi boy talking about Carl Schmitt, it was a lot harder for him to even maintain his own argument, the caricature of himself, because he would end up in a damn camp.
Right. Right.
Someone's going to the camps. Doesn't matter how much Carl Schmitt they've read.
So one of the assertions that Mehdi, you have to come in with, like, these are my claims. You know, one of the claims Mehdi made in the context of this debate was that Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. And this was one of the ones where actually a number of the people who came up and wanted to debate with him did not actually disagree with him, which was also kind of interesting. And you're like, okay, why, like,
well, Trump used the word clean.
Right. I mean, it's just like, it's sort of impossible to argue, number one, but number two is also indicative, perhaps, of some of the ways that the young right is different on this issue and views it different than others. But they did have one guy who came in and was, you know, making some not great points about how basically everyone in Gaza is Hamas and they all deserve to die. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
You got to let me finish.
No, you got to answer the question. Fourth time.
Well,
when Israeli snipers shoot Palestinian children in the head.
Will get to your
We're
answer.
running out of time. I need to know what you think about innocent children.
Because
what you said was pretty outrageous. You said so-called innocent Palestinians. For the fifth time, when Palestinian children are shot in the head by Israeli snipers, is that not the fault of Israeli snipers?
What did those children do?
What did
they
tell me? Did the children deserve to be shot in the head?
Because the problem is,
you know,
over there,
millions of people are watching you say
they
to
start
justify the
brainwashing
killing of
children. They start brainwashing children at a very young age.
So you support
Exact same.
sniping children?
If that's your argument, then I want to refer him to there's so many different videos of Israeli children like calling for, and I mean children, they're in school, they're no more than maybe 10 years old, screaming for violence towards Palestinians. So if that's your argument, then you have to look at both sides of that coin, because Israel does it too. But I don't agree with his statement, the guy with the mishtosh, and I also don't agree that any child deserves harm towards them. I don't care how they're being raised. That's the fault of the parent and the fault of the guardian who's putting these thoughts into their heads and not raising them correctly to be caring members of society. But it's wrong. And it is Israel's fault when a Palestinian child gets murdered.
Children in Gaza. Is that a conservative position now?
What if they're wearing a suicide vest?
They weren't.
But what if they are?
They're not, though.
What if
no what ifs?
I have friends who went there, doctors went to Gaza, American doctors. They came back and said we have multiple children.
What if they're
gunshot
hell-bent?
shots.
What if they're hell-bent on killing you and your family?
They're
A 10-year-old child,
children.
an 8-year-old child, a 6-year-old child.
Because
This is
like
bad
you
for
said,
you.
like you
You're
said,
sitting on
they're
live
brainwashing
television
them.
where millions of people are going to see your neighbors, your
Because
friends.
millions
you
of
support
people,
the killing of
millions
children.
of people don't know what's going on.
Even your fellow right-wingers are saying, don't go this far. Like genocide, sure, but don't advocate
Millions of
killing
people
kids.
don't understand the brainwashing that is going on in Islamic Republic and in Palestine to create
You're
this
obsessed
hatred.
with Iran so much that you're supporting the killing of Palestinian.
He is from Iran, and I believe he is naturalized at this point, but he is Iranian.
Children who never harmed you or any other Israeli. That's insane.
And that guy himself is Iranian.
There you go.
And so, which, you know, I guess helps inform what he's thinking about in this debate. But
you said he was Zorro.
that part's unconfirmed. I don't want to speculate. But I think to your point about, you know, if you have to exist in any sort of reality and you're still trying to toe the line for everything Israel does is totally and completely justified, you're going to end up looking like a genocidal maniac, as this fool ultimately ends up looking at the hands of many.
You know, one of the things I think bothers me about the format here is that they do kind of mimic social media in a sense with the red flags, like you've been voted out or whatever. It's gamified in and of itself, because I was thinking during that conversation how much more interesting it would have been without the chaos of like the flags waving and people
these conversations would be a lot better if they weren't rushed.
You could really see how Mehdi was working through the debate. I mean, he literally wrote a book about how to win arguments, right? Mehdi wrote a book about how to win arguments a couple of years ago.
I don't care how you feel about Mehdi. Mehdi is a very smart and very skilled presenter, debater, interviewer. I think he is truly one of the most talented, people in that genre out there.
He's good at what he does. And so going on an episode of Surrounded with Mehdi is going to be a mistake if you are just like an internet troll. You might think you're going to win.
Tip.
You're not going to win this one. It's not going to go well for you.
Well, I believe 20, what do they call them? Far-right conservatives found that out in real time.
And Mehdi said, because someone quote tweeted, said, Jubilee invited a bunch of Nazis, and Mehdi Hassan went, yeah, sure, I'm going to go debate them. And Mehdi said, to be fair to me, that's not how the debate was sold to me. You can see my shock when they start expressing their views openly. And something similar happened. I'm trying to remember who it was. Oh, it was Jordan Peterson. Remember, they sold the debaters as a Christian versus atheists. And Jordan Peterson's not a Christian. This happened like a month ago.
Right. They had to change the YouTube title.
Yes.
Because it was supposed to be one Christian versus 20 atheists.
Right.
And then he's immediately they're like, wait, he wouldn't say he's a Christian.
No,
I mean,
he
and
never
this is the thing
does.
he does. Is he won't actually say what he believes and be direct about it.
Right. Because he doesn't know what he believes.
It was a mess.
Yeah, because he doesn't know. So anyway, what a experience those young kids had with Mehdi and Zorro.
Yeah. Friends were made.
Oh,
enemies were made.
And the friend-enemy distinction was made. Yeah.
It all happened.
Yeah, so I think answering the question we started with, I do think some of the fringe stuff is getting worse. I think there are probably more people that are interested in a version of, for example, there are probably people who are attracted to Zohran Mamdani's ideas in ways that I think would probably go in a frightening direction were they tested out. I don't think that's representative of the Zohran Mamdani movement in any way whatsoever. I think that's representative of people being desperate and our elites being terrible. Now, on the right,
I'm not saying you're necessarily, but I just want to make the distinction. I don't think there is anything.
There's no equivalent.
No.
Yes.
Between Zohran being like, let's have free buses, and this guy being like, I'm a Nazi.
Of course not.
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to say, I think there are people are being pulled in like populist directions. And sometimes when people are pulled in a populist direction, it goes really, really wrong. And because people are being pulled in populist directions in good ways, like the media is awful, you're being lied to, that opens up space for people who say correctly, everyone is lying to you, listen to me. And those people will often lie to you.
Yes.
And so I think that it actually is really dangerous. And I think it's one of the most frustrating things about the obsession with just recycling like Andrew Cuomo or Republicans like having no answer to Donald Trump other than we're all MAGA Republicans now, as they say. Like that is really dangerous because you're not actually answering anybody's problems. You're not actually solving anybody's problems. You're just putting a sort of charismatic person in front of them. And again, I'm not drawing an equivalence between Zohran and Donald Trump. I'm just saying that's what happens when you don't answer populism. It ends up like making people more and more desperate. And as people get more and more desperate, they say insane things like this. But one of the weird things, not weird, predictable things, these people all seem perfectly, like they should be well adjusted, right? And we're being poisoned by social media and these algorithms, and
That's so true.
It's really, what a time to be alive.
Indeed. All right. Speaking of what a time to be alive, Israel.
All right. I'm going to go eat here in a minute. We'll watch one more. Rejected. The next one has more of a, let me move my cat. Hi, babe. Has a little bit more depth to it.
Have to rename this show because you're a little bit.
And then we'll pause it here.
Republican.
I'm gonna go eat, and then we'll cover the rest, and then we'll jump into
Did you
the
say I'm a
curriculum.
fascist?
Yeah, I am.
Hi, babe.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I don't think this is good for society. So in this video, I'm going to break down just not this debate, but what I believe the impact of these sorts of debates are. So Mehdi Hasan debated 20 far-right conservatives in at least a few cases, just open fascists, through the website Jubilee. They host these sorts of debates. I think I covered a recent one with Sam Cedar, where it's, at least in this case, one person versus 20 other people, and it's sort of this rapid-fire debate process that I think is ridiculous. And this Mehdi Hasan debate now has 2.2 million views in just a day. So I'm going to get to my personal experience with Jubilee and why I turned down a debate last year, as well as why I don't think this is good. Despite the fact that Mehdi Hasan did a fantastic job from what I saw. I didn't watch the whole thing because I'm not going to subject myself to that. But from what I saw, he did fantastic. From what I heard, Mehdi Hasan might honestly be the best debater in the world. So I have no doubt that he did well in this quote unquote debate. But that isn't my issue. My issue is that we are even having a debate with these absolute lunatics, which inherently is giving value to their perspective. So let me start with the clip with how Jubilee attempted to promote this debate, and honestly the reason why I didn't even try to watch the whole thing. But here is the clip that they shared online.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s. So
You don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
No.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like. I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
So this was essentially a debate on human decency. Why are we debating this? What is the actual point of this? What is the impact of this is what I'm most concerned about. So if you watch this and you're like, wow, Mehdi Hasan did a great job. He really killed their arguments. You are someone who's more informed. You're aware. You have human decency and maybe a little more awareness of reality than some people do. Because the actual impact of something like this is not a positive. We are platforming absolute lunatics making it appear that these are even positions, perspectives worth engaging when they simply are not. And this leads into the discussions that existed around climate change and exist now around trans rights that have set us back years because of the propaganda being uplifted in a way that makes it appear there is a debate when there is no debate. So just to be clear on some of these loons, this guy here was a part of Nick Fuentes' Groyper movement known as Pine Sap. So again, an open fascist. I mean, that was clear in the video. Somebody else, this guy here, apparently also part of that fascist movement. Mehdi Hassan saying, I obviously had no idea about any of this, and Jubilee cast these folks, not me. So I want to be clear, I'm not, Mehdi Hassan was kept in the dark, obviously, by Jubilee. I'm not sure if he would have taken the debate if he knew who he was debating. Regardless, this isn't a video criticizing him. Again, I think he did. I'm sure he did a great job. The issue here is what Jubilee is trying to do. And I'm sure they justified in their own minds, hey, this is a great.
I love that Mehdi Hassan has put a picture from the Jubilee video up as his new profile picture. I find that entertaining. And God bless his soul for what he went through.
To debate these ideas, and I'm sure they have all these internal justifications for what they're doing. The reality is they are giving voice to absolute lunacy in a way that helps to spread it, not eradicate it.
Absolutely.
This gets to a couple of reactions here, then I'll get to how this relates to other issues. Emma here writing, I desperately need people to understand that there is no way of bringing these people back. You cannot reason with them. The only thing you can do is shame them for saying this shit. Won't change their mind, but if enough people do it, they'll be quiet again. Now, I understand, of course, a debate like this, the point isn't to change the mind of the person you're sitting across from. That's clearly not going to happen, considering they're being paid to give that insane perspective. But even people watching at home, unless you're aware of reality and you understand what you're watching, it is not helpful. This gets to the media aspect of this. So Itan Nichin writes here, the alarming part of this is that Silicon Valley run media platforms.
He says, bless Mario Don for having the patience to answer Nazis.
Have normalized not.
It is alarming. Alarming part is that Silicon Valley run media platforms have normalized Nazis and their allies who spew hate daily. They're on X, YouTube now, and now soon they'll be on primetime.
Nazis and their allies who spew hate daily. They're on X now and YouTube now, but soon they'll be on primetime. May I remind you of what the phony debate around the climate caused? Back in the 80s and 90s, there was...
Let me read the caption to you before he goes into detail. Which one of these statements about the environment and the economy do you most agree? Rotated. Protection of the environment should be given priority, even at the risk of curbing economic growth. Economic growth should be given priority, even if the environment suffers to some extent.
Widespread perception that we should be protecting the environment, even at the risk of curbing economic growth. That was a widely held view by over 70% of the population. Then, the fossil fuel industry went heavy on their propaganda around climate change, around the year 2000 and beyond, which led to this massive drop in people no longer prioritizing the environment in a way that they once were. And again, this is back, in the 80s here, late 80s, 90s. That's when we addressed the hole in the ozone layer. We did that very effectively, including with conservative governments. Canada at the time had a conservative government, and we're one of the leaders in that charge. There was no real debate around what the issue was. The fossil fuel industry made a debate, even though the debate was presented often as an equal debate. In the case of CNN here, debate rages over fossil fuels. This is back in November 2000. How much the burning of fossil fuels is increasing global warming is still a matter of debate among scientists. No, it wasn't. It never was. It isn't. Yet this was how it was presented. And even though it was presented as a debate, not even that, it's phony or anything like I'm sure they were presenting on Fox News. Even though it was presented as a debate, it legitimized one side of the debate that had no legitimacy. They had these debates on CNN.
We'll read the whole thing.
One side of the debate that had no legitimacy. They had these debates on CNN.
It also goes on to say, but even major oil companies admit that the balance of scientific evidence suggests links between human activities, especially the burning of coal, oil, and gas, and climate change. Shell is one of the world's largest oil producers. It's backing the cuts in fuel emission outlined by Kyoto Protocol in 1997. The company says global warming is a reality, but the challenge for today's scientists is to establish whether the temperatures are rising we have seen during this century is a part of a long-term natural fluctuation or caused by human activities. At the very least, mankind is carrying out a risky experiment with the planet by rising the levels of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere to levels far above anything we've seen in the last 150,000 years.
One side of the debate that had no legitimacy. They had these debates on CNN, on Crossfire. It's cold outside, so CNN debates climate change, where they had on one person who was a climate denier, the other person who just spoke, was either a scientist or spoke from a position of reality, but made it appear to the average viewer as if it was a debate at all, when it simply was not a debate. This gets to the issue now of trans rights, where it's simply an issue of human rights, human decency, kindness, awareness, yet it has been turned into a debate to the point where people are shifting their perspective on trans rights in the negative because of the amount of propaganda being thrown at them through the media, the amount of debates being had on this, when again, this is not a debate. We're talking about human rights, human decency. So Pew Research here. From earlier this year, Americans have grown more supportive of restrictions for trans people in recent years. So, we can go issue by issue here. I have some examples relating to at least one of these, but require trans athletes to compete on teams that match their sex at birth. People have become more restrictive of that, make it illegal for healthcare professionals to provide minors medical care for a gender transition.
You're looking at a red line being Republican, all adults, so centrist, and then the blue line obviously being Dems.
This has existed for years and years and years, only recently became an issue. Look at the amount of people that are now wanting to restrict trans rights, require trans people to use public bathrooms that match their sex at birth. I have some stories related to this, but look at, we're talking everyone here. Democrat-leaning people as well, are now more pro-restricting, or I should say anti-trans rights than they were before. Make it illegal for public school districts to teach about gender identity in elementary schools. We're talking about an issue of awareness, free speech, education. People are more restrictive of just the education of it. Protect trans people from discrimination in jobs, housing, public spaces such as restaurants and stores. Support for that has gone down across the board. And require health insurance companies to cover medical care for gender transitions. It's gone down, despite the fact that we are talking about a tiny portion of the population, and it goes a long way to allowing trans people to live healthy lives, mentally healthy lives, and people are restrictive of this, largely, at least partly due to the level of propaganda that they are being told. So on the issue, for example, of bathrooms, this has led to, so of course, these sorts of perspectives hurt trans people most, I think that goes without saying, but it also impacts all people. Cis woman mistaken as transgender records being berated in bathroom. Woman says Boston hotel guard told her to leave bathroom because she was a man. Cis woman confronted by police officers in Arizona Walmart restroom looking too masculine speaks out. These sorts of anti-trans positions clearly, as I said, impact trans people most, but it impacts society in a way where people become insane. Case in point, Pedro Rodriguez, who is a Spanish footballer, had to disable comments on Instagram after facing criticism for sharing photos from his son Mark's birthday. Mark chose to celebrate wearing a dress and a tiara inspired by a Lilo and Stitch theme. And this became a massive story because his son wanted to enjoy his birthday party.
He's so happy.
As Evie on Twitter reacted here, saying transphobes scream, quote, let kids be kids, and then force strict gender roles and stereotypes onto them and shame them for doing something that makes them happy but doesn't fit into society's strict idea of gender. This is simply an issue of people allowing to be themselves. Why are we making this a political issue? It's not a political issue. It's an issue of human decency, human rights. This doesn't hurt you. Trans rights don't affect your life at all, but they do impact trans people's lives. Yet we have made it into a political issue where we are demonizing trans people to the point that perspectives have shifted in a way where people no longer support trans rights in the percentages that they once did. So this gets to the PBS news story here, why anti-transgender political ads are dominating the election airwaves this season. So in lieu of the Republican Party and Trump having any real message for anything, they focused a lot of their commercials on trans people. Less than 1% of the U.S. population identifies as transgender, but this election year, Republicans have spent a considerable amount of money on ads demonizing transgender people. From October 7th to 20th, Trump's campaign and pro-Trump groups spent an estimated $95 million, and more than 41% of those ads were anti-trans.
That's crazy.
It's very easy to fearmonger around issues that people don't quite understand.
Absolutely.
Than it is to actually address issues of affordability, healthcare, any actual political issues. This is an issue of human rights, and they used it as a scapegoat to try and fearmonger. Now, if you actually look at the results of the election and exit polling,
form
most
of
people voted because of the
manipulation.
economy. They thought somebody else would do a better job. It wasn't, their vote largely wasn't because of their anti-trans position. But my concern isn't about, the vote of the election. My concern is about general feelings around trans people and trans rights and how it has been impacted by this level of propaganda. This gets to why I did not do this debate that I was invited to do. So this is from last year. I shared this on Blue Sky and Twitter, where I got this email from Jubilee, invited me to do a debate for called Men's Rights Activists versus Feminists. And they, included an example of the sorts of debates they hold. I turned it down. They replied back saying, thanks for letting me know. Is there any other topic that could pique your interest? And I replied saying, appreciate it, but I'm not interested. I just don't fundamentally agree that every issue has two sides worth engaging with. There's often an actual right and wrong, and that gets lost in these sorts of staged debates where we pretend both perspectives should be valued. I'm also nowhere near California. But this is just, I do not see the point of debating people who are wrong, who don't value human life the same as I do. It's one thing to, I don't know, debate tax rates or something. It's another to debate human rights. I'm not going to debate human rights. I don't think it makes sense to debate human rights. I don't think it makes sense to engage fascists on their level when their argument is, I don't believe in human rights. So as great as a debater as, whoever it is, Mehdi Hasan, as great as he is, the actual impact of what he did, or I should say what Jubilee did, I think is in the negative. Because people like me, could watch that debate and think, oh, Mehdi Hasan did a great job. He killed their debates. That doesn't mean the average person who doesn't know anything comes away with that perspective. A lot of people will come away thinking that the other side of that debate, the fascists, have a point, or they're even worth engaging with at all, when they simply are not. We have seen the examples of climate change, trans rights, I'm sure there are many others, where there has been sunlight given to absolute insane positions and has led to a place where we are worse off because of it.
Great little take, great little insight. I'm going to go eat dinner, and then when we get back, so it's probably going to be 30 minutes tops is typically how long it takes, but give me the grace of 40 minutes, just in case. It takes me a little bit longer to clean the kitchen. It really just depends. But we'll be going, we're inching closer and closer into the Dark Triad class. So we're going to pull up some refreshers. What is the Dark Triad? Well, also, let me actually get into, when we get back, we'll cover some news and how Jubilee has wrapped into modern day issues, especially within our presidency. As you can see here, apparently Trump wants to change another name of another infamous thing. First it was the military bases, and now here we are trying to rename the football teams. So, I think it's this one. We'll get into these videos. We'll do some news first, and then upon ending, we're going to read a pretty graphic, not graphic, but we'll read another news coverage that wraps all of this into why I started with this particular category of learning. So with that being said, give me a moment, let me go eat, and give me the grace of like 40 minutes tops. It'll probably be 30. Let me mute my desktop real quick because I'm going to select, actually I don't even need to select it. It'll probably switch over anyways. All right, let me go eat. Pardon me for the music. It's going to play one song. I'm going to switch the song. That way it's not stuck on a short loop and repeat. So, peace out. Give me 30. We'll be back after dinner.
This is Psychopath, Christmas Morning.
All right, and we're back with a full belly, ready to rock and roll. And a glass of water, thank God, because I know I'm about to be doing the most on reading. So, we left off on a pretty fascist video, and poor Mehdi Hassan being subjected to it. Heard he has a book that's going to be on my radar for sure. We'll do the update later. We're already committed to the stream. Excuse me. So, I had to re-download that song. That's why it took so long for me to get the music back on. Okay, so there's a few things that I want to cover next, and that would be... Let's see what order I want to do this in. Let's do the Caroline Leavitt part. Okay, if you're questioning how the fuck did we get here to this very fascist Jubilee promo, we can first, I mean, not even first. We can look at a recent example. There's plenty of examples. The internet is forever to look at, especially with the Trump presidency in particular. I find it that's when these types of fascist arguments come out of the woodworks or come out of the internet and become ever more prevalent. But for me, the pattern, and again, this is a pattern I have seen, is religious white nationalists seem to come out of the woodwork and express their opinion with the permission of their dear leader, Donald Trump. May God not rest his soul. I think they're the Commanders. Let's just put football. Should be that one. I had one pulled up. It's this one. Full remarks. This is how we get here.
You all covered it on the campaign trail. The president really promised the American people.
So, excuse me. Got stuff in my throat. Trump went ahead and renamed some military bases that had Confederate leaders' names. We were ever so blessed to have taken those names away and given these forts, these bases, new names. But our dear fascist leader has decided to revoke that and rename them back to the very hateful and historically gross names that they were before. And now we're on our second white supremacist mission of renaming things, which would be the football team. And that's what we're covering right now.
Well, many things, but at the top of that list was to defeat the Biden inflation crisis and to secure our border and our homeland. And I think you've all seen in 6 months' time, the president has delivered on those two core
in a very dragnet racial way. Yes, we have, KK.
Promises. Inflation is now running at a 2.1% annual rate. You look at our southern border, look at the numbers. Just last month, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country. And then look at what the president has done on the world stage. He has ended wars like India and Pakistan. He continues to work aggressively to end the war in Russia and Ukraine. He completely obliterated Iran's nuclear sites. He has continued to hopefully negotiate a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza to end that conflict and release all of the hostages. We've seen many of the hostages released as a result of this president's efforts. And this president is working around the clock every day to deliver on the promises he made. You also look at some of the cultural issues, to abolish DEI from our federal government and our military, to effectively end men and women's sports, which is a
taking out DEI from our military is crazy, only reinforcing the white supremacist agenda.
Huge common sense policy that the American people support. And then if you look at the president's strong executive orders that have effectively ended the chemical castration of young children in our country, just today.
No doctor is chemically castrating children, just for the record. And if you want a vasectomy, you can just walk in and get it. That's if you're a man. But if you're a woman, you have to have one male and one female child before you get to choose to have your tubes tied. Just for the record, just putting that out there.
Washington, D.C. Children's Hospital in this city has announced they are no longer going to be prescribing puberty blockers to minors. This is a huge...
You know, I'm just going to leave it right there. I'm not even going to say anything.
Huge win for America and our children. There's certainly more work to do, and the president is doing it right now, and he will continue for the next 3.5 years. But certainly we've accomplished so much in just 6 months, and I'm happy to take some questions. Go ahead.
Was the president serious, or was he joking? As he said he might block a Washington Commanders stadium deal if they don't change it.
The president was serious, and as part of the art of the deal, part of his negotiating skills, as you know, sports is one of the many passions of this president, and he wants to see the name of that team changed.
Why is he getting involved in that? Why does he see that as part of his purview?
I think you've seen the president gets involved in a lot of things that most presidents have not. He's a non-traditional president.
He's an authoritarian.
He likes to see results on behalf of the American people. And if you actually poll this issue with sports fans across the country and even in this city, people actually do support the president's position on this and the name change. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline.
Michael, go ahead, and then Mary, you can go.
Thank you, Caroline. What's the White House's reaction to Senator Chuck Grassley today releasing the formally classified Clinton annex showing that the Comey-led FBI failed to fully investigate Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server, also failed to really look into thumb drives with potential national security risks on them, and emails from President Obama?
It comes as no surprise, unfortunately, and I think that's why you've seen the FBI open up investigations into the individual you mentioned and some others as well.
I think Hillary should be investigated. I don't know why she wasn't before, but this is also just being done timing-wise to further that the Democrats were the ones who made the Epstein files, which is fucking false. Trump's in the Epstein files. Let's be real.
The president just ordered the FBI to release the full Epstein files, just get it all out there.
The president has said if the Department of Justice and the FBI want to move forward with releasing any further credible evidence, they should do so. As to why they have or have not or will, you should ask the FBI about that. Go ahead. It's up to the Attorney General.
Does the president have any message for the countries that are planning to attend the two-state solution conference taking place here?
No shot.
I'm not quite sure he has a particular message for those countries. I think the president's message on this conflict we've seen in the Middle East taking place for far too long that has become quite brutal, especially in recent days. You've seen reports of more people dying. The president never likes to see that. He wants the killing to end, and he wants to negotiate a ceasefire in this region, and he wants to see all of the hostages released from Gaza. That has been a
What about the other side of that? What about Israelis who also have hostages? Fuck Israel. If you didn't know, now you know. It's fuck Israel all day, every day.
Top priority for this president. Within this 6 months, we have seen many of the hostages released, including the last living American hostage, Edon Alexander, which was a result of this administration's diplomatic efforts and approach to ending this conflict. And again, this is another conflict that the president inherited from the previous administration, who was so weak and incompetent. It led to so much chaos and death around the world, but this president is focused on solving it. Kelly, go ahead.
Thank you. So in 6 months, the president is also experiencing some pushback from members of his own MAGA base, especially on the matter of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Is the president satisfied that his own supporters are not heeding his call to let it go and to move on?
I know the president would reject that, Kelly. In fact, he cited over the weekend some polls showing that his approval rating with the Republican Party is actually at an all-time high. He's polling 90 to 95% amongst Republicans right now. That's higher than any Republican president or any leader of this party ever. The president is the creator and the leader of the Make America Great Again movement. It's his baby that he made, and he knows what his supporters want. It's transparency, and he has given them that on all accounts when it comes to everything this administration has done, especially when it just comes to the president himself, taking questions from all of you and the press corps on a near daily basis, multiple times a week. No question is off limits here at this White House, not just for the president, but myself as well. Kelly.
Call on Cash Patel to do more?
Again, as I just answered, the president has told the attorney general and the FBI director to release any credible evidence that they find. And he also signaled to them over the weekend to move forward with unsealing the grand jury documents that were under seal by various judges.
Which, if you watch the Candace Owen video, I think that just dropped, she made it very clear that there's no shot we're going to learn anything. Even the former prosecutor to this case said that if you release the grand jury information, you won't know anything. And the reason why is because this particular district is set up to limit the discussions within the grand jury, and they don't document everything in its entirety. There's several different cases around this that back this statement. And I mean, again, the former prosecutor to Jeffrey Epstein said that you're not going to see much off of this. Also, Trump got on Truth Social and said, you know, I'm going to release it, but there's going to be some people who aren't going to be satisfied and they're going to ask for more. So it's just you're just buying yourself more time is what's happening. This grand jury information is not going to give us anything.
Across the country, and I believe the attorney general has taken the proper legal action
and I'm
to do
hoping
that.
they slip.
There also Israel seen stepping up some attacks in Gaza. Has the president expressed his frustration with Netanyahu, and how does this impact the ceasefire negotiations?
Well, look, the president enjoys a good working relationship with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu and stays in, frequent communication with him. He was caught off guard by the bombing in Syria and also the bombing of a Catholic church in Gaza, which, as you know, I addressed at my briefing last week. And in both accounts, the president quickly called the Prime Minister to rectify those situations. And we saw Secretary Rubio intervene when it came to Syria. We saw a de-escalation there. And as for the bombing of the Catholic church in Gaza, the Prime Minister did put out a statement saying this was an accident and they deeply regretted that action.
What about, like, oh, I don't know, the most recent bombing of him bombing a school? Was that an accident? Was also shooting the people wanting to get aid? Was that an accident? What about all the other bombs that have been detonated on the poor Palestinian individuals who are living in the locations which we're bombing? What about, let me think of the other accident that happened. Oh yeah, it was a cafe where all the journalists were meeting. It was like the last working cafe because they cut the fiber optic lines out in Gaza. Was that one an accident too? You know, when you make these many accidents all in the same timeline and the same pursuit of an ethnic cleansing, you have to start calling it as you see it. But I don't expect this KKK individual, Miss Levitt, to come to that known fact and that known conclusion. You know, it's all about Christian white nationalists and America first. So, you know, fuck who we give our money to, right?
Behalf of the state of Israel following his conversation with the president. Jordan.
I hope these people burn in hell. If hell's real, I hope it's hot. I hope a special place is carved out for these people. These monsters,
Again, I
bro.
know you asked me about that last week, and I regret to inform you my answer remains the same. I don't think that's the focus of the White House right now in terms of legislative priorities, but certainly, I promise you, we'll get a readout on the bill. But as I reiterated to you before, the president does not support amnesty for illegal alien criminals, and I think the tragic circumstance that took place in New York City this past weekend underscores the priority of this president to secure our homeland and to deport illegal alien criminals and public safety threats from our country and our community. That's this president's priority right now.
That in the last several months, Americans have become more hesitant about President Trump's different ways that he's been conducting immigration. They think that it's going too far. Is the White House going to limit any ways that it is enforcing immigration across the country?
I think the Trump administration is going to continue to focus on removing public safety threats and illegal alien criminals from sanctuary cities. The president himself has said that's the priority for him in this administration, which
city.
the vast majority of Americans do still support removing illegal heinous criminals from their communities. And ultimately, the best poll that was ever taken was on November 5th, when nearly 80 million Americans voted to re-elect this president, largely because of his immigration policies. And we've seen they've been a resounding success. Again, 0 illegal aliens were released into the country last month. That's a good thing for all of us standing here and for Americans across the country.
There are reports that President Trump or that FBI agents going through the Epstein files were told to flag President Trump's name if it came up. Is that something the president was aware of, or something that he directed those agents or the Department of Justice to do?
I don't believe that's something the White House was aware of. You'd have to ask the FBI.
President Trump satisfied with how aid's being distributed in Gaza right now?
Look, the president is the reason that aid is even being distributed in Gaza at all. He wants to see this done in a peaceful manner where more lives are not being lost. He hated seeing the pictures of starvation of women and children needing desperately needing that aid, which is why this administration came to a creative solution to bring that aid into the region. And we want to make sure that aid is delivered to people in need, but certainly does not end up.
If America funds 70% of their defense, Israeli defense, don't you think that it's a matter of a phone call? Like if you want your funding, kind of like how the government does it to us, if you want your funding, then you have to follow our rules. It's a matter of a phone call, guys. It's a matter of a phone call.
Up in the hands of terrorists. I think both things can be done at the same time. Look, it's a very difficult and complicated situation, again, that the president inherited because of the weakness of the last administration. And I think he should be applauded, and the administration should be applauded for coming up with a creative solution to get aid into the
sanctions on
region.
individuals all the time.
Peace, and he's been pretty clear about that. And
pretty sure
our national
if you can do an individual, I'm pretty sure you can do a whole nation.
But of course, it's a very complicated situation.
That you're in regular business with.
Pretty tough words for the pension.
Hi, Mark. You're sneaking in back there.
I know. I wish I was taller. The Commerce Secretary over the weekend had some pretty tough words for Federal Reserve Chairman. The White House has kind of sent some mixed messages whether or not his job is safe or not. Will Powell be allowed to finish his term as Federal Reserve Chairman?
Look, Mark, the president talked about this and answered these questions for you pretty extensively in the Oval Office. He has no plans to fire the Fed chair, but he has been very transparent in expressing his displeasure with Jerome Powell's management of the Fed and also his policies. And the president is right, by the way. He's been saying this for a while, but finally, economists and experts are agreeing with him that Jerome Powell should cut interest rates. If you look at our country, by every economic metric right now, it is booming. Look at the trillions of dollars the president has brought in foreign investments. Look at inflation, like I said, continues to go down. He's basically defeated it in just 6 months. If you look at the massive deregulatory campaign this administration has lost, look at the cost of goods. The cost of oil is down 20%. We've added 700,000 jobs to the economy in just 6 months. The manufacturing sector is ticking up again. By all accounts, this is a good economy. In fact, the Wall Street Journal, wherever you are, did in fact give credit for that today. They said that the economy has its swagger back, which is one way to put it. But I think that it's true. And I think that the Fed chair needs to lower interest rates. The president is right about that. And finally, people are catching up to the president on that. Brian, go ahead.
Has the president shared his additional thoughts on privatizing TSA?
Privatizing the TSA. I haven't heard him talk about that, but perhaps it would be a good idea. I think we can all agree there's a little bit of bureaucracy when you move through an airport, but I'll get with the president, or perhaps you can ask him yourself next time, Brian.
The Congressional Budget Office released updated estimates today about the big beautiful bill now that it's law. They estimate that the deficit will grow by $3.4 trillion by 2034, and that 10 million people will lose health coverage by 2034. I know you guys are critical of the CBO. More broadly speaking, is there any concern from the administration that this bill, now that it's law, will increase the deficit in any way or remove anyone from health insurance that they have for legal citizens?
No, look, this bill was a great bill for the American people. It was the largest tax cut for middle and working class families in our nation's history. And the president wants to see this country get our fiscal house in order. That's why this was a fiscally responsible bill, one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation for its size that has ever crossed through Capitol Hill. And the president wants to cut our deficit. That's why he's effectively using tariffs to bring more revenue into the United States to ultimately pay down our debt that has been...
Things like diapers and baby carts and baby formula have all dramatically gone up. So I beg to differ. I really do beg to differ.
Presidents on both sides of the aisles for many, many decades.
And those are very important things to be tariffing.
There are 11 days until that August 1st trade tariffs deadline. What can we expect between now and August 1st in terms of potential announcements of trade deals with many countries?
Look, I can tell you the trade team and the president himself continue to be very engaged with countries around the world when it comes to our trade agreements. You have the president of the Philippines who will be visiting the White House tomorrow. Perhaps this will be a topic of discussion. You will all see for yourselves in the Oval Office, as you always do. But the August 1st deadline is just really the start date for when the United States of America will begin collecting this revenue from all of the countries around the world who the president has sent these letters to. You could see some more letters before August 1st, John. You could have some more trade announcements as well. I can tell you the president, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, Ambassador Greer all continue to be in constant communication with our trading partners. Yes, sure.
Thank you. How did you see the tariff negotiations with South Korea being fundamentally different with those with Japan?
I can check in on the status of the South Korean trade talks for you.
Oh my God, Bangladesh Air Force jet crashes into a school.
Does President Trump still believe
Who is visiting?
Tom Barak.
Tom Barak.
Okay.
Special Envoy Tom Barak is visiting Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah. Does President Trump still believe diplomacy can work with Lebanon while Hezbollah keeps it weapons?
Look, I think the president wants to see diplomacy work with Lebanon and all of the partners in the Middle East. You know, the president has been very clear when it comes to his priorities for Iran. He obliterated their nuclear capability. And I understand that the administration continues to be open to talks with Iran if we deem them necessary. As for Tom Barak's trip, I know the president supports him and he's doing a great job in Syria.
Caroline, according to the House Judiciary Committee, the Biden administration sent nearly $1 billion in taxpayer funds to the left organization in Israel to host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. What is the White House reaction?
Well, it's not a surprise to me that the previous administration sent billions of dollars overseas for useless priorities that don't advance America's interests. We've seen a lot
We're
of
doing
that,
it too.
Which is why this administration has been very focused on clawing a lot of that money back and making sure the American government is spending American tax dollars on America's priorities. Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
I find that to be false, and I can't wait for
love it.
someone to
Speaking
debunk
the
that
media,
because
and again, that went out.
we just voted, as previously stated, with AOC refusing to take back the Iron Dome funding. Sorry. We're going to take it back. That didn't really answer much. Let's hear CNN.
His call for the Washington Commanders to change their name back to the Redskins. Trump says he actually might step in to block the team stadium deal if they don't make the change, saying, quote, "I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington. The team would be much more valuable."
His whole statement is, my statement to the Washington Redskins has totally blown up, but only in a very positive way. Disgusting. I could vomit. I may put a restriction on them if they don't want to change the name back to the original Washington Redskins. It's getting ridiculous. Monkier. Washington Commanders. I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington. The team would be much more valuable and the deal would be way more exciting for everyone. Cleveland should do the same with Cleveland Indians. The owner of Cleveland's baseball teams, Matt Dolan, who is very political, has lost 3 elections in a row because of that ridiculous name change. What he doesn't understand is that if he changes the name back to Cleveland Indians, he may actually win the election. Indians are being treated very unfairly. Make Indians great again. Bro, I don't want to hear it from Donald Trump, because Donald Trump in a court hearing was like, oh, well, if Native Americans, this is not what he said, but he said if Indians were to own casinos because it's on their land and on their reservations, then they need to look Indian, and they don't look very Indian to me. That's what he said. Look it up. I don't want to hear anything about him saying that they're not being treated great, because he's a fucking racist who said that you need to look a certain way in order to run a casino on an Indian reservation.
Bowser. CNN contributor Carrie Champion joins us now to discuss this and more. So, Carrie, over in that file, President Trump obviously making those threats there. Even though it is in the city's jurisdiction, unclear what he could do. But is there any appetite for a move like that on the sports side, where teams who have changed are now going to go back?
You know, I think when this happened, it was during a different period, to his point, 2020, when they were talking about changing names. Many people call that the woke era. I don't think that the Washington once football team, now Commanders, wants to change their name. I think that they've found a new identity. And I know that you can talk to fans. Fans are a little mixed bag. In fact, if I were more honest about it, I'm sure some fans will tell you they miss the Redskins name. Sure. While the logo itself wasn't offensive, but the name, some say, is. I don't see them changing it back. They talked about the Cleveland Guardians. There was the general manager of the Cleveland Guardians came out and said, you know what, we found our identity. It took us a while. I mean, and I think there was a lot of time and effort put into these name changes. You remember the Redskins were the Washington football team before they settled with Commanders. They have a new great quarterback. They went to the regionals. And so they're feeling good about everything. And so I have a hard time believing they're going to reverse it unless there's some pressure, more from the president, more than they thought they could withstand. But right now, they're good as the Commanders, and that's their new identity.
And we've heard from, as you mentioned, the Cleveland Guardians owner saying, I understand there are very different perspectives on where we go from here. It's a decision, and we've gotten the opportunity to build the brand as the Guardians. Obviously, they changed from the Indians over to the Guardians.
What's in a name? Well, according to the president, quite a lot. President Trump throwing a challenge flag on Washington football's name change from the Redskins to the Commanders.
And in a Truth Social post, the president declaring that he may stop a deal for a new stadium here in the Washington area for the franchise, saying this, and I'm quoting him now, I may put a restriction on them that if they don't change the name back to the original Washington Redskins and get rid of the ridiculous moniker Washington Commanders, I won't make a deal for them to build a stadium in Washington. The team would be much more valuable and the deal would be more exciting for everyone. Trump then concluded the post by making this, make the Indians great again. a reference to the now Cleveland Guardians. For more on what's going on, we're joined now by CNN's Tom Foreman. Tell us more about this because it seems crazy.
Well, this is a debate that nobody was really having right now. A couple of reasons. Yes, a lot of people in Washington were upset with the name change originally because people liked it the way it was for whatever reason. But this was dropped in 2020. It's been a bit of time now. They also had a miraculously good year last year, and so people who previously didn't like it much started to like it more. And the owner was asked about this, and he said it's staying. Just listen to him.
Is it safe to say the commander's name is around just to stay? Is that safe to say from your standpoint?
Yes. And we're actually, I think it's now being embraced by our team, by our culture, by our coaching staff. And so, we're going with that.
And he's right on the money there when he says it's been embraced. Look, the Washington Post did a poll some time back where people were saying, we don't know, we're not really fond of it. But after this big winning season, their latest poll shows that most people here are in favor of it. That's the old numbers, but then you move it up and you get to where that was last, when I say old numbers, only a year ago, but then you move it up and you get to where people are much more in favor of it, saying, yeah, we could be more on board with this as time goes on. The latest poll altogether showing that people are in favor of it. So the bottom line is this is only a debate because Donald Trump is making it a debate right now. And as many of your political analysts will point out, that's because as long as he's talking about something that gets people fired up, he doesn't have to talk about Epstein and the budget deal and tariffs and all sorts of things that people do not necessarily agree with him on.
And he doesn't like the name the Cleveland Guardians.
No.
They used to be the Cleveland Indians. He wants them to go back to the Indians as well. He's getting involved in names of football teams.
Yeah, and yet he wants to not.
Bro, and if he's gonna turn around and say make Indians great again, then he needs to go back and rename some major monuments and I believe historical sites in general. Maybe he changed the name of a mountain. I can't remember at this very moment, but I do remember reading that he in fact changed the Native American names of tribal leaders on, I want to say it was mountains, dude. It happened early in the presidency. It was like around the time he was doing the Gulf of America, which I denounce. It is the Gulf of Mexico, you dumb fuck. Anyways, Trump changes Native American names. Whoops. Of course, it's all going to be up to date. I bet you GBT will give me something. Sports. All right. Do the deep seek. Let's see if that gives me anything. Sometimes this is spot on, sometimes it's not. Let's try this again. Here you go. I just wasn't asking it right. This year, Donald Trump issued an executive order to change the name of Denali, North America's tallest peak located in Alaska, to Mount McKinley. The mountain had been known, Denali, as a native Alaskan people for generations. In 2015, former President Barack Obama officially restored the name of Denali to the mountain, recognizing the sacred status of Alaska natives. Trump had previously suggested reversing the name change during his first presidential campaign. In the executive order, Trump directed the Secretary of Interior to reinstate Mount McKinley and update the Geographical Name Information System, the GNIS, accordingly. It is worth noting that while the mountain's name is being changed, the surrounding area will retain the name Denali of the National Park and Preserve. Trump's justification for this name change is focused on honoring President William McKinley, who championed tariffs. Gross. So I don't want to hear shit about him trying to advocate for Native Americans, because why are we still calling them Indians? They're Native Americans. That is the most polite way to refer to someone's indigenous culture to this land that we colonized, slaughtered, and ripped away from them. While President may have the authority to change federal geographical names within the country, this action by Trump has been met with opposition, including from Alaska's 2 Republican senators who advocate for the name Denali to be used. They emphasize the historical and cultural significance of the name Denali, which means the Great One. You gotta give me a second. My pronunciation is not on par. Oopsies. Let's hear it. Very nice.
Koyukon or Kan.
Koyukon. The Koyukon Athabascan language, which I assume is an indigenous language spoken amongst the Alaskan population. So these are for Trump.
Ollie to go back to Mount McKinley, that sort of thing. So it's
shit.
All right, Tom Foreman.
I'm always wanting to insert my opinion before everyone else. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be egotistical in that sense or ahead of the curve, however you want to phrase it, but he ends up saying exactly what I Googled. So sorry.
And yet he wants Denali to go back to Mount McKinley, that sort of thing. So it's a lot.
All right, Tom Foreman, thank you.
And baseball teams too.
I think I was going to say.
Yeah. President Trump is pressuring the NFL's Washington Commanders to change their name back to what, of course, was long considered a deeply offensive, racist name. And if the team doesn't agree, the president is now threatening to restrict their deal.
Bro, restrict the deal then. And have the fucking sports team crowdfund the funds that they need in order to make this happen. On top of crowdfunding, whatever doesn't get them through the finish line, because I'm not saying all of us are going to be able to pay for a stadium together. There are much bigger problems that we should be donating to. But there are sports fans out there that will fucking donate. And there are rich bitches out there who fucking love sports, and they'll fucking donate to it. But outside of that, do the same thing that all these stupid ass pop stars are doing and charge us $1,000 per fucking seat at the stadium just to pay it off. And then once it's paid off, go back to normal prices. And then on top of that, go ahead and make sure that Trump can't go to that stadium ever. Ban him for life, for one. And for two, make it very known that the only reasons why your prices are so high is because your dear leader decided to stop a deal. Plain and simple. Make it happen. You really want a new stadium? Make it happen. Crowdfund that shit. Socialize. Use socialism to your advantage here. And then hike up the prices for the tickets. Sure, boo-hoo. We're going to have to either not be able to afford to go to the game and watch it on TV. Cry me a fucking river. You get community. You can invite people over for a fucking watch party like we used to. Not a big deal, okay? And then after a few years, once it's paid off by these extremely high tickets that our president caused... I don't even like sports, guys, okay? I don't. But Bring it back down to an affordable price so that more people can access it, and you can get more money by people coming into the concessions by spending money on merch. Business 101. I'm making it up as I go, bro.
DC.
I'm studying the patterns of everyone else.
Do that.
I wouldn't have changed the name, but that's there. It just doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same ring to me. But you know, winning.
Yeah, because it's not fucking racist. Boo hoo.
So if they win, all of a
we're
sudden
past that, asshole.
Good, but I wouldn't have changed the name.
What is this, the 1700s?
So there's that too. Meantime, the president also taking issue with baseball's Cleveland Guardians. He wants that team to restore its former name, which is also seen as racist. Posting on Truth Social in part, quote,
I'm so glad y'all can't hear my
people
thoughts.
in massive numbers want this to happen. Their heritage and prestige is systematically being taken away from them.
What does he say in total? The Washington whatevers, wow, super respectful. Seems like you really love sports outside of golfing. Anyways, should immediately change their name back to Washington Redskins football team. There's a big clamoring for this. Likewise, the Cleveland Indians, one of the 6 original baseball teams with a storied past. Our great Indian people in massive numbers want this to happen. False. Their heritage, their prestige. What heritage do they have tied to American football and American baseball? In fact, at one point in time, baseball was meant for nothing but the whites. Look at Babe Ruth. Look at Babe Ruth. You dumb fuck. Collect a card or something. Jesus fuck. Anyways, their heritage and prestige is systemically being taken away from them. Oh, is it Trump? Is it Mr. Trump? Then name the fucking mountain back to Denali and give us our indigenous culture back and name it the Gulf of Mexico, because our indigenous culture not only lies with Native Americans, but Mexicans who are on this land and are indigenous to this land before our white dumb fuck asses showed up unannounced, unwelcomed, and slaughtered people and colonized it. Anyways, times are different now. I don't think they are. You're kind of going back down the rabbit hole that no one enjoys, except for fascists. Times are different now, and they were 3 or 4 years ago. Our country is a passion of... we are a country of passion and common sense. Owners get it done. I don't know what fucking common sense he has, but I do not want to be taking the pills that he is taking.
The group chat is back. Sarah, you're up first on this one. I mean, there are real questions, legal questions, right, about whether Donald Trump would have the authority to even get involved.
One
here
of you
when it comes
fucks
to
better
the
rip
stadium.
into him the way
But
I just
it speaks
did.
to perhaps
I'm not even fucking
a
playing.
larger practice that we see from the president, which is putting these threats out there, and really, I think, which speaks to just how broad he believes his authority
Look at him.
is.
Hell
in
yeah,
this
commanders.
country.
Correct. This
Hell
is
yeah,
not something
Guardians.
that he has authority over. I think that the commanders would have a very strong First Amendment.
And then on top of that, they paid all this money in marketing, and I doubt they've even received all of their money back in the 5 years. It's probably like a 10-year loan for all the merch, for all the stadium gear, for all the advertising, on top of redoing the stadium.
Argument here.
I thought he was good at business.
This is like a
That's
DC
funny.
City Council decision. They're the ones that have to figure out whether or not the stadium gets approved, regardless of the name. It has nothing to do with the federal government. But I think about what has happened between the AP and the president. You know, Donald Trump's White House barring the AP reporters from entering certain public spaces because they refused to change their editorial guidelines to say Gulf of America instead of Gulf of Mexico. Of course, they're appealing that decision on First Amendment grounds. That case could set a precedent for others in which the president is saying that they're not adopting my language the way that they want to. So I'm curious to see how that goes. But I just think that this is a way that Donald Trump pressures organizations. I don't think he has the illegal authority to actually do anything here.
There's the pressure campaign, Isaac, and then there's also the attempt at yet another distraction when he can't get the Epstein story to go away. I mean, how much of this, just based on, if past is prologue, based on what we've seen from the president in the past, how much of this could be a distraction play?
I mean, look, with Donald Trump, everything is a distraction from a distraction
There
from a
you
distraction.
go.
But I do think that you hit on the important point here, which is that it's not so much about this particular issue of whether he can change the name of the football team, but it is the larger approach that we see from the president, even in other things we've been talking about this hour, whether Harvard should operate in the way that it is operated, whether the Epstein files should be released. Donald Trump sees his job as president as whatever he wants, people to talk about, that's what they talk about. Whatever he doesn't want them to talk about, they don't talk about it. Whatever he wants them to do, he says they should do. And he will use every element that he can of either the bully pulpit pressure campaign or legal action or administrative action to try to force that to happen. And that is what's going on here throughout, not just on the football stuff.
Michael, there's also an amount of whitewashing
Thank you.
happening here, right? Which speaks to
yes,
the push
ma'am.
against DEI, but also the push against just recognizing the reality of this country and what it actually looks like and what the actual makeup is.
But look, this is the superpower of Donald Trump, which is he takes advantage of things in which maybe there should be nuance, or certainly maybe more nuance on these kinds of questions. I think, whether it's Redskins and the hate behind that term, Indians, I think a lot of that was based on the logo and the mascot. Those things are pretty much settled, and the fan bases are pretty settled on those questions too. But there is some nuance. Are you going to start taking away college mascots that are named after Native American tribes, in which there are good relationships? For instance, the Florida State Seminoles. I mean, that's where Donald Trump's able to kind of throw out these things and set the conversation to his own terms. This really has nothing to do with what the president does or can do or has any authority to do, but it is kind of what Donald Trump envisions himself as kind of the agenda setter for the country. And again, I feel like I'm sort of playing into his game here by even having this conversation. But this is where we are, and this is really what he's a master at. We should try to avoid playing into that game as much as possible, but here we are.
Here we are.
I don't know who that lady is, but hell yeah, good on her. So, if you were questioning how we got a Catholic white nationalist to be sitting down at a Jubilee video proclaiming he is proud to be not only a follower of a predated Spanish Catholic Democrat, but also proud to be a fascist, denying the Holocaust, as well as supporting Nazis. I mean, that's the first step open and in the public eye that we can see. And this has been a long, long pattern. Okay, when your dear fucking leader or your team captain, whatever you want to call him, goes out and says, yeah, we can do it. It's much like a parent saying, yeah, you can hate your sibling. Go for it. Look, I hate your sibling. Well, the other sibling's going to join in. You're setting a example for someone. And if your leader, the president of the goddamn United States, can sit there and say god-awful things, do god-awful things, be convicted for it 34 times, and still get into office, don't you think that the rest of the people are going to follow? Yes, especially those who fucking support him. So, let's get ever more closer to doing this module. Let's review what the Dark Triad traits are. I believe I have a video in here. We'll look it up again because I don't think I have it bookmarked on how these Dark Triad traits fold into racism. We're actually going to jump straight into that before we look at this one.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another Psych2Go video. Have you ever heard of the Dark Triad?
I would like to get some more
Welcome
water,
back, everybody, for
I'm
another
gonna
deep
mine
dive.
pretty fast.
This time we're going to be talking about something maybe a little bit unexpected.
I have not seen
Personality?
this, so I'm going to pause it. That way I don't have to make y'all rewatch it, but give me like 60 seconds. Let me go fill up my water. All right, let's watch it.
Prejudice and politics.
Ooh.
Yeah. We got a bunch of different research articles here. And they suggest some pretty interesting, maybe a little uncomfortable correlations between certain personality traits and people's political leanings.
Yeah.
But we're not just going to like throw facts at you.
Right.
You know, we want to like really dig into why these correlations exist.
Absolutely.
So you might be thinking like, wait, hold on a second. Is my personality secretly like choosing who I vote for?
Yeah.
We're going to try to get to the bottom of that.
It's a really interesting question. Definitely a fascinating area of research. You know, it challenges us to think about what shapes our beliefs and our actions.
For sure. So to get us started, let's talk about the, quote, dark tetrad of personality traits.
Oh.
So we're talking about narcissism, Machiavellianism, psychopathy, and everyday sadism.
Wow, those sound pretty intense.
Yeah, they do sound pretty intense.
But, you know, in psychology, these terms just describe specific patterns in how people think and behave. It's not about labeling people as good or bad. It's about understanding how certain personality characteristics might influence their worldview and, you know, their choices, including political ones.
Okay, so I guess like we all have these traits to some degree, right?
Exactly.
It's not like you're either like a Machiavellian mastermind or you're a saint.
No, absolutely. You know, these traits exist on a spectrum.
Right.
We all have little elements of these tendencies within us.
So how does this dark tetrad then relate to politics? Like, well, what have researchers actually found?
Well, there have been studies that have shown links between these traits and right-wing political views.
Interesting.
One study in particular looked at Croatian and Greek students. And this study found that those who scored higher on Machiavellianism, which basically means that they tend to be more manipulative in how they interact with people,
I did it again.
were more likely to have prejudiced views against immigrants and minorities.
Okay, so the more manipulative someone is, the more likely they are to lean right.
Well, it seems like that's what the study is suggesting, yeah.
Okay.
I want to be very clear that Democrats do this too, okay? And therefore it is a part of the left-wing culture. There is extremes to both sides of both parties. There's extreme left and there is extreme right. So keep that in mind.
But you said earlier that correlation doesn't equal causation, right?
Exactly.
So what could be some of the reasons behind this connection then?
Right. That's where it gets really interesting. The authors of the study suggested that right-wing parties often really emphasize traditional values and social hierarchies.
Right.
And those ideas might resonate with people who have Machiavellian tendencies.
Okay.
Because those folks tend to prioritize power and control.
I see.
They might see these societal structures as ways to achieve their own goals.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So if someone is like naturally inclined to kind of manipulate and exploit other people for their own gain, then a system that reinforces those hierarchies would probably seem pretty appealing to them.
Yeah, I think that's a valid interpretation for sure.
Okay, so a lot of these studies have been done in countries that have mostly centrist political parties.
Right.
But the 2016 Austrian presidential election, that gave researchers kind of a unique opportunity because it was a very clear race between a left-wing candidate and a right-wing candidate.
Yeah, a real head-to-head.
Yeah. So what did researchers learn from that election?
Well, a 2017 study looked at the dark tetrad and voting behavior in that election.
Okay.
And guess what? Machiavellianism was linked to supporting the right-wing candidate.
Again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And what's interesting about this particular election is that the right-wing party had a really strong anti-immigration and anti-Islam platform.
So is it possible that because that party was really promoting one group as being dominant over others, that was especially attractive to people who are manipulative?
That's a really interesting question. And I think that it suggests that the specific messages of different political parties, especially when those messages are related to social hierarchy and which group is dominant, could resonate differently with people depending on their personality.
Wow.
And, you know, this study actually found another connection that was interesting.
Okay.
Narcissism and psychopathy, whether someone leaned left or right, were linked to political extremism.
So it's not just about being left or right. It's about how extreme your beliefs are.
That seems to be what they found, yes. It seems like narcissism, with its intense self-focus, and psychopathy, which is marked by a lack of empathy and disregard for rules, might make people more susceptible to extreme viewpoints no matter what those views are.
So someone with narcissistic traits might be drawn to any ideology that kind of feeds their sense of self-importance. And someone with psychopathic traits might just be attracted to extreme views because They just reject societal norms.
Exactly, yeah. It highlights that complex relationship between personality, your social attitudes, and your political leanings. It's not just a straightforward equation. It's more like a web of different influences.
This actually reminds me of something I read a while back. It was an article from 2002 that asked a really interesting question. Could extreme racism be a delusional symptom of a psychotic disorder?
Wow.
The article argued that when prejudice gets to a certain level of intensity, especially if it leads to violence, it might actually meet the criteria for a delusional disorder.
That's a really complex and challenging idea to consider, but it brings up some really important points about how dangerous extreme prejudice can be when it goes unchecked.
Yeah.
And, if we think about this from a clinical perspective, it makes us wonder if extreme forms of prejudice, especially when they pose a threat to other people, should be addressed as a mental health concern.
So you're talking about like a whole new way of approaching and treating extreme prejudice.
It is a really complicated issue, but the article definitely makes us think critically about how we understand and address those extreme beliefs and their potential consequences.
This is definitely a lot to think about, but it's incredibly eye-opening. It's making me rethink how I view not only like political debates, but also how individual personality differences can contribute to some of the darker parts of human history.
Yeah, it's a sobering reminder that understanding human psychology is so important for tackling some of the big social issues that we face.
Yeah, it really underscores how understanding human psychology, it's not just some theoretical thing. It's actually key to tackling some of the most challenging social issues that we face today. Okay, so we've talked about the Dark Triad, especially Machiavellianism, and its possible link to right-wing views. But you mentioned before that narcissism and psychopathy were linked to political extremism in general.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, of course. The Austrian study that we were talking about earlier, that one found that those two traits, narcissism and psychopathy, were connected to political extremism, no matter if it was on the left or the right.
Right. So it seems like how intense the belief is matters more than like what the belief actually is about.
Yeah.
So how do you think that narcissism and psychopathy contribute to that potential for extreme prejudice?
Okay, let's start with narcissism. Imagine someone whose sense of self-importance is just so big, so inflated, that they just genuinely see themselves as being superior to entire groups of people.
Right.
Their need for admiration and their lack of empathy could make them more likely to embrace ideologies that justify discrimination and even violence against those they see as inferior.
So their prejudice comes from this need to like elevate themselves by putting other people down.
Yeah, it's one way to think about it. Now with psychopathy, we're talking about traits like impulsivity, lack of remorse, and this disregard for social norms.
Okay.
People who are high in psychopathy might be drawn to extreme ideologies just because they reject conventional morality. They're more likely to do things that most people would consider totally wrong.
So while a narcissist's prejudice might come from this need for superiority, a psychopath's might be driven by just like a complete lack of empathy and just not caring about other people's suffering.
That's a really good way to put it. And it's a disturbing thought, but we have to understand these potential connections if we want to prevent and address the really harmful consequences of extreme prejudice.
This deep dive is really giving me a lot to think about.
Yeah.
It's making me question how I see not just like political discussions, but also how these individual personality differences can contribute to some of the most horrible events in human history.
Yeah. It's a reminder that the line between what we consider normal personality traits and the traits that can lead to really harmful behavior, that line is often blurry.
So bringing this back to that article about extreme racism potentially being a symptom of a mental disorder, how do you think Machiavellianism might play into that?
If we think about extreme prejudice as being a type of delusion, then people with Machiavellian traits might be more likely to develop those beliefs.
Okay.
Their manipulative nature and tendency to use other people could make them more likely to embrace ideologies that dehumanize and justify mistreating certain groups.
So it's almost like their personality like makes it easier for those extreme beliefs to take root.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. It's not a direct cause and effect. It's more like a vulnerability.
Right.
And we also can't forget about narcissism and psychopathy in this. Those traits, like we've been talking about, they're linked to political extremism in general.
This deep dive is getting pretty heavy.
Yep.
But I think it's so important to talk about these things. What does all of this mean for us both as individuals and as a society? Like, where do we go from here?
Well, first and foremost, I think it highlights how important critical thinking is and self-awareness.
Yeah.
We have to be aware of our own biases and tendencies, especially when it comes to issues that are politically charged.
So we can't just blindly accept information or ideologies without questioning them.
You got it. And as a society, we need to have these open and honest conversations about these difficult topics. We need to create environments where people can talk about their views without being judged, but also where harmful beliefs can be challenged and where people can learn to be more understanding.
It sounds like a tough balance, like respecting freedom of speech, but also addressing the consequences of harmful ideologies.
It is a delicate balance, but I think it's essential if we want to have a healthy society.
So this whole conversation has been a whirlwind of information and new insights. It's clear to me that personality, prejudice, and politics are all connected in ways that are way more complex than I first realized.
It's true. And I think we've really only just scratched the surface. There's a lot more we can learn about how these things are connected.
Before we wrap things up, I want to touch on that idea again about extreme prejudice possibly being a form of delusion. That's a really challenging idea.
Yeah.
Do you think the mental health field is ready to address something like that?
It's a tough question. It has both practical and ethical things to think about.
Yeah.
But I do think that article that we talked about brings up important questions about how we define and address these harmful beliefs.
Okay.
It makes us think about whether certain forms of extreme prejudice, especially the ones that lead to violence or hatred, could be seen as a mental health issue.
That would be a huge change in how we see these issues. What do you think the implications would be of seeing extreme prejudice as a mental health issue?
Well, it could open up some new ways to intervene and help people. For example, therapies that are designed to address distorted thinking could be used to help people who are struggling with extreme prejudice. And it would mean that we would need to focus more on understanding the psychological factors that contribute to those beliefs.
That would be a big undertaking, but it could have a big impact on reducing prejudice and discrimination.
For sure.
But it seems like there would also be ethical concerns about that. Labeling someone as mentally ill just because of their beliefs is kind of a slippery slope.
Oh, absolutely. We have to approach this issue really carefully and make sure that any ways we try to help people are ethical, based on evidence, and focused on reducing harm. We can't pathologize every single difference of opinion or try to stifle free speech.
So it's not about diagnosing anyone who has a different or controversial opinion, but about figuring out when beliefs become potentially dangerous and trying to understand what's going on in their minds.
Exactly. It's about finding that balance between individual autonomy and protecting individuals and society from harm.
It sounds like we're going to need a whole other deep dive to really unpack the ethical and practical implications of all of this.
I think so too. It's a super fascinating and really important area for more discussion and research.
Okay, so we've covered so much in this deep dive. We talked about the Dark Triad, its potential links to political leanings, and even that idea of extreme prejudice as a form of delusion. But before we wrap up, I want to go back to something you said earlier about right-wing ideologies potentially appealing to Machiavellian tendencies. Do you think there are also aspects of left-wing ideologies that might appeal to people who are high in Machiavellianism?
That's a really great question. It makes us think beyond just those basic connections we make at first. Research has shown a link between Machiavellianism and right-wing views, but, you know, political ideologies are complex.
Right.
There are a lot of different aspects to them. There could definitely be things about left-wing ideologies that might appeal to some Machiavellian tendencies too.
Okay, can you give us an example? Like, what sort of left-wing ideas might resonate with someone who is manipulative?
Well, think about the concept of social justice.
Oh.
It's a big part of many left-wing ideologies.
Right.
Social justice aims to make society more fair. But someone with Machiavellian traits might be drawn to the power dynamics in social justice movements.
Yeah.
They might see chances to manipulate those movements for their own gain or to push their own agendas, even if those agendas go against what the movement really stands for.
So it's not really about the ideology itself, but about how someone could use the power structures within any system, whether it's on the left or the right.
Exactly. It shows how important it is to be aware of manipulation, no matter the political context. We need to think critically and look closely at the actions and intentions of individuals, especially those in positions of power, to make sure that their goals match up with the values of the movement they say they represent.
That's such an important point. It's really easy to get caught up in the excitement of a movement without actually looking at who's leading it and what their motivations are.
It really is, and that's why self-awareness is so important. We need to understand our own vulnerabilities to manipulation and be careful of anyone who's trying to use our emotions or beliefs for their own benefit.
Okay, so for our listeners, what are some practical things they can do to become more aware of these dynamics and protect themselves from being manipulated?
I think the biggest thing is to develop critical thinking skills. Don't just accept information as true, especially when it's from people or groups who want to sway your opinion. Question everything, look for evidence, and consider other perspectives.
So basically, don't just follow the crowd.
Exactly. Think for yourself. And another important thing is to get your information from a variety of sources.
Yeah.
Don't just rely on one news outlet or website or social media feed.
Right.
Expose yourself to lots of different viewpoints, even ones you might not agree with at first. This can help you understand complex issues better and make you less likely to be swayed by just one source.
That's great advice. What about in our personal relationships? Are there any red flags we should watch out for? How do we know if someone is trying to manipulate us?
Pay attention to how people make you feel.
Okay.
Do you often feel pressured or guilty or obligated when you're around them? Do they make you question your own judgment or instincts a lot? Those could be signs that you're being manipulated.
Those are really helpful things to keep in mind. It's so easy to miss those signs, especially when it's someone we trust.
It's true, and that's why it's so important to set boundaries.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to say no, to say what you need, and to leave situations or relationships that don't feel good or that feel manipulative.
This has been an amazing conversation. I feel like I have a whole new way of looking at the world and the people in it.
I'm so glad to hear that. And remember, knowledge is power. When we understand these psychological dynamics, we can become more insightful, more resilient, and more empowered to make choices that align with our values and our well-being.
So to our listeners, as we wrap up this deep dive, we leave you with this. Cultivate those critical thinking skills. Get your information from lots of different places and really pay attention to how other people make you feel. Stay curious, stay informed, and as always, thanks for joining us on the deep dive.
All right, I'm leaving my first little comment. It was good, but I feel like you handled it with kid gloves. I would have loved more hard-hitting conversation on how these things, wait, hold on. Did I write this right? This was good, but I feel you handled it with kid gloves, and I would love more hard-hitting conversations on these topics so that I may show my chat and stream the real-world relations and patterns at play within our leaders, both foreign and domestic. We have another comment here that says, I'm glad you didn't exclude the left wing from capabilities of prejudice with the social justice, inflation. In the last year, many people claim that they are fighting for the righteous way, often becoming oppressors instead of liberators. I also agree with the fact that people could seek information from different sources, and most importantly, to question the intel that you are exposed to. Good video, highly accurate. I enjoyed that as well very much. Agreed. I'll give you a follow. He only has 48. Maybe we can grow together. Who knows? We'll go through their page another day. But that leads me to my next video, which is a recap of what the Dark Triad is. So we got a 5-minute video here. If it'll load. This is Psych2Go. I really do like Psych2Go. So we'll play that one.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another Psych2Go video. Have you ever heard of the Dark Triad of personalities? Well, what is the Dark Triad and how was it discovered? So, the Dark Triad is 3 overlapping yet distinct personalities: subclinical narcissism, subclinical psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. By subclinical, we mean that someone might show the traits of a narcissist or psychopath, but they're not severe enough to be diagnosed as a disorder. In 2002, Delroy L. Paulas and Kevin M. Williams at the University of British Columbia did a study on whether these 3 personalities were identical by comparing the 3 personality traits of the Dark Triad with 3 other psychological aspects. They found that the correlation patterns were very different and concluded that psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism were indeed distinct. So, what's the difference? Narcissists tend to have a large sense of self as they feel entitled and superior to those around them. Machiavellianism, on the other hand, tends to be more manipulative and selfish, and psychopaths are more insensitive as they lack empathy for others and act without thinking. They are all associated with varying degrees of deception, questionable morals, and self-interest, but what they do have in common is disagreeableness. It's also thought that there is a relatively high genetic component to all 3 personality traits. Interestingly, psychopathy and Machiavellianism are more closely related to each other than narcissism, possibly because narcissism is the only one that can grow from a feeling of insecurity. What about sociopaths? It's easy to confuse psychopaths and sociopaths, so you might be wondering, why aren't sociopaths included in this list? Both are listed as antisocial personality disorders in severe forms, and both share a lack of moral judgment and lack of empathy. There are, however, a few things that distinguish the 2. Psychopaths are likely to be pathological liars, and they rarely feel guilt since they do whatever they have to benefit themselves. They're known to be fearless and often good at mimicking behaviors to hide their psychopathic traits. Sociopaths, on the other hand, tend to have a conscience, even if it's weak. Although they are self-centered, they do care for others more than psychopaths. They're also less skilled at hiding their behavior and act in ways that make self-indulgence and lack of empathy more obvious. Although it's unclear as to why sociopaths are not included in the list, it could be due to how environmental factors are more influential to the cause of sociopathy than genetics. How does someone with one or more of these traits act? According to a 10-year review study, members of the Dark Triad have similar behaviors in a variety of social settings. In the workplace, for example, they're likely to fit the trope of an entitled boss or leader who is able to charm their way to the top, but not make genuine connections with the people around them. In education, cheating and plagiarism are predictable. This is more associated with psychopathy and Machiavellianism. Other than their displays of social entitlement, their behaviors differ more when it comes to interacting with others. Psychopaths tend to give negative first impressions as they want to appear to be intimidating. They also have an uncanny ability to mimic the behavior of those around them to blend in. People with Machiavellianism, along with psychopaths, tend to come off quite cynical and morally suspicious. Narcissists, interestingly, have a skewed sense of self and tend to view themselves as far better leaders and far more empathetic than they actually come off as. Where do we go from here? As you've seen, recent research has made it possible to distinguish between the Dark Triad of personality. But what does it mean moving forward? Researchers have started to look into the function of the Dark Triad in the business world, how these personality traits relate to the ability to maximize profits. Psychiatrists have also looked at how the Dark Triad are more vulnerable to addiction disorders. There are even studies that look into the relationship between the Dark Triad and affective disorders such as depression. We hope we were able to help you understand and distinguish the different personalities of the Dark Triad. If you're interested in learning more on each of these personalities and other videos, let us know in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, be sure to like, subscribe, and share this video with those who might benefit from it. The references and studies used in this video are added in the description below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Quick little recap. I got one more for us, and then we'll do our course. I don't know how accurate this one is.
You know what's hilarious? We live in a society that claims to value kindness, honesty, and integrity. We teach our kids to share, tell the truth, and treat others with respect. Then we turn around and hand the keys to the kingdom to psychopaths. And the best part? We act surprised when everything goes to shit.
Psychology explained why society
Welcome to the greatest joke humanity has ever played on itself. A world where being a decent human being is a competitive disadvantage, and being a manipulative sociopath is basically a superpower. Let me introduce you to the Dark Triad: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. These aren't mental disorders we need to fix. They're the holy trinity of modern success. And our society doesn't just tolerate these traits, it practically worships them. The beautiful lie we tell ourselves: here's the setup to humanity's greatest prank. We pretend we reward good behavior while systematically punishing it at every turn. Think about your last job interview. Did they ask you about your empathy levels, your capacity for genuine human connection, your track record of helping others succeed? Of course not. They asked about your leadership skills, for Dark Triad, which is code for how well can you manipulate people into doing what you want. They wanted to know about your competitive drive. Translation: are you willing to step on others to get ahead? They loved hearing about your results-oriented mindset, meaning, do you care more about numbers than the human cost? The Dark Triad personality walks into that same interview, and it's like watching a masterclass in manipulation. They're charming, confident, and completely shameless about taking credit for other people's work. They speak in corporate buzzwords that mean absolutely nothing but sound impressive. They promise results they have no intention of delivering. And they get the job. Every single time. Meanwhile, the genuinely qualified candidate who actually cares about doing good work gets passed over for being not aggressive enough or lacking executive presence. Translation: they have a functioning conscience, which is apparently a disqualifying condition for leadership. Let's talk about charm for a minute, society's favorite red flag that we've painted green. Narcissists are absolutely magnetic. They're the people who light up a room, tell the best stories, and make you feel like the most important person in the world. For about 5 minutes. Then they'll throw you under a bus without blinking. But here's the twisted part. We've decided that charm equals competence. That charisma means capability. That if someone can work a room, they can obviously run a company, lead a country, or manage your retirement fund. This is like choosing your surgeon based on their stand-up comedy routine. Well, Dr. Johnson made me laugh, so I'm sure he's great with a scalpel. Society has basically said, you know what? Forget about actual qualifications. If you can make us feel good about ourselves for 30 seconds, you're hired. And then we wonder why everything's falling apart. The psychopath CEO gives a brilliant presentation about synergy and paradigm shifts, while laying off thousands of employees. The narcissist politician promises to make everything great again, while doing absolutely nothing. The Machiavellian manager takes credit for the team's success, while secretly sabotaging anyone who might threaten their position. And we eat it up, we applaud, we promote them, we vote for them, because they made us feel special. Here's where it gets really funny. We've turned human worth into a spreadsheet, and guess who's really good at gaming spreadsheets? People with no conscience. Corporate culture worships one thing above all else: results. Doesn't matter how you get them. Doesn't matter who you hurt. Doesn't matter if you're building a house of cards that'll collapse the moment you leave. As long as the numbers go up, you're a genius. The empathetic manager spends time developing their team, supporting struggling employees, and building sustainable processes. Their numbers might be good, but they're not spectacular because they care about things like work-life balance and employee well-being. The psychopathic manager fires half the team, overworks the rest, cuts every corner possible, and presents amazing short-term numbers. Never mind that the department will implode in 6 months. Never mind that they've destroyed morale and driven away the best talent. The spreadsheet looks great, so they get promoted. It's like judging a parent based on how clean their house is while ignoring the fact that they lock their kids in the basement to achieve it. But hey, those floors are spotless. Society has decided that confidence is the most attractive trait a person can have. Not competence, not kindness, not integrity. Confidence. This is psychopath, Christmas morning. Normal people have something called imposter syndrome. They doubt themselves. They worry about making mistakes. They feel bad when they screw up. These are actually signs of intelligence and emotional maturity. But society sees this as weakness. Narcissists and psychopaths don't have imposter syndrome because they genuinely believe they're better than everyone else. They have zero self-doubt, not because they're actually competent, but because they're incapable of accurate self-assessment. But we've interpreted this delusion as leadership material. We've decided that the person who's most confident they can do the job is the person who should get the job. This is like giving the keys to the airplane to whoever's most confident they can fly, regardless of whether they've actually been to flight school. The result? We live in a world run by people who are absolutely certain they know what they're doing. The drama addiction. Here's a fun fact. Our brains are wired to pay attention to threats and excitement. It's an evolutionary survival mechanism. We notice the saber-toothed tiger, not the gentle deer. Dark Triad personalities are human saber-toothed tigers. They create drama, chaos, and conflict wherever they go, and we can't look away. The boring, competent leader who quietly gets things done? Invisible. The narcissist who creates constant drama and makes everything about themselves? Fascinating. We give them our attention, our votes, our money, and our loyalty. It's like choosing to watch a reality TV show instead of a documentary. One is educational and beneficial. The other is addictive garbage that makes you dumber. Guess which one gets higher ratings? We've created a system where being a decent human being is boring and being a terrible human being is profitable. The victim-blaming Olympics. Here's where society's logic really falls apart. When someone with Dark Triad traits inevitably destroys everything they touch, who do we blame? The victims. You should have seen the red flags. You should have known better. You let them manipulate you. You chose to trust them. It's like blaming someone for getting hit by a drunk driver. Well, you should have been more careful. You should have anticipated that someone would be driving drunk in the wrong lane at 3 a.m. We've created a world where the predators are celebrated and the prey are shamed, where manipulation is considered a skill and being manipulated is considered a failure, where the people who cause harm are rewarded and the people who suffer harm are blamed for not being clever enough to avoid it.
I believe
this victim blaming serves a purpose. It protects our illusion that we live in a just world where good people succeed and bad people fail. If we admitted that evil people succeed precisely because they're evil, we'd have to confront some uncomfortable truths about our society. So instead, we blame the victims. It's easier than admitting we've built a system that rewards monsters. The expertise illusion. Society has this adorable belief that success in one area means expertise in all areas. The psychopathic CEO who destroyed their last company, obviously qualified to run the next one. The narcissistic politician who's never held a real job, perfect choice to manage the economy. The Machiavellian influencer who lies for a living, clearly someone whose advice we should follow. This is the halo effect on steroids. We see someone who's successful, by our broken metrics, and assume they must be good at everything. We don't ask how they became successful or what they destroyed along the way. We just see the success and assume it's deserved. Meanwhile, actual experts, people who've spent decades studying, researching, and developing real expertise, are ignored because they're not charismatic enough, or they don't have enough social media followers. We'd rather take medical advice from a charming influencer than a boring doctor. We'd rather listen to economic theories from a narcissistic celebrity than a qualified economist. We'd rather follow the leadership advice of a psychopathic CEO than someone who's actually built healthy, sustainable organizations. It's like asking your barber to perform surgery because they're really good with scissors. The loyalty trap. Here's a beautiful scam that Dark Triad personalities run on organizations. They create loyalty tests that filter out anyone with integrity. They start by asking people to do small, unethical things. Nothing major. Just bend a rule here, ignore a policy there, keep quiet about something that doesn't seem that important. Most decent people will eventually say no, and they get labeled as not team players or lacking commitment. The people who pass these tests, the ones willing to compromise their integrity for acceptance, become the inner circle. They're now complicit in the corruption, which makes them easy to control and unlikely to report wrongdoing. Over time, the organization becomes filled with people who've proven they can be bought, manipulated, or intimidated. Anyone with a functioning moral compass gets pushed out. The genius of this system is that it's self-reinforcing. The corrupt leader surrounds themselves with corrupt followers, who then hire more corrupt people who protect the corrupt leader. It's like a pyramid scheme, but instead of money, they're trading in moral bankruptcy. And society rewards this as strong leadership and team building. We mistake corruption for loyalty and spinelessness for dedication. The innovation myth. Oh, this one's my favorite. We've decided that innovation requires disruption, and disruption requires breaking rules, ignoring regulations and treating people like disposable resources. The psychopathic entrepreneur who violates labor laws, ignores safety regulations, and treats employees like garbage isn't seen as a criminal. They're seen as a disruptor and an innovator. They're thinking outside the box and challenging the status quo. Never mind that the greatest technological advances in history came from people who cared deeply about solving problems and helping others. We've romanticized the idea that you have to be a monster to change the world, that caring about people will hold you back, that ethics are for losers who lack vision. This is like saying you have to burn down the forest to plant new trees. It's not innovation. It's destruction with good marketing. The sunk cost of evil. Here's the really twisted part. Once we've invested in these people, we can't admit we were wrong. It's called the sunk cost fallacy, and it's how society doubles down on evil. The narcissistic leader who's been failing for years. We've invested so much in their development. We can't give up now. The psychopathic CEO who's destroying the company. They just need more time to implement their vision. The Machiavellian politician who's broken every promise. Change takes time. We need to be patient. We'll spend years making excuses for people who are actively making everything worse because admitting we were wrong would mean admitting that our system is broken, and that's too scary to face. So we keep promoting the narcissists, funding the psychopaths, and electing the manipulators. Not because they're succeeding, but because we're too proud to admit they're failing. The evolutionary joke. From an evolutionary perspective, this whole situation is hilarious. We've created an environment where the traits that helped us survive as a species are now actively harmful to our survival. Empathy, cooperation, and long-term thinking, the things that allowed humans to build civilizations, are now seen as weaknesses. Competition, manipulation, and short-term gain, the things that could destroy our civilizations, are seen as strengths. It's like we've decided that the best way to run a marathon is to sprint the first 100 meters and then collapse. Sure, you'll be in first place for a few seconds, but you're not going to finish the race. The Dark Triad personalities are optimized for short-term success in small groups, not for managing complex global systems. But we've given them control of complex global systems anyway. It's like hiring a pickpocket to manage your bank account. They're really good at taking money from people, But that's not actually the skill you need for financial management. The mirror we don't want to see. The uncomfortable truth is that Dark Triad personalities succeed because they give us what we think we want, not what we actually need. They promise simple solutions to complex problems. They tell us we're special and better than everyone else. They make us feel powerful and important. They confirm our biases and stroke our egos. Meanwhile, the people who could actually help us, the ones who tell uncomfortable truths, challenge our assumptions, and ask us to think long-term, are dismissed as boring, negative, or unrealistic. We don't reward evil people despite our values. We reward them because our revealed values are different from our stated values. We say we want honesty, but we prefer comfortable lies. We claim to value integrity, but we reward shameless self-promotion. We pretend to care about others, but we're primarily motivated by what benefits us personally. The Dark Triad. Personalities aren't gaming the system. They are the system. They're the natural result of incentives we've created and values we've actually embraced, regardless of what we pretend to believe. Here's the ultimate joke. While we're busy rewarding psychopaths, narcissists, and manipulators, they're busy destroying the very society that elevated them. The narcissist CEO who prioritizes Here's the ultimate joke. While we're busy rewarding psychopaths, narcissists, and manipulators, they're busy destroying the very society that elevated them. The narcissist CEO who prioritizes personal glory over company health eventually runs the business into the ground. The psychopathic politician who sees citizens as resources to exploit eventually destroys the institutions that gave them power. The Machiavellian leader who trusts no one eventually finds themselves surrounded by enemies. They're not building anything sustainable. They're not creating lasting value. They're not solving real problems. They're just extracting everything they can from the systems they've been given control over. And when everything collapses, when the company fails, when the government becomes dysfunctional, when society starts breaking down, they'll blame everyone else. They'll take credit for any successes and responsibility for no failures. Then they'll move on to the next system to exploit. And we'll probably hand them the keys to that one too. Because if there's one thing our society is really good at, it's learning absolutely nothing from our mistakes.
Facts.
So there you have it, the complete guide to why society rewards evil people. We've built a world where charm matters more than competence, where confidence is more valuable than capability, where short-term results trump long-term sustainability. We've created systems that filter for the exact traits that make someone terrible at actually leading, managing, or governing. Then we act shocked when our leaders, managers, and governors are terrible at their jobs. We've gamified human interaction in ways that reward the most manipulative players and punish the most genuine ones. Then we wonder why genuine human connection is becoming increasingly rare. We've decided that the measures of success should be the things that psychopaths are naturally good at. Then we're surprised when psychopaths are successful. It's the perfect crime. They've convinced us that their weaknesses are strengths, their destruction is innovation, and their selfishness is leadership. And the best part? We're not just the victims of this con, we're the willing accomplices. We're the ones who keep buying what they're selling, voting for what they're promising, and believing what they're saying. The house always wins, and we built the house to favor the people who cheat. Look, I know this is a lot to process. I know it's uncomfortable to realize how backwards our incentives have become. I know it's frustrating to understand why decent people seem to finish last while terrible people seem to finish first. But here's the thing. Understanding the game is the first step to changing it. Now you know why charm beats competence, why confidence trumps capability, and why short-term thinking is rewarded over long-term planning. You can't unsee it now. You'll start noticing these patterns everywhere. You'll recognize the manipulation tactics, the narcissistic behaviors, and the psychopathic lack of empathy that our society mistakes for strength. And maybe, just maybe, once enough people see the con for what it is, we can start building something better. The psychopaths and narcissists are counting on us to stay blind to their game. let's disappoint them. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
It was long, but I liked it. I think it brought up a lot of very valid points. And kind of divulged in how the fuck we even got here. Beautiful. Loved it. Right on the money. And on that note, it is time to dive into the actual coursework. We've talked about the real implications on why this is important that we're taking it. We've talked about what it looks like, why society rewards these things, real world examples of what's going on in this treacherous time that we are navigating politically, given the fact that we are manipulating the public so publicly within our leadership. I'm pretty sure we did the relationships already. And when we end the stream, we'll be reading a pretty tough article on what's going on in Israel and some sadistic rituals that have been going on, which also tie into the Epstein case. All of these things that I've talked about, yes, it's been long formatted. I mean, we're looking at least 3 hours and 10 minutes of me getting to this point to do this course. But, I mean, this is for me to upload to YouTube later, so whether you attend or not, that's fine. You're not mandated to come to this course, to come to my stream. But this will find someone who finds it useful, and this will at least give me the platform to find the community who has the same passions as me, can see it the way that I see it, and even if not, someone who can start a conversation with me about it, because I am dying of not having anyone to be able to speak to these things about, because this is, I mean, these things are pretty huge. Like, these are the dynamics of our world around us, and if we want a better tomorrow, we can't just pray for a politician, which we just divulged 9 times out of 10 are going to have one of these dark triad traits. We can't just put our faith in them and think that they're going to save us. I mean, that's a direct quote from Hassan Piker, is the politicians aren't going to save us. They are a weapon to be yielded in our favor, and we can hold them accountable, and we should be holding them accountable. So I'm going to put some music on so that I don't have to edit it in the future. Go in here for music, and I'm pretty sure I put it under, maybe it was the YouTube. Yeah, it was the YouTube one. Pardon me if it's too loud, bear with me and I'll adjust it. We're going to throw it on a loop just to be safe. Source seems pretty loud. We're going to tone that down. I just want a little background music. That way it doesn't seem so boring when I'm sitting here reading all of these things to us. Let me test it. Make sure you can hear me. Turn it down just a little bit more. It's a little too low. All right. How about that? Perfect. I just don't want to have to go back and edit it. This is right now the song that I'm choosing, just given the theme of my opening, closing, and BRB screen. Also, it's for one, it's the only long, free, copyright-free song that I could find. It's a beautiful song, and again, I am terrible at editing, and I don't want to have to go back and edit this. So, got the background music going. Let's dive into it. We got at least 2 courses that we can knock out. 5 questions total. Let's go back. I didn't mean to do that. And then we'll probably work through module number 2. There's only 2 modules. How many classes? We'll probably get to point 3, just depending on how long this takes. But let's dive into it. So today, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the long way there. If you just skipped through the video, what's up? Glad to see you. Welcome in. A large reason on why we're doing this is, let me start with why we're doing this, why I'm doing this course. This course is set up because I don't want to fund Israel. A lot of our major universities all give money to Israel or give money to our military industrial complex. Those are 2 things that I do not agree with. I also don't really like corporate jobs. I like being an independent contractor. I like being able to find jobs that I genuinely find joy in and give back to the community. I was a chef for a very long time. The idea of getting a W-2 job, although I've already applied and I'm waiting on a call back, I don't enjoy, because my W-2 and that tax money that gets taken out as I live in a red state not only gets sent to Israel, but also gets taxed on Medicaid and Medicare, and those are 2 things that I don't get today. I mean, maybe I get them in the future when I retire. Who knows? Maybe we defund them all by the time I retire. But at the end of the day, those social safety nets are not granted to me. And I would much rather live in a blue state who gives me some of my money to have just affordable health care. But beyond that, a lot of corporations, it's hard to find a job that doesn't pay into Israel and doesn't fund Israel. So I decided to go this different route of trying to find free education that doesn't require me going to a university until I am properly prepared for it. And when I am properly prepared for it, the goal is to bring you on this entire journey and make it to where I can show you a direct path, start to finish, on how to go to school for free, how to keep your morals intact, and how to navigate things like the dark personality triad, how to navigate fascism, how to navigate the deliberate dismissal of our American history, and how to make a better tomorrow for us all. So that's why I'm doing this. And the reason why we're specifically hyper-focusing on dark personality traits is because we went down a rabbit hole with Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper, who exposed some major politicians on the left side. We all know how the right is implicated. I mean, fuck, President Trump is in office, and we all know he's on the goddamn list. But even Elon Musk said so. Out of spite, but he still said so, which is worth considering. And there's more and more information constantly unfolding, constantly coming out, and I think it's important to note that it's not just the right, and it's not just Trump. It is people who have historically been in our offices who possess these personality traits and who relic in the ideas and the rituals of sadism. Eventually we'll go down a rabbit hole of spirit cooking, but in the Tucker Carlson and Daryl Cooper video, there was a mention of, what's his name, Tony Podesta, and his brother, I don't remember his brother's first name, but the other brother, Podesta, not only helped Hillary Clinton with her entire campaign, but also helped Obama with his campaign. And these people have been called out for kidnapping a young woman, a little girl, a toddler, but something more readily approvable, which I did show y'all the images and the articles of last time, is these individuals collect 5,000 plus pieces of artwork that are depicting dead children. They're depicting sexual assault on children. They're depicting demons carrying children. Like, they're even depicting dead corpses. There's a whole statue in Tony Podesta's house in an article that's a gold decapitated statue bent over like he's doing a like a gymnastics trick. And that same formation to which the body is displayed on, this decapitated body is displayed on, is quite literally a frame of Jeffrey Dahmer, in the way that he would also set up his victims and photograph his victims after he murdered them. It was fucking grotesque. It's gross. And there are a whole cultural there's elites that practice this, and there's a cultural norm within people who don't struggle like we do, who don't go through the things like we do, who aren't being gatekept from education because they have the resources to get to that education. And I'm trying to carve a different path forward and show that it is possible, and going out and getting a fucking loan and putting yourself into debt is not the only way. Being a slave to the system is not the only way, and the only way that we can break free of it is to not only control our finances, but control what we consume, control what we support, and also how we navigate through this life. So that's why I'm doing this. The most important thing is we're keeping our morals intact while decoding the matrix, so to speak. But it takes a world of understanding, and not any one of these topics is going to give us the answer and an epiphany to fixing it all. However, equipping ourselves with all these tools within the realm of knowledge will better equip us for combating things that we see unjust in this world. But it has to be based off of knowledge. It absolutely has to. So, with that being said, we are jumping into group differences and relationships within the personality theory. This is a course on Allison.com. We have worked through... I pray to God that we work through all 6, but on stream, that is. But I at least have completed 1 through 6. I'm hoping that I documented them all. If not, we're jumping straight into course 7. I'll review it. I'll be better at it for next time. And we have a 14-minute video ahead. I will be reading them to you. Let me mute this. There is a gentleman who comes up on screen. Right here, you won't see him because he's going to be behind my camera. It's just how I have it set up. He typically reads. If I have a trouble pronouncing something, I'll let him read it. But for my sake of getting better at reading aloud, I'm going to read it to you. So, group differences and relationships to other personality models. Gender differences. Research consistently demonstrates a pronounced difference in Dark Triad traits between genders. Men typically score higher than women on narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. However, magnitude of these differences varies by trait, measurements, instruments, and particular age. So there are several different ways of measuring this. For instance, while men have historically outperformed women in narcissism, studies compared data from 1922 to 2006 reveal that there is a narrowing gender gap. Both men and women have shown increases in narcissism levels over time, but women average scores have risen more significantly. Using the Dirty Dozen measurement tool, the findings indicate that men generally score higher in narcissism and psychopathy, while the variance in Machiavellianism scores between gender is minimal. Traditional gender roles may play a role in these disparities, as societal expectations often shape behavior and self-presentation. For instance, men may be socialized to exhibit traits associated with dominance and assertiveness, which align with narcissistic and psychopathic tendencies, whereas women may face pressures to adopt more communal or nurturing roles, potentially leading to lower scores in these traits. Moreover, some research suggests that traits associated with the Dark Triad may be evolving. Recent studies indicate a shift in female behavior that may contribute to an increase in narcissistic traits, with women becoming more assertive and seeking social recognition and success. This shift reflects broader societal changes, such as increased female participation in competitive environments, which may challenge traditional gender norms. Racial differences. Racial differences in the Dark Triad traits are less extensively studied, and the existing data often lacked representation of a broader population. For example, certain studies have found that Caucasians report a higher level of narcissism compared to Asian individuals, and other researchers indicate that Caucasians tend to score slightly higher than non-Caucasians in Machiavellianism. However, when examining psychopathy across racial groups, researchers have frequently found no significant differences regardless of the measurement instruments used. I almost said tools. Controversial claims by some researchers have poised... Well, let me say it.
sexist and
Positive?
psychopathy, suggesting a continuum in psychopathic traits across the
Wait a minute.
arts and instruments used. Controversial claims by some researchers have posited that
Posited. I don't know the exact definition, but context clues. Controversial claims by some researchers have posited that there are substantial racial differences in psychopathy, suggesting a continuum in psychopathic traits across different races and ethnic groups. However, such assertions have been heavily criticized for failing to differentiate between psychopathy and general antisocial behavior, as well as lacking robust empirical evidence. This controversy highlights the complexities involved in studying personality traits across diverse population and raises an important question about the intersection of culture, environment, and genetics in shaping these traits. Excuse me. Moreover, it is essential to consider how socioeconomics factor and cultural context may influence the expression of perception of dark triad traits across different racial groups. For instance, experiences of marginalization, discrimination, and socioeconomic disadvantages can impact personality development, potentially leading to variations in how traits like Machiavellianism and psychopathy manifest in different cultural contexts. Generational differences. Generational differences in dark triad traits have become a subject of interest, particularly in societal values and societal values and norms evolve. Analysis of data from over 16,000 U.S. undergrad students spanning from 1979 to 2006 has shown a notable increase in average levels of narcissism over time. Follow-up studies corroborate these findings, indicating that these trends are consistent across various college campuses. However, more recent studies conducted in 2017 challenge the notion of a strong or widespread cohort-linked changes in personality dispositions. While it did reveal some indications that younger generations may be more clinical and less cynical and less trusting, it questions the extent to which these traits have become more pronounced over time. This suggests that societal shifts may influence the expression of dark triad traits. They do not necessarily result in a linear progression of these traits across generations. Furthermore, an alternative perspective explores how dark triad traits relate to a positive emotion within different generational groups. By applying the structural equation modeling a latent profile analysis to student population in the UK, US, and Canada, researchers identified 4 distinct profiles: unhappy but not narcissistic, vulnerable narcissism, happy non-narcissism, and grandiose narcissism. Understanding these groups provide valuable insight into how individuals with varying levels of dark triad traits may navigate social relationships and emotional experiences. This research underscores an importance of contextualizing dark triad traits within broader societal trends, including the rise of social media, which may amplify narcissistic behaviors and influence self-preservation strategies. As younger generations increasingly engage with digital platforms, the interplay between online personas and offline behaviors could further shape the development and expression of dark triad traits, which we got to see today in the Jubilee video. We definitely see that come out of the digital platforms and into our self-expression. Not my self-expression, but people's self-expression. Understanding group differences in the dark triad traits across gender, race, and generation reveals a complex interplay of biological, sociological, and socioculture factors. These differences not only highlight the diversity in human behavior, but also raise a critical question about the roles of environmental influence and societal changes in shaping personality traits. By continuing to explore these dimensions, researchers can gain a deeper insight to the factors that contribute to emergence and expression of dark triad traits across various populations. So now we jump into the relationship of other personality models, the Big Five personality traits. The Big Five Factor Model, or the FFM, widely recognized as the Big Five, offers a robust framework of understanding personality characteristics. Research shows significant correlations between the Big Five traits and the Dark Triad: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, each revealing essential insight into human behavior. Agreeableness, this trait reflects trust, altruism, and cooperative behavior. The negative correlation between agreeableness and Machiavellianism is particularly illuminating. Individuals high on the Machiavellianism often exhibit manipulative tendencies, seeing others primarily as a tool for achieving their goal. In contrast, those scoring high to agreeableness are likely to foster positive relationships, contributing to team cohesion, and social harmony. Understanding this dynamic is crucial in a setting like a workplace, where higher Machiavellianism can undermine teamwork and collaboration. Extroversion. I'm gonna let him say it because I never pronounced this one right.
In settings like workplaces where high Machiavellianism can undermine teamwork and collaboration.
Extroversion.
Yeah.
Extroversion encompasses sociability, assertiveness, and self-importance. The positive relation between narcissism and extroversion. Oh, extroversion. Got it. My brain just wants to put a fancy twist on it. The positive relationship between narcissism and extroversion underscores the social ambitions of the narcissistic individuals who may leverage their charm and charisma to dominate social situations. However, while this trait can facilitate leadership roles, it can also lead to toxic behaviors in group dynamics if the individual's need for admiration overshadows the contribution of others. Conscientiousness. Conscientiousness involves self-discipline, organization, and reliability. The contrast to association of psychopathy with low dutifulness and deliberation highlights the potential dangers of high psychopathic traits in various contexts, such as the workplace or an educational setting. Individuals with psychopathic tendencies may engage in risky, unethical behavior, undermining team integrity and moral standards. Honesty, humility. The honesty-humility factor from the Hexaco model measures traits such as sincerity and modesty, I don't know why they form their sentences like this. I'm gonna redo it. Honesty and humility factor measures traits such as sincerity and modesty, and provide a critical lens through which to view the ethical implications of a personality trait. A strong negative correlation with dark triad traits indicate that the individuals exhibiting these manipulative tendencies often lack ethical consideration that promote healthy interpersonal relationships. Understanding the impact of honest humility can be particularly relevant in organizational settings where ethical leadership and teamwork are paramount. Leaders who exhibit high honesty, humility, are more likely to foster trust and cooperation, creating an environment where employees feel valued and respected. Conversely, leaders with dark triad traits may create a culture of fear and competition, ultimately affecting an employee morale and production. And now we jump into the light triad. In response to the darker tendencies captured by the dark triad, Scott Barry I don't know. Tell me how to pronounce his name.
Introduced the light triad, emphasizing traits that promote ethical and positive human interactions. humanism, Kantianism, and faith, emphasizing traits that promote ethical and positive human interactions. Humility are more likely to foster trust and cooperation, where employees feel valued and respected. Conversely, leaders with Dark Triad traits may create a culture of fear and competition, ultimately affecting employee morale and productivity. Like the Triad. In response to the darker tendencies captured by the Dark Triad, Scott Barry Kaufman introduced
Scott Barry Kaufman introduced the Light Triad, emphasizing traits that promote ethical and positive human interaction. I wasn't done reading it. He emphasized traits that promote ethical and positive human interaction. Humanism. What? Kantianism and faith in humanity. Is that how I say that? Kantianism. Well, I don't know what that word means. Let's Google it. I know I didn't spell that right. Okay. Kantianism. Kantianism, or Kantian ethics, is a moral philosophy developed by Immanuel Kant and emphasizes duty, reason, and universal moral law. It argues that morality of an action is determined by the adherence of these universal laws rather than its consequences. The core of Kantian ethics is categorically imperative, a moral rule that states ethical rules should be universal. I agree. I'd like to think that that's how I live my life.
And faith in humanity.
Humanism. Individuals high in humanism not only value others' dignity, but actively work towards uplifting their peers. This trait is especially significant in fields such as education, counseling, social work, where understanding and empathy can lead towards transformative outcomes for individuals within the community. Kantianism. High scores on this trait emphasize ethical treatment and respect of individuals, viewing them as ends of themselves. This perspective can foster environments where collaboration and mutual respect thrive, essential for effective teamwork and conflict resolution. Can you just give me a full sentence because it throws me off? A grammatically full sentence? I know it's a PowerPoint, but my goodness. Faith in humanity. Believing in inherent goodness of others can have profound implications for personal relationships and societal cohesion. Individuals who maintain a hopeful outlook about humanity may engage in community service and advocacy, contributing to social change and positive interactions across diverse groups. Research indicates that individuals who score high on the Light Triad traits tend to experience various positive psychological outcomes, including a greater life satisfaction, compassion, acceptance of others. These traits not only enhance personal well-being, but also contribute to the creation of inclusive and supportive environments. I'm glad that there's a Light Triad. For example, in a workplace setting, employees with strong Light Triad traits may promote a culture of collaboration and innovation, leading to increased organizational effectiveness. Broader implications. The relationship among the Dark Triad, Light Triad, and established personality models have significantly implicated for various life domains, including educational, mental health, and organizational behavior. In regards to education, understanding these personality traits can inform teachers' strategies in the Understanding these personality traits can inform teaching strategies and interventions. Educators who recognize the potential impact of narcissism or Machiavellianism among students may adopt approaches to foster empathy, cooperation, and ethical reasoning. Mental health. In regards to mental health, professionals can benefit from awareness of these traits in their clients. For instance, individuals exhibiting Dark Triad traits may present unique challenges in therapy, requiring tailored approaches that address their manipulative behaviors and interpersonal difficulties. And now we jump to organizational behavior. In the workplace, organization that prioritizes the development of light triad traits amongst employees may cultivate a more positive culture, enhancing job satisfaction and productivity. Leadership training programs that emphasize honesty, humility, and empathy can also contribute to a more effective and ethical leadership. The interplay between the Dark Triad, Light Triad, and established personality models like the Big Five and Hexaco, HEXACO, highlights the complexity of human behavior. While the Dark Triad traits reveal manipulative and self-serving tendencies, Light Triad traits promote compassion, ethical interaction, and the eccentric values of others. By exploring these relationships, researchers and practitioners have become why am I messing up here? By exploring these relationships, researchers and practitioners can better understand the diverse motivations driving human interactions and their implications for individuals and societal functions. Ultimately, fostering a balance between these personality dimensions can lead to a healthier relationship and more cohesive society, benefiting individuals and communities alike. And that's the end of this one. I did pretty good on reading out loud. Look at me and my illiterate ass. Light Triad models include personality traits such as blank, Kantianism, and faith in humanity. I don't know, empathy? I don't remember this directly. This is why I need more people in my chat so y'all can answer the questions for me. Humanism. Oopsies. Arrange the following traits in the Dark Triad in order for the potential impact on relationships from least to most harmful. Least harmful to most harmful. Most harmful is absolutely psychopathy. I'm putting Machiavellianism as the third most harmful because you can manipulate others and that can be detrimental. And because narcissism is really like self-gratification and being vain, I'm gonna say that that is the least harmful. Sweet. Alright, I got those two done. We're gonna go back. So, the Light Triad models includes personality traits such as humanism, Kantianism, and faith in humanity, countering the Dark Triad traits. And then once again, we're arranging the following Dark Triad traits for the potential impact on relationships from least harmful to most harmful. First would be the vanity, which is narcissism, Machiavellianism being my manipulation, and psychopathy, because we all know that that can harm people. No way. Man, I had one course left to go. I should have finished it that day. So let's look at the lesson summary. The Dark Triad is a psychological model comprising of 3 socially undesirable traits. That would be Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy or psychopathy. Identified for other manipulative and and callous, interpersonal styles. We also introduced Paulhaus and William in 2002. Oh, introduced by Paulhaus and William in 2002. These traits are conceptually distinct yet often overlap. They exhibit malevolent qualities, including manipulative behaviors, excessive self-importance, and emotional coldness. We also have this point here. Research has shown that the Dark Triad traits have a significant genetic bias, especially for psychopathy and narcissism, while Machiavellianism is more influenced by environmental factors such as family dynamics and parental behavior. Twin studies indicate that genetics play a substantial role, though environmental experiences, particularly those not shared between siblings, also contribute significantly to developing these Dark Triad traits. From an evolutionary standpoint, the Dark Triad traits may provide an adaptive advantage in specific contexts like reproductive strategies and competitive social environments. They often link to a short-term mating strategy or an opportunistic behavior. Despite some short-term advantages, individuals with high triad traits face long-term consequences, including potential harm to relationships and professional failures. Highlighting the complex interplay of these traits with life outcomes. We also have a few more points on the lesson summary. To identify potential risk, we must be vigilant of patterns of manipulation, inconsistent narratives, and the lack of empathy. And we must establish clear boundaries and trust to indicate if someone makes us uncomfortable. Engaging with Dark Triad individuals can take an emotional toll, so prioritizing self-care, seeking professional support if needed, and surrounding ourselves with positive influence and fostering healthier relationships to promote social and personal growth. Assessing the Dark Triad traits can be complex due to the individual tendencies to unreport the negative traits in self-assessment. Standard measurement tools like the Dirty Dozen or Narcissistic Personality Inventory, which have varied effectiveness and accuracy of capturing these traits. We also have here that individuals with Dark Triad traits often engage in superficial relationships, characterized by infidelity, jealousy, and habitual lying. These behaviors can lead to emotional harm and instability in personal connections. We also learned that the Dark Triad traits influence online behaviors, manifesting in trolling and cybercrime. These traits also predict criminal activities, highlighting the need for awareness and proactive measures in various contexts. Now we're on to our next slide on this lesson summary. We have individuals with Dark Triad traits tend to engage in short-term and casual relationships characterized by identifying and manipulate. Oh, sorry, I said identifying. Let me retry. Let me put this on. Maybe I can't do two things at once. We also learned that individuals with Dark Triad traits tend to engage in short-term and casual relationships characterized by infidelity, manipulation, and the lack of emotional depth, which leads to an unstable connection. Common behaviors among the Dark Triad traits include habitual lying, emotional detachment, and seeking revenge, all of which can undermine trust and stability within relationships. The precedence of these traits can often result in heartbreak and emotional trauma for their partners. Understanding these dynamics is crucial for recognizing manipulative behaviors and protecting our emotional well-beings. We also learned that men generally score higher than women on the Dark Triad traits, influencing relationships relationship dynamics. Recent trends, however, indicate narcissism levels rising, not higher. Recent trends indicate rising narcissism levels amongst women. We also have here the individuals with dark triad traits often engage in casual relationships characterized by habitual lying, infidelity, jealousy, leading to unstable connections. So it looks like we repeated that one twice. They really drilled that one in. All right, and then we also went over the light triad traits, which is humanism, Kantianism, and faith in humanity, opposed to the dark triad traits, and promotes ethical interactions and emotional well-being in relationships and society. All right, so now we're in module number 2. Here's the learning outcome. After completing this module, you'll be able to evaluate the ethical implications of people exhibiting dark triad traits. We will also be able to analyze how media and pop culture shape our perception and behavior of personalities. We'll also be able to assess the impact of personality traits on employee turnover intention. And we should be able to identify the emotional and cognitive consequences of interacting with specific personality traits, with the additional 2 points that we should be able to learn from. We should be able to learn and discuss the purpose. I don't know how to frame this one up, but one of the learning outcomes, the last 2 learning outcomes, is discuss and propose strategies to mitigate and navigate the impact of specific personality traits, as well as being able to apply effective strategies for resilience and recovery for victims of the dark triad personality traits. All right, let's jump into it. So now we're on dark triad and ethical considerations. Dark triad and ethical considerations. The dark triad, comprising of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, presents a cluster of societal aversion personality traits that often lead to a complex moral and ethical dilemma. These traits are linked to a common theme of manipulation, self-interest, and a disregard for the welfare of others, which creates challenges. I just want to make sure the volume was good. Which creates challenges when individuals exhibiting these characteristics operate within societal systems that rely on trust, fairness, and ethical behaviors. Ethical considerations surrounding the dark triad are crucial, especially when such individuals hold a position of power, where their behaviors can significantly impact both individuals and organizations. The following discussion delves into the moral dilemmas posed by these traits and their influence. Sorry, I didn't pause for the comma. The following discussion delves into the moral dilemmas posed by these traits, their influence in political and corporate settings, and how society may reconcile the presence of such behaviors with a broader social responsibility. Moral and ethical dilemmas surrounding dark triad traits. At the core of the ethical issues surrounding the dark triad is a conflict between self-interest and collective well-being. Narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy each present a unique challenge that affects interpersonal relationships and organizational dynamics. Narcissism is characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, entitlement, and constant need for admiration. Vanity. Narcissists are often preoccupied with their image and status, leading them to prioritize personal success over ethical concerns. This creates an ethical dilemma when narcissists in leadership positions make decisions aimed at enhancing their own image rather than serving the needs of others or upholding moral standards. Similarly, Machiavellianism is defined by a manipulative, strategic approach to achieving their goals, often at the expense of ethical norms. Individuals with these traits are skilled in deception and are willing to manipulate others for personal gain. The term itself derives from Niccolo Machiavelli. I believe we looked this up. Sorry, I got this. Let me reread. The term itself derives from Niccolo Machiavelli's work, The Prince, which advocates for political leaders to prioritize power and pragmatism over morality. In modern times, this mindset creates ethical dilemmas such as Machiavellians. Oh, I said such as. I'm going to take a drink of water. I'm going to stop reading so fast. In modern times, this mindset creates ethical dilemmas as Machiavellians may engage in unethical behaviors, such as lying, manipulating, or exploiting others, under the justification that the end justifies the means. This raised a profound moral concern about the balance between ambition and integrity, particularly in high-stake environments like politics or business. Psychopathy, so the third Dark Triad trait, is often associated with the lack of empathy, impulsivity, and the absence, of guilt or remorse. Psychopaths are more likely to engage in recklessness, harmful behaviors, because they do not experience the emotional consequences of their action in the same way others do. Their ability to detach from emotional or ethical implications of their behavior poses significant moral challenges, especially when they hold positions of authority where their actions can affect many lives. The question of accountability becomes even more pressing with psychopathic individuals, as their lack of moral compass complicates efforts to ensure ethical behaviors. The Dark Triad traits in positions of power, political and corporate context. The ethical implications of the Dark Triad becomes magnified when individuals with these traits attain positions of power in politics, corporations, and other influential domains. The desire for power and control is often strong among individuals with Dark Triad traits. Their ability to manipulate and charm others can allow them to ascend to leadership positions. However, once in power, these traits can lead to exploitative and self-serving behavior that contradict ethical responsibilities of leadership. In the political arena, Machiavellianism is often the most prominent of these three traits. Politicians with higher levels of Machiavellianism may excel at strategic thinking and negotiations, but they are also more likely to engage in unethical practices such as corruption, deception, and manipulation of public opinion. These leaders may prioritize their political survival over the common good, using manipulation and coercion to maintain their position. Such behaviors undermine democratic processes and can erode public trust in political institutions, leading to a long-term societal harm. The ethical question arises: can Machiavellian leaders act in the best interest of the public, or will their actions always be self-serving? In the corporate world, narcissism and psychopathy are particularly concerning. Narcissistic CEOs or executives may lead companies to prioritize profit and prestige over ethical practices, disregarding the well-being of employees, customers, or the environment. Their focus on personal glory and achievement can result in reckless decision-making, where short-term success is prioritized at the expense of long-term sustainability or ethical behavior. For example, corporate scandals involving fraud or exploitation are often linked to leaders with narcissistic or psychopathic traits, whose lack of moral scruples allow them to bypass ethical considerations in the pursuit of personal gain. Psychopathy in corporate leaders possess a unique danger, as psychopaths often thrive in high-stress, competitive environments where empathy and compassion are undervalued. Their lack of remorse and emotional detachment can lead to unethical practices such as a cutthroat competition, exploitation of workers, or risky financial decisions that harm the company and its stakeholders. Because psychopathic individuals are often charming and persuasive, they may mask their true nature, making it difficult for others to detect their unethical behaviors until significant damage is already done. And thus we jump to balancing manipulative behaviors and societal responses. Despite the inherent manipulation tendencies of individuals with dark triad traits, there are situations where such behaviors can be seen as beneficial, particularly when applied in a strategic high-stakes environment. For example, Machiavellian leaders may use their manipulative skills to navigate complex political landscape or broker important deals that benefit the greater good. Similarly, narcissistic individuals can sometimes inspire confidence and ambition in others, driving teams to achieve significant success. However, these benefits come with a substantial ethical risk, particularly when the lines between strategic maneuvering and unethical manipulations become blurred. The challenge lies between balancing a potentially advantageous aspect of the dark triad traits with their broader need for social responsibility and ethical behavior. While some degrees of manipulation may be necessary in certain competitive environments, such as corporate negotiations or political campaigns, these behaviors must be tempered by a commitment to ethical standards. Organizations and institutions can play a key role in establishing clear ethical guidelines and ensure accountability for those in leadership positions, particularly when dealing with these individuals who exhibit dark triad traits. For example, companies can implement a robust oversight mechanism such as ethics committees and internal audits to ensure that manipulative behaviors do not cross unethical or illegal territory. Similarly, political institutions can promote transparency and accountability to prevent Machiavellian leaders from exploiting their position for personal gain. By fostering a culture of ethical responsibility, organizations can mitigate the negative impacts of dark triad traits while still benefiting from the strategic and leadership abilities these individuals may possess. And now we're into the third point in this section, which is the ethical tensions, individual ambitions versus collective well-being. The ethical tensions between individual ambitions and collective well-being is at the heart of the dark triad dilemma. While the traits like narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy may offer certain advantages in competitive environments, the self-centered, manipulative nature of these traits often conflict with the broader expectations of ethical leadership and social responsibility. Narcissists may aspire ambition, but are unlikely to make decisions that prioritize the welfare of others. Machiavellians may excel at strategic thinking, but also justify harmful actions in pursuit of personal success. Psychopaths, lacking empathy and guilt, may engage in reckless behavior and put others at risk. Ultimately, the challenge is not only to recognize the presence of dark triad traits in individuals, but also establish a system and structures that hold these individuals accountable for their actions. Ethical leadership requires more than just strategic thinking and ambition. It demands a commitment to integrity, fairness, and the well-being for all stakeholders. By promoting ethical behaviors and holding leadership accountable, leaders accountable for their actions, society can begin to reconcile the tensions between individual ambitions and collective responsibility, ensuring that Dark Triad traits' influence is tempered by the broader commitment to the common good. The Dark Triad traits of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy present significant ethical challenges, particularly when individuals with these traits occupy positions of power in politics, business, or other areas within influence. The ethical dilemmas they pose revolve around the tensions between several self-serving behaviors and the broader responsibility of leadership and social responsibility. While Dark Triad traits can offer certain advantages such as strategic thinking and assertive leadership, they often come at the expense of ethical integrity and collective well-being. Addressing these dilemmas require a careful balance between recognizing the potential benefits of Dark Triad traits and ensure that their negative impacts are mitigated through accountability, oversight, and strong commitment to ethical principles. Good read. Okay, and now we're at the question section. All Dark Triad traits are inherently beneficial in corporate and political settings. True or false? False. In corporate settings, psychopaths can thrive due to their psychopaths thrive in a corporate setting. Our options are empathy and compassion, which is not it. Excessive humility, which is not it. So it has to be emotional detachment and charm. Beautiful. Hell yeah, now we're diving into media representation. I'm most excited for this one. I feel like this stream, the way that I do it, the way that I format it, and I'm only on like day 2 of doing this, is peanut butter and jelly the long way. But I've had fun with it today. So let's dive into media representation. Should be, I think, module number 9. What is it technically? 8. In the first module, that was 9. We're technically on 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're on 9 of 14. Not too shabby. I could end it after this one because we're hitting the 4:30 mark, but if this one's longer than the last, so be it. I think we knock out the certification today so that we can move into... I really want to move into fascism. With everything that we just reviewed today, I think the next course that we take is navigating fascism. So...
how does media and popular...
let's pause it. Or at least pause him. I want to get better at reading out loud because I do stutter. Rather, I trip over my words, but same difference. Okay, so how does media and pop culture influence the Dark Triad traits? Great question. We're about to find out. Media representation of the dark traits. Media representation plays a pivotal role in shaping societal perception and attitudes towards personality traits. The portrayal of characters exhibiting Dark Triad traits in film, television, literature often blurs the lines between admiration and condemnation. I think we see that a lot in our news as well. This complex interplay influences not only how these traits are viewed, but also how they manifest in real-life behaviors. We can refer to the Jubilee video once more. Film and television. Characters embodying Dark Triad traits often serve as a compelling protagonists or anti-heroes in films and television series. This representation can invoke admiration and empathy from the audience, contributing to the normalized view of manipulative behaviors. Charismatic anti-heroes. Figures like Frank Underwood from House of Cards or Tony Stark from Iron Man exhibit high levels of narcissism and Machiavellianism, using their intelligence and charm to manipulate others for personal gain. Their success and charisma often overshadow their unethical actions, leading leading audiences to romanticize their traits rather than criticize them. This portrayal can create a dangerous narrative that associates success with manipulative behaviors, suggesting that the end justifies the means. I can agree to that. Oh, we're about to hit another one. A villain. Complex villains. Villains in popular culture, such as the Joker from The Dark Knight or Cersei. Oh, how do I say her name? I'm gonna let him say it. Cersei?
Cersei Lannister.
Aha! Somehow I get really close to where I'm at. Cersei Lannister from the Game of Thrones exhibit extreme psychopathic traits, including a lack of empathy or remorse. These characters are often portrayed in ways that highlight their intelligence and strategic thinking, making them captivating to the audience. But the fascination with such characters can lead to the normalization of psychopathic traits, making them seem appealing rather than morally reprehensible. Let's look at reality TV. Reality television is particularly a rich source of Dark Triad representations. The genre thrives on conflict, manipulation, and emotional drama, often spotlighting individuals who embody these traits. Totally agree. Love that we're going in this direction and that it's keeping it more practical as well. What the fuck is this? Why is there an eyeball on here? What am I looking at? The Bachelor? Maybe this is Big Brother. All right. Manipulative contestants. Shows like Big Brother and The Bachelor feature contestants who often engage in deceptive behaviors to gain social advantages. The strategic manipulation seen in these formats can be perceived as entertaining, encouraging viewers to accept such behaviors as part of a social game rather than as a harmful action. This representation can condition the audience to normalize deceit and manipulation in their interpersonal relationships. Glorification of antisocial behaviors. Reality TV often rewards those who display Machiavellian traits, such as cunning or ruthlessness. For instance, contestants who manipulate audience or engage in backstabbing for personal gain are frequently celebrated for their strategic prowess. This glorification can send a message that manipulation and the lack of empathy are not only acceptable, but also desirable traits in social interactions. And they're fucking not, okay? Let me be very fucking clear. Be a good person or get the fuck out. It shouldn't be that hard. If it's that hard, go to therapy. Social or volunteer. Social media dynamics. Social media platforms have revolutionized the way that individuals express themselves and interact with others. This digital environment creates a unique condition that can amplify Dark Triad traits. Self-preservation and narcissism. The rise of social media has led to a culture centered around self-promotion and curated identities, which can foster narcissistic tendencies. Curated identities. Platforms like Instagram and TikTok encourage users to present idealized versions of themselves. The emphasis on likes, comments, and followers can drive individuals to engage in behaviors like prioritizing self-image over genuine connection. This focus on external validation can reinforce narcissistic traits, as individuals may become preoccupied with their online persona and the admiration it garners. Abso-fucking-lutely. Right on the spot, right on the money. Social comparison. The context exposure to others' highlight reels can exacerbate feelings of inadequacy and promote individuals to adopt narcissistic behaviors to cope. Research indicates social media users often engage in social comparison, leading to an increased feeling of envy and desire to project superiority. This dynamic can further entrench narcissistic attitudes and behaviors. So let's jump to cyberbullying and Machiavellianism. The autonomy afforded by social media platforms can provide a fertile ground for Machiavellian behaviors to thrive. anonymity, and manipulation. Individuals can easily hide behind anonymous accounts, allowing them to engage in manipulative behaviors without the fear of consequences. I bet that Nazi lover from Jubilee is no longer feeling that way. This environment encourages trolling, cyberbullying, and the spread of misinformation, behaviors that reflect Machiavellianism. Studies have shown that individuals with high levels of Machiavellian traits are more likely to engage in cyberbullying, using social media as a tool for manipulation and exploitation. Exploitation of others. The digital landscape enables users to exploit others through deceptive practice such as catfishing or using false identities for personal gain. These behaviors, while harmful, can be viewed as strategic or clever within the context of social media, further normalizing manipulative tendencies. I agree. Neat picture, gorgeous girl, love the colors, love the hair, love it. Let's move on to cultural influence on the Dark Triad. Popular culture not only reflects societal attitudes, but also shapes them, particularly through music, literature, and advertising. Lyrics and music. My dyslexia kicked in there, sorry. The influence of music, particularly in genres such as hip-hop and pop, can reinforce Dark Triad traits by glorifying self-interest and manipulation. Lyrical themes, many songs celebrate themes of power, wealth, and sexual conquest, often portraying relationships as transactional. For instance, lyrics that emphasize materialism or dominance can resonate with listeners, shaping their attitudes towards personal relationships and success. These celebrations of self-serving behaviors can lead individuals to internalize these traits as desirable. It goes much further than hip-hop and pop, let me assure you. Oh, Lord Jesus. Cultural icons. Let's get into it. Prominent artists who embody Dark Triad traits. Glad we're using Kanye here. In their public persona can serve as a role model for fans. For example, musicians such as Kanye West and Cardi B often project confidence and assertiveness, qualities associated with narcissism. Their public behaviors and lyrical context can inspire similar traits in their audience, reinforcing the idea that such attitudes are not only acceptable, but aspirational. So let's jump into advertising and consumer culture. Advertising is a powerful vehicle for promoting values associated with Dark Triad, emphasizing individualism and material success. And I fucking can't stand individualism, or at least hyper-independence. Emphasis on success. Advertisement frequently portray success as synonymous with wealth and power, appealing to consumers' desire for recognition and status. Status, same difference. The emphasis can lead individuals to adopt Machiavellian strategies to achieve personal goals, viewing manipulation as a necessary means to an end. So what about the normalization of self-interest? Many marketing campaigns celebrate traits such as competitiveness and assertiveness, presenting them as integral to personal and professional success. This portrayal can shape societal norms, making it acceptable to prioritize self-interest over ethical consideration in various contexts. So now we jump into the psychological and sociological impacts. The media's portrayal of the Dark Triad traits has a profound implication for individual psychology and societal dynamics. Desensitization to negative behaviors. Regular exposure to characters and narratives that embody Dark Triads can desensitize viewers to negative behaviors, leading to diminished empathy or moral standards. So when we jump into the erosion of empathy, as audience become more accustomed to seeing manipulation and deceit as a normal behavior, they may develop tolerance for these actions in real life. This desanitization can lead to increased acceptance in antisocial behaviors, contributing to a culture that prioritizes self-interest over community well-being. Wow, 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 the media is poisoning us. That's crazy. Changing moral standards. The normalization of dark triad states can also alter societal norms regarding acceptable behavior. Individuals may begin to view manipulation and deceit as acceptable strategies for achieving personal goals, undermining social trust and collaboration. Influence on identity formation. Media representation significantly impacts identity formation, particularly amongst adolescents and young adults. Let's read that again. Media representation significantly impacts the identity formation, particularly among adolescents and young adults. Adoption of dark triad traits. The exposure to media that glorifies the dark triad traits can lead individuals to incorporate these characteristics into their self-concept. Adolescents who are still developing their social identities may particularly be susceptible to adopting these traits as part of their personal narratives. Absolutely, 110%. Social comparison and self-perception. The constant exposure to idolized representation of dark triad traits can influence how individuals perceive themselves in relation to others. This can lead to a cycle of comparison, where individuals feel pressured to adopt manipulative behaviors to achieve similar levels of success or recognition. So let's look at the implications for society. The media portrays the dark triad traits the way media's portrayal of the dark triad traits has significant implications for societal norms, mental health, and interpersonal relationships. The normalization of dark triad traits can lead to shifting social norms regarding acceptable behavior. Acceptance of manipulation. As media continues to celebrate manipulative behaviors, society may increasingly view such actions as strategic rather than unethical. This shift can result in a culture that prioritizes self-interest and competition, undermining collaborative efforts and trust. Influence on relationships. The glorification of dark triad traits can negatively impact interpersonal relationships, leading individuals to prioritize manipulation and self-gain over empathy and cooperation. This shift can foster toxic social environments where genuine connections are replaced with transactional relationships. All of this is like right on the money to what's going on with society these days, and why we can't see like the lovey-dovey dramatization of like the older movies that we used to see, or how our parents fell in love. And a lot of it is just like the technology that is always at our fingertips and what we are constantly consuming, and that is typically a form of media. I think that this is on the money. This is pretty good. Mental health consequences. The internalization of dark triad traits can lead to a significant mental health implication, such as interpersonal conflicts. Individuals who adopt the dark triad traits may experience increased conflicts in their relationships due to manipulative or self-serving behaviors. This can lead to dissatisfaction and emotional distress for both individuals and those around them. Isolation and loneliness. The focus on self-interest and manipulation can create isolation, as individuals may struggle from the meaningful connections. This loneliness can contribute to mental health issues such as anxiety, depression, further exacerbating the negative impacts of the dark triad traits on well-being. The influence of media and popular culture on the dark triad traits is multifaceted. I almost said manufactured. It is multifaceted, shaping societal norms and individual behaviors in profound ways. Though the portrayal of characters in the film and television... I almost didn't stop for the comma, and then I stopped too long. So let's try it again. Though the portrayal of characters in film and television, the dynamics of social media, and the themes presented in music and advertising, media has the power to normalize and glamorize narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy or psychopathy. Understanding these influences is essential to developing strategies to mitigate their impact on individuals in society. By fostering critical engagement with media context and encouraging empathy and ethical behaviors, we can work towards a culture that values genuine connection and collaboration over manipulation and self-interest. And that would be the end of this one. And there is probably going to be one question that I get wrong because I always get one wrong. Advertisements often emphasize success tied to blank and power, promoting values associated with the Dark Triad traits. I don't know. Wealth and power. Jesus, should have known that one. Match the cultural elements with its influence. We have music lyrics that glorify self-interest or promote materialism. We're going to go with music promotes materialism, and advertising glorifies self-interest. I got them both wrong. I'm not going to make y'all read this all over again.
How does media and popular culture
How'd I get all of those wrong? Will it give me the credit for it? Did it? Was that this? What was that? I heard a bling. And I don't remember setting that up as a chat indicator. Let's see. Activity feed. Weird. Must have been this. Hopefully y'all heard it too and I'm not crazy. Alright, let's check out the impact of the Dark Triad. I'm gonna have him read this one. This one's 10 minutes long.
Impact of Dark Triad personality traits on turnover, intention, and mental health of employees through cyberbullying. Machiavellianism and its impact on turnover, intention, and cyberbullying. Machiavellianism is characterized by manipulative behavior, a cynical disregard for morality, and the focus on personal gain. Individuals high in Machiavellian traits tend to exploit others to achieve their goals, often creating a hostile work environment. These individuals are strategic, scheming, and often use unethical methods such as deceit or manipulation to advance their interests. In the workplace, this can manifest as cyberbullying through passive-aggressive emails, covert social manipulation, or even deliberate attempts to sabotage a colleague's reputation or performance.
Alright, I got it from here. The relationship between Machiavellianism and turnover intention is significant because these individuals foster a toxic work atmosphere. Colleagues who are subjected to or witness manipulative and bullying behaviors often experience decreased job satisfaction, increased job stress, and ultimately feel compelled to leave the organization. True. Turnover intention increases as employees lose trust in leadership, feel unsupported by colleagues, or see their ethical standards being compromised due to manipulative behaviors of Machiavellian individuals. Research has demonstrated that environments dominated by manipulative individuals increase the turnover rate because employees often feel that they cannot thrive or success without engaging in similar unethical behaviors. I will leave in a heartbeat if that's the case. Have and will. Narcissism and cyberbullying, especially if you don't pay me, as a tool of control. Narcissism, another core trait of the DTPT, is characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, a deep need for admiration, and a lack of empathy for others. Narcissistic individuals are highly competitive and seek constant validation from their peers and supervisors. In an organized context, this desire for attention and recognition can lead to cyberbullying, as narcissistic individuals use bullying tactics to assert dominance, silence potential threats to their status, and manipulate situations to their advantage. I think that is correct, and I'm pretty sure we have all experienced that at some point. Narcissistic individuals may engage in cyberbullying through platforms such as instant message or social media, where they can undermine colleagues' work, discredit their achievements, and create false narratives to enhance their own reputation and diminishing others. This manipulation can lead to isolation, humiliation of coworkers, causing emotional distress. I didn't put the and in there, but it can cause isolation and humiliation of coworkers, causing emotional distress. The toxic environments created by narcissistic individuals can severely affect the morale of their peers, driving employees to disengage, seek employment elsewhere, thereby ensuring turnover and tension. I've been there too. The controlling and exploitive nature of narcissistic individuals also influence the mental health of their peers. Those subjected to manipulation may experience feelings of inadequacy, anxiety, and depression due to the constant pressures of meeting unrealistic expectations from the fear of being undermined. Over time, the emotional toll of dealing with narcissistic colleagues or supervisors can lead to burnout, further exasperating turnover and tensions with poor mental health outcomes. Never stay at a job if it's affecting your mental health. I don't care how much you're being paid. Go find something else to do that you love. Money will come. Psychopathy and aggressive cyberbullying. Psychopathy is the most severe of the DTPT, characterized by impulsive behavior, a lack of remorse, and a disregard for the well-being of others. Psychopathic individuals are often described as aggressive, antisocial, and capable of harming others without experiencing guilt or remorse, something I think we all know. In the workplace setting, psychopathy is linked to behaviors such as bullying, harassment, or even workplace violence. Unlike Machiavellianism and narcissism, where the manipulation may be more covert, psychopathic individuals tend to engage more directly in forms of bullying or including cyberbullying. Oh, this guy looks evil. Jesus. Psychopathic individuals may use cyberbullying as a means to control or intimidate their colleagues, engaging in overtly hostile behaviors such as sending threatening emails, spreading malicious rumors, or making demanding comments in public forums. The mental health consequences for employees exposes the psychopathic cyberbullying are profound, as victims often experience severe psychological distress, including anxiety or PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, and depression. This fear and anxiety associated with psychopathic aggression can also contribute to feelings of helplessness, isolation, and ultimately lead to high turnover rates. Moreover, individuals with psychopathic traits are typically concerned with the emotional well-being of their... are unconcerned. I was like, that's not right. Moreover, individuals with psychopathic traits are typically unconcerned with their emotional well-being of their victims. This lack of empathy or guilt allows them to engage in sustained and damaging cyberbullying behaviors without fear of reprisal. As a result, organization with psychopathic individuals in key positions often suffer from low employee morale, high absenteeism. Say it for me, just to make sure I'm saying it right.
damaging cyberbullying behavior without fear of reprisal. As a result, organizations
Look, he did
with
it too.
psychopathic individuals in key positions often suffer from low employee morale, high absenteeism.
Absenteeism. Okay, I was right. And increased turnover as employees seeking to escape a toxic environment. So let me reread that one more time because I interrupted him and continued on. As a result, the organization with psychopathic individuals in key positions often suffer from low employee morale, high absenteeism, or increased turnover as employees seek to escape the toxic environment. Run, bitch. The mechanism of cyberbullying as a mediator. Cyberbullying serves as a critical mediator between DTPT and workplace outcomes such as turnover, intentions, and mental health. While DTPT alone can contribute to negative workplace dynamics, the addition of cyberbullying exacerbates these effects by creating hostile and emotionally draining work environments. Absolutely. In this scenario, cyberbullying acts as a conduit through which those harmful traits of Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy manifest in interpersonal relationships within the workplace. Employees exposed to cyberbullying, particularly from those with DTPT, often find it difficult to perform their duties effectively due to constant emotional strain and fear of further bullying. Man, I can't imagine having someone like that as a boss. It'd be one thing for a coworker, but as a boss? Oh, hell no. All right. This in turn increases the likelihood of job dissatisfaction, burnout, and eventual turnover. Additionally, the emotional and psychological toll of cyberbullying can severely damage employees' mental health, contributing to conditions such as anxiety, depression, and even suicidal ideations in extreme cases. The understanding of this mediating role of cyberbullying By understanding the mediating role of cyberbullying, organization can be better assess of the impact of DTPT on a workplace dynamic and design interventions aimed to reducing the incidence of cyberbullying. For instance, creating policies that address not only traditional forms of bullying but also cyberbullying, particularly as it relates to the digital communication channels, can help mediate the negative outcomes associated with DTPT. All right, so we jump into the impact on organizational well-being. The presence of DTPT and resulting cyberbullying have far-reaching implications of organizational well-being. The higher turnover rates can destabilize the workforce, leading to a loss of productivity, increasing recruitment costs, and disruption of team dynamics. Additionally, the mental health repercussions for employees can translate into lower overall morale, reducing performance on higher healthcare costs for the organization. The organization that fails to address the impact of DTPT and cyberbullying risk fostering a work culture where unethical behavior is tolerated and emotional well-being for these employees is compromised. As a result, these organizations may struggle to attract and retain top talent and damage their reputation, and ultimately experience a decline in overall performance and profitability. Absolutely, but don't get it twisted. I know that there are corporations out here who just foster these things, and if you can't keep up with these things and keep your mouth shut, then get the fuck out, and that's how they keep their profits up. So, let's be real. Let's be so fucking for real. Now we're jumping into practical implications and interventions. The study suggests the need for comprehensive approach to combating cyberbullying in the workplace, especially when it is perpetuated by individuals with DTPT. Traditional anti-bullying policies are often ineffective in addressing the covert and manipulative behaviors exhibited by Machiavellian, narcissistic, and psychopathic individuals. Therefore, organizations should focus on creating a culture of openness and support where their employees feel safe, reporting instances of cyberbullying without fear and retaliation. If you need your business to be better, send them to allison.com. This is not a promotion, paid at least. to take this class. Okay? It spells it all out for them. Interventions such as leadership training programs aim to identify and mediating the DTPT in managerial staff, fostering emotional intelligence, and encouraging ethical decision making can also help reduce the prevalence of cyberbullying. Additionally, implementing anonymous reporting mechanisms and offering counseling services for affected employees can provide the necessary support to those impacted by cyberbullying, helping to improve both individual well-being and overall organizational health. Epic. Cyberbullying serves as a mediator between the Dark Triad personality traits and workplace outcomes. It's not a mediator. False. It is a mediator. Cyberbullying serves as a mediator between Dark Triad personality traits and the workplace. I mean, yeah, I guess. I will put true. They should use a different word other than mediator. Which Dark Triad traits is characterized by impulsive behavior and lack of remorse? Psychopathy. Oh yeah, trucking along. We got 3 more. 10 minutes. Oh god, 20 minutes. Oh, we only have 2 more. Hell yeah, we're gonna knock this out. Probably have like an hour tops left of doing this. And then it's 10, 11. Yeah, I probably won't stream games, but I'll probably hop on a game before I go to bed. All right. Emotional and cognitive consequences. Pause that there. Roll it through. Emotional and cognitive consequences of interacting with Dark Triad traits in individuals. When individuals are regularly interacting with people who exhibit Dark Triad personality traits, which are Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy, if you didn't get it enough, the emotional and cognitive impact on them can be devastating. These individuals are often subjected to persistent barrage of manipulative and self-serving behavior that chips away at their emotional stability and cognitive clarity. Yes. The manipulation, deceit, and exploitation that characterizes these traits create a toxic interpersonal dynamic where these emotional and psychological tolls can escalate over time, leaving lasting damage. Absolutely. I come from an upbringing that really skewed my reality, and it took a lot to unskew it. Didn't mean I went insane, but I felt that way. So let's look at the emotional consequences. The emotional consequences of interacting with a Dark Triad individuals are profound and often debilitating. Yeah, it's debilitating. The emotional consequences of interacting with Dark Triad individuals are profound and often debilitating. One of the most immediate emotional responses is heightened stress, as victims frequently feel overwhelmed by unpredictability and malevolence of those with the Dark Triad personality traits. Machiavellian individuals, for instance, are notorious for their strategic manipulation, if that wasn't drilled into you enough, often using deception to achieve their goals. This creates an environment where trust is continuously undermined, and the victims feel as though they are constantly second-guessing the motives of the Machiavellian individuals. The sustained efforts to guard against deception can lead to emotional exhaustion, as victims are required to remain hyper-vigilant in order to protect themselves from being taken advantage of. I know a few people who are in this spot. This emotional exhaustion often evolves into chronic anxiety as victims struggle to navigate the complexity of the manipulative relationship. Narcissists who are driven by their needs for admiration and control exacerbate these feelings of anxiety and consistently belittling Oh, I said by. I said and instead of by. Let me retry this whole thing. The emotional exhaustion often evolves into chronic anxiety as victims struggle to navigate the complexities of manipulative relationship. Narcissists who are driven by their need for admiration and control exacerbate the feelings of anxiety by constantly belittling and devaluing others in order to assert their superiority. Victims of narcissists often find themselves subjected to emotional manipulation, such as gaslighting, where their reality is distorted to the point where they are being questioned, to the point where they begin to question their own feelings and experiences. This leads to feelings of confusion, helplessness, as the victims are gradually stripped away of their sense of self-worth and autonomy. Moreover, interactions with psychopaths who lack empathy and exhibit recklessness Moreover, interactions with psychopaths who lack empathy and exhibit reckless disregard for others' emotion intensify emotional damage. Victims often find themselves in a state of fear as psychopaths' unpredictable and often aggressive behavior can make them feel unsafe. Absolutely. This fear is not limited to physical harm, but extends to emotional and psychological harm as well, as psychopaths are adept at using manipulation and cruelty to dominate the control over their victims. The constant fear of being hurt or betrayed results in a cycle of emotional trauma that can persist long after the interaction with a psychopath. We'll leave it there. I misread it, but it can last long after you're not in relation with that individual anymore. So let's check out the cognitive consequences. The cognitive consequences of interacting with Dark Triad individuals are equally damaging. Victims often experience a significant decline in the ability to think clearly and make rational decisions, as a constant manipulation and emotional abuse could cloud their judgment. Machiavellians, with their calculated manipulation, often create situations where the victims feel as though they are walking through a maze of deceit, unsure of what is real and what is fabricated. This can lead to a cognitive dissonance where the victim is unable to reconcile with discrepancy between what they believe to be true and the false reality that the Machiavellian individual presents. Very fucking relatable. As a result, victims may find it difficult to make decisions as they are unsure whether their thoughts and perception can be trusted. Narcissists further exacerbate cognitive decline through relentless pursuit of validation and control. In interactions with narcissistic individuals, victims may become preoccupied with trying to avoid conflict or seeking the approval of the narcissist, leading to deterioration of their ability to focus on other aspects of their lives. The preoccupation can result in difficulty concentrating on task, impaired memory, and overall sense of mental fatigue. Victims of narcissistic abuse often find themselves ruminating, I believe that's correct, ruminating on the negative interactions, replaying conversations and the events to attempt to make sense of the narcissistic behavior. This cognitive overdrive can be mentally exhausting and can interfere with the victim's ability to function effectively in both personal and professional settings. Relatable. If we could do like a flashback to 2016 to like 2022, just to tell me what's going on, that would be helpful. But hey, we're here today and we're doing better. Exposure to psychopathic individual compounds these cognitive difficulties by inducing feelings of fear and insecurity. The lack of empathy and regard for others' feelings exhibited by psychopaths can create an atmosphere of chaos, which victims are forced to adapt to the unpredictable behavior of the psychopathic individual. The fear of being manipulated or harmed can cause the victim to become hypervigilant, constantly scanning their environment for potential threats. This state of heightened arousal impairs cognitive function as the victim's brain is consumed with protecting itself from potential harm. Over time, this chronic state of fear and anxiety can lead to a cognitive burnout where victims become mentally or emotionally depleted. Good section. Very relatable. Agree to all of it. Wish I had that better understanding when I was a little younger. So let's look at social and self-perception and consequences. Self-perception consequences. The emotional and cognitive toll interacting with Dark Triad personalities often extend to the victim's social life and self-perception. As victims become increasingly consumed with negative interactions, they may withdraw from their social circles, whether as a form of self-preservation or due to the reputational damage inflicted by manipulative individuals. This social withdrawal can be isolating, as the victims may feel unable to trust others or form meaningful connection, or they won't be able to form meaningful connections to those around them. The erosion of trust is particularly damaging in professional settings, where victims may be reluctant to collaborate with colleagues or participate in team activities for fear of being exploited or manipulated. Furthermore, the psychological toll of interacting with Dark Triad individuals often result in a negative self-image. Victims of narcissistic abuse, in particular, may internalize the devaluation and criticism that they've received from their narcissist, leading to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt. The constant belittling and invalidation can cause victims to lose confidence in their abilities to question their worth, leading to a diminished sense of self-esteem. This negative self-perception can persist long after the interaction with the Dark Triad individual has ended, as victims struggle to rebuild their self-worth and regain a sense of control over their lives. Also relatable, true. In addition, victims of Machiavellian manipulation may feel as though they have been duped or taken advantage of, which can cause a result in feelings of shame or guilt. This sense of guilt may stem from the belief that they should have seen the manipulation coming, or being able to protect themselves from it. Don't crucify yourself over it. That is someone else's actions you're crucifying yourself over, and that's wrong. You should not do that. It's not that easy. It is so easier said than done. But this is your reminder not to do that. These feelings of shame and guilt can be particularly damaging to the victim's mental health, as they struggle to forgive themselves for falling victim to manipulative tactics for the Machiavellian individuals. So let's check out the long-term effects of exposure to these Dark Triad traits. Exposure to individual with the Dark Triad personality traits, y'all know them by now, can have a profound and enduring psychological consequence. These personality traits are characterized by manipulative behaviors, a lack of empathy, and tendency to exploit others for personal gain, making a long-term exposure to such individuals increasingly harmful. These effects are not limited to the emotional or psychological damage, but may be visible during the interaction, but often continue to affect the victim's mental, emotional, and social well-being long after the toxic relationship has ended. In particular, the insidious nature of the abuse perpetuated by the individuals with these traits can lead to a long-term damage in self-esteem, trust in others, mental health, and social functions. Oh, wow. Well, to be continued section. All right, let's take a quick test on it, and then we're going to finish out the last course here. What? It didn't make me take a quiz? Oh, no, it has two. I see. I'm going to let him talk till we get to another red bullet. So I'll let him take it away. Maybe? What's going on here? Let's refresh. What? Maybe it just needed time to load. No, this first half is just black.
Like gaslighting, emotional blackmail, and invalidation, which can erode the victim's sense
Man, I better not fail this next section just because they uploaded it incorrectly.
of self-worth and reality. Over time, these repeated emotional assaults recreate a deep sense of insecurity and vulnerability in the victim, as they are constantly made to feel inadequate, inferior. Narcissists, in particular, exploit their relationships by feeding off their need for admiration and control, often leaving their victims in a state of emotional depletion. Victims of narcissistic abuse frequently experience long-lasting anxiety that can manifest in several ways. Constant belittling and invalidation by the narcissist may result in an internalized fear of judgment or criticism, making the victim highly self-conscious and anxious in social interactions. Even after the abusive relationship ends, victims may continue to experience hypervigilance, constantly scanning their environment for potential threats or signs of further manipulation. This heightened state of arousal can become a permanent fixture in the victim's emotional life, leading to generalized anxiety disorder or panic attacks. The unpredictability of interactions with Machiavellians and psychopathic individuals also contributes to long-term anxiety. Machiavellians are known for their strategic and calculated manipulations, which can leave their victims feeling disoriented and paranoid. Victims of Machiavellian individuals often struggle with feelings of betrayal and self-blame, as the Machiavellian's ability to conceal their intentions often makes it difficult for the victim to anticipate or defend against the manipulation. Over time, this leads to chronic stress and anxiety, as victims feel trapped in a web of deceit and constantly question their ability to trust others. Psychopaths, with their callous disregard for others' emotions, often inflict severe psychological harm on their victims. This fear of being hurt or betrayed in a psychopathic individual can lead to an enduring sense of unease and hyperarousal, where the victim feels as though they are always in danger. This constant state of fear can result in long-term anxiety disorders such as post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD), where the victim experiences flashbacks, nightmares, and heightened physiological responses when reminded of the traumatic events. Erosion of self-esteem and identity. Another
All right, I'll take it from here. Erosion of self-esteem and identity. Another long-term consequence of exposure to Dark Triad individuals is a gradual erosion of the victim's self-esteem and sense of identity. Narcissists in particular are adept in undermining their victim's confidence through a combination of charm and subtle or overt criticism. They often engage in a cycle of idealization and devaluation, where their victims is initially praised or adored, only to later be demeaned or belittled. This cycle is psychologically damaging because it creates a confusion and instability in the victim's perception of themselves. Over time, the victims begin to internalize the narcissistic's negative assessment, leading to a diminished sense of self-worth and distorted sense of identity. For many victims, the emotional abuse inflicted by narcissists can cause them to lose touch with their own feelings, desires, and needs. The constant demand to cater to the narcissistic ego often results in the victim becoming overly focused on pleasing the narcissist or suppressing their own emotional aspirations. This process of self-neglect can continue long after the relationship has ended, as the victim struggles to reconnect with their authentic selves and rebuild confidence. The loss of self-esteem can be so Wait a minute. so pervasive that it leads to a feeling of worthlessness, hopelessness, depression, and making it difficult for the victims to recover their self-autonomy and self-direction. Machiavellians and psychopaths are equally damaging to the victim's self-esteem. Albeit, I'm just going to say through. Machiavellian and psychopaths are equally damaging to their victim's self-esteem through different mechanisms. Machiavellian tends to exploit their victims through cunning deception, often making them feel foolish for trusting the Machiavellian's false persona. Victims of Machiavellian manipulation may feel ashamed or embraced for falling victim to the deceit, leading to a loss of confidence in their judgment, and their decision-making abilities. This erosion of self-esteem can be long-lasting, as the victim may continue to question their ability to trust others or make sound decisions in future relationships. But let me tell you, if you surround yourself by the right people, you can build that back. It is not gone forever. Psychopaths, with their lack of empathy and predatory behavior, often use the intimidation and cruelty to dominate their victims. The fear and humiliation inflicted by psychopaths can leave deep scars on the victim's psyche, resulting in the feelings of powerlessness and self-doubt. In extreme cases, victims may develop learned helplessness where they come to believe that they are incapable of escaping psychopathic individuals' control or influence. This sense of powerlessness can extend beyond the abusive relationship and affect the victim's ability to assert themselves or set boundaries in future interactions, further undermining self-esteem or a sense of agency. Social isolation and difficulty trusting others. The long-term effects of exposure to Dark Triad individuals often extend to the victim's social life and relationships with... Double-checking my camera's off. I'm going to switch into some shorts. Long-term effectiveness and exposure to Dark Triad individuals often extend to victims' social life and relationship with others. One of the most damaging consequences in the erosion of trust as a victim becomes increasingly wary of forming new relationships for fear of being manipulated and exploited or betrayed, and/or victims of narcissistic Machiavellianism or psychopathic abuse often struggle with feelings of paranoia and suspicion, as they have been conditioned to believe that others are untrustworthy or have ulterior motives. This difficulty in trusting others can lead to social withdrawal and isolation, as victims become reluctant to open themselves up to a new connection and form a meaningful relationship. All right, we're hitting another one. The social isolation can result in a form of exposure to the Dark Triad individual. The social isolation that results from exposure to Dark Triad individuals can be particularly damaging, as it deprives the victim of the support and validation they need to heal from abuse. Many victims find it difficult to share the experience with others, either because they fear being judged or because they have been conditioned to believe that their feelings are not valid. This isolation can exacerbate feelings of loneliness, depression, and helplessness, making it harder for the victims to recover from emotional and psychological damage inflicted by Dark Triad individuals. In addition to social isolation, victims may also struggle with maintaining healthy relationships in the long term. The emotional abuse and manipulation inflicted by the dark personality traits can leave victims with deeply integrated patterns of fear and mistrust, which can make it difficult for them to form secure attachments in future relationships. Victims may find themselves consistently questioning their partner's intention or feeling anxious about potential betrayals, leading to a cycle of insecurity and rational instability. All right. It seems I got a message. Let me check. Twice in a row. Excuse me? They're not even here to help. They're just here to spit out solutions. I don't care. I'm going to keep powering through this. Long-term mental health issues. Perhaps the most devastating long-term effect of exposure to the Dark Triad individuals is the potential for serious mental health issues. Victims of the Dark Triad personality traits. Let me re-say this. Victims of people with the Dark Triad personality traits and their abuse are at increased risk of developing a range of mental health conditions, including depression, anxiety disorder, PTSD, and complex trauma. The emotional psychological damage inflicted by these individuals can leave deep wounds that are difficult to heal, and many victims find themselves grappling with the effects of the abuse for years, if not decades. Depression is a common outcome for the victims of narcissistic abuse, particularly as they struggle with feeling worthless or hopelessness and despair. The emotional manipulation and invalidation that characterizes narcissistic relationships can leave the victims feeling emotionally depleted and unable to find joy or meaning in their lives. In the extreme case, victims may develop suicidal ideations, such as they feel overwhelmed by the weight of their emotional pain and believe that there is no escape from their suffering. Anxiety disorders, including generalized anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, and panic disorder, are also common amongst the victims of Dark Triad individuals. The constant fear and hypervigilance that results from exposure to the dark personality traits can lead to chronic anxiety, where the victims feel as though they are constantly under threat or danger. This anxiety can persist long after the relationship has ended, as the victim's nervous system remains in a state of heightened arousal, making it difficult for them to relax or feel safe. This is very repetitive to a degree. In several cases, victims may develop PTSD or complex trauma, particularly if the abuse was prolonged or involved physical or sexual violence. PTSD can manifest in flashback, nightmares, and intrusive thoughts related to the abuse, as well as avoidance of the situation or people that remind the victim of the trauma. Complex trauma, which occurs as a result of prolonged and repeated abuse, can have a more pervasive effect, including difficulties with emotional regulation, disassociation, and distorted sense of self. And that's all on this one. Hitting somewhat close to home, but very deep nonetheless. Victims of emotional abuse. Same, a little different. Victims of blank abuse may struggle with the feeling of worthlessness, hopelessness due to the ongoing emotional invalidation. It would be narcissism. I put Dark Triad personality traits, which covers it, but wasn't quite the answer. All right, sequence the potential mental health issues stemming from exposure to the Dark Triad traits. Sequence the potential mental health issues stemming from exposure. How am I supposed to sequence these? We'll go anxiety, we'll go depression, and then we'll go PTSD. But it's never in that order. And that was a pretty broad question. I'm gonna fight this thing. Depression apparently is first, anxiety disorder is second, and PTSD is your extreme end of it, depending on what you received. All right, we got 2 in this section. Excuse me, I thought I already did this. No, I didn't. Oh, I see. That's right. Got it. Got it. This is our last section. Then we'll do a course catalog, and it looks like we take a quiz at the end. Yeah, we'll take an assessment at the end. Woo! We have to score at 80 or above. Lord baby Jesus, let's pray. And there's 2 of these. This one is 20 minutes long. Alright, that's not so bad. Next one's about 20 minutes long. Let's knock it out and get our certificate, brother. Personality theory.
Combating and managing Dark Triad traits. At some point in our careers, most of us will come across individuals who challenge our patience or create difficult work environments. These people can sometimes be outright toxic, but their behaviors may be subtle enough that we question whether we have misunderstood the situation or even contributed to the problem ourselves. It is often in hindsight that we can clearly see how different these individuals were from ordinary, reasonable colleagues. In the moment, however, their behaviors can feel so destabilizing that it is hard not to wonder if we were partly at fault. This is why it is essential to have strategies in place to deal with difficult people in the workplace. Developing a toolkit of coping mechanisms can help preserve our mental well-being, manage the situation effectively, and prevent the toxic behaviors from affecting others in the organization. Thankfully, truly toxic individuals are relatively rare. The majority of the people we encounter in professional settings are either supportive or neutral in their interaction.
But don't get it wrong, they are subtle. Sometimes they are subtle.
But there are those occasional individuals whose personalities are more challenging. These people, whether through ignorance or intentional actions, may bully, undermine, manipulate, or sabotage projects, relationships, and the self-esteem of those around them. Failing to recognize or manage these types of personalities can derail work efforts and cause significant stress to both ourselves and our team members. Common descriptions of difficult people might include terms like vindictive, manipulative, or argumentative. However, a more scientific understanding of these personality types can be far more useful in recognizing patterns of behavior and devising strategies to handle them effectively.
The most important thing, I'll say it now since he brought up a good point. I was going to wait till the end of the course, but this whole course is about recognizing patterns, not labeling people. These are traits. These aren't personalities, so to speak. And we are not doctors. We cannot diagnose people.
Recognizing the traits associated with difficult or toxic personalities, such as those found in the Dark Triad, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, can help us navigate professional relationships more skillfully. Armed with this awareness, we can maintain healthier boundaries, manage conflict more effectively, and prevent negative impacts on both our personal and team's well-being. Handling people with toxic or difficult personalities can be a real challenge, but recognizing traits associated with Dark Triad personalities, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy can give us valuable insight into how to protect ourselves and others while minimizing their impact. First, check if we are the problem. It is crucial to ensure we don't possess any of these traits before we deal with them in others. Tools like the Dirty Dozen rating scale can help us assess tendencies toward Dark Triad behaviors such as manipulation, lack of empathy, or deceit. If we recognize any concerning patterns in ourselves, addressing them can help improve our emotional intelligence, EI, making us better equipped to handle others. Dealing with anger, aggression, and bullying.
Point number
These
2.
behaviors often align with psychopathy, where individuals may exhibit impulsive aggression or sustained bullying. Here is how to handle such situations. Stay safe. Never engage in physical confrontation. In extreme cases, walk away and involve HR or a supervisor immediately. Dispassionate listening. If aggression is verbal, keep our cool. Active listening, calm questioning, and finding the root cause of their behavior might diffuse the situation. Address bullying. Whether it is direct or passive-aggressive, bullying needs to be confronted. Support the victim and create a safe environment where concerns can be voiced without fear. Approach the bully calmly and, if necessary, involve HR to resolve the issue. Encouraging open dialogue and maintaining a respectful work environment is key. Training teams on respectful workplace interactions can help prevent such toxic behavior from festering. Tackling manipulation and double dealing. Manipulative individuals, characteristic of Machiavellianism, thrive on deceit and exploiting others. To counter this, confront in private. Call out a manipulative behavior in a private setting to give them an opportunity to explain themselves. Be specific in describing the behavior and its impact.
That doesn't always work,
If
but try.
unsuccessful, call out publicly. If private confrontation doesn't work, addressing the behavior publicly sends a clear message that manipulation won't be tolerated and builds team support.
And if it doesn't work, if we're talking on a personal level in our personal interactions, leave. Leave. If no one sees a problem in this and they're all siding with your bully, leave.
Disarm by building relationships. Manipulators often rely on social networks to maintain power. Strengthening relationships with others in their cycle weakens their ability to control information and manipulate situations. Encourage team-oriented thinking. Help them see that supporting the team leads to greater long-term rewards than manipulation, though it might take time for these behaviors to shift. Handling entitlement and selfishness. Narcissistic individuals tend to put their needs above the group, often showing an inflated sense of self-importance. Here is how to manage narcissistic behaviors. Be direct. Confront their self-centered behavior by providing clear examples of how it affects team performance. Offer specific feedback and suggest ways they can be more inclusive. Follow up. Regularly check in to see if they are adjusting their behavior. Total transformation is unlikely, but tempering their narcissism to a tolerable level may be possible. By recognizing Dark Triad traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, we can better navigate difficult interactions. Whether dealing with aggression, manipulation, or entitlement, these strategies can help maintain team cohesion, reduce stress, and foster a healthier work environment. Understanding these traits enables us to take proactive steps in protecting ourselves and our team, ensuring toxic behaviors don't derail personal and professional growth.
All right, I'm going to take it away from here. Let me adjust the volume on the background music again. Let me hear it. Great. All right, let's jump into it. Resilience and recovery for the victims of Dark Triad. This affects of enduring relationships, whether romantic, professional, or familial, with individuals exhibiting Dark Triad traits are severe. Victims may experience emotional and psychological manipulation. Victims are often gaslit, manipulated, and deceived, leading to self-esteem doubts and confusion, as well as emotional turmoil. Erosion of self-esteem. Let me pause it because he's still moving. Erosion of self-esteem. Victims' sense of self-worth is frequently attacked as they are belittled or devalued to feed the Dark Triad individual's need for control. Or they may experience isolation. Victims may isolate from their support system as the Dark Triad individuals often sow discord between victims of their friends and family. They also may experience chronic stress and anxiety and loss of autonomy. In regards to chronic stress and anxiety, due to the constant manipulation, lies, and potential threats, victims often suffer from chronic stress, anxiety, and even post-traumatic stress disorder. In regards to loss of autonomy, the emotional, psychological, and sometimes physical control exerted by the Dark Triad personalities can leave victims feeling powerless and trapped in toxic dynamics. Given these impacts, recovery is not just about breaking free from the individuals, but also involves deep emotional and psychological healing. Below is a detailed look of how resilience and recovery process for victims on the victims of the Dark Triad personalities. Resilience in terms of building the foundation for recovery. Resilience, or the ability to bounce back from adversity, is critical for victims of Dark Triad manipulation. Building resilience involves claiming one's sense of self, agency, and emotional balance, allowing victims to protect themselves from future harm and restore their confidence. Step 1. Recognizing and acknowledging the abuse. The first step in developing resilience is acknowledging the toxic nature of relationships. Victims often struggle with denial as Dark Triad individuals are skilled at deflecting blame and convincing their victims that the problem is our fault or their fault. However, recognizing the abuse and manipulation for what it is provides clarity and foundation for recovery, which is why this class was very important and insightful. The other important thing that we can do is educate. Education, which involves learning about the Dark Triad traits and how these individuals manipulate others, can help the victims understand that the abuse was not their fault. Knowledge is empowering and serves as the first step towards breaking free from psychological grip of the manipulator. I am a testament that this is true. I am so a testament that this is true. Rebuilding self-worth and confidence is the second step into recovery. One of the most dangerous effects of the relationship within the Dark Triad personalities is the erosion of self-esteem. Rebuilding a strong sense of self-worth is critical for resilience. Victims must remind themselves of their intricate values, separate from the narratives imposed on them by their abuser. You must remind yourself and take out what they're saying. Take what they're saying into light if you can, and have the empathetic or even sympathetic ability to put yourself in their shoes. I'm not asking you to give them grace, but being able to put yourself in their shoes allows you the opportunity to better understand, which is another form of knowledge, on why someone would do such a thing. I have come to terms on why the people did what they did to me who correlate to these Dark Triad personalities, and it has allowed me to cope and heal and move forward with the grace of understanding. And again, it all came from knowledge. So the other thing that they can do is positive affirmations. Victims should engage in positive self-talk. That is so important. Language is huge. If witchcraft wasn't real in some capacity, then prayer wouldn't be a thing. Speaking prayer and conducting witchcraft, saying things out loud, is all a form of manifestation in some way, shape, or form, but you very much embody what you're saying. It all is one thing. It's all coming out of you. So positive self-talk is fucking huge. Try to re-navigate the way that you talk about yourself and affirm your own strengths, values, and qualities to counteract the devaluation that you've experienced. Therapy, if needed, Sometimes you can cope without, and I understand the American health system, so Godspeed to you. But therapy, professional therapy, especially cognitive behavior therapy, can help victims restructure and navigate thought patterns to rebuild self-esteem. Cognitive behavioral therapy is particularly effective in challenging and internalizing narratives that have been imposed on a victim by manipulative individuals. The other thing that is huge is self-compassion. Learning to forgive yourself for being drawn into the toxic dynamic and being compassionate towards one's healing journey is absolutely fucking essential. I'm paraphrasing. Self-compassion helps diminish feelings of shame and guilt, which are common amongst victims. So now we hit step 3, which is establishing firm boundaries. I can also attest to this. This saves my sanity. Establishing firm boundaries. Once you built that self-esteem, it's on the process of that. But if you don't like something and you think something's wrong, vocalize it. And before I even start reading this, let me leave you with this little thought. If you set a boundary and you say, hey, that hurt me, and you communicate that clearly and effectively a couple of times, because maybe it wasn't received the first time. 9 times out of 10, if you're in a relationship with these Dark Triad personality traits and it's on the more extreme side, it's on that far leaning side, it's going to be difficult to get them to understand where you're coming from. It is going to feel like a personal attack on them, even if that's not your intention. But along your healing journey, when you start learning to trust your gut again, or learning to trust your gut in the first place, and you want to set a boundary down that, hey, that hurt me, that's wrong, I don't like this, not around me. If someone, after you express yourself very well and you give it a few times, that's where the patient kicks in, and they circle back and they still choose to do something that hurts you, they do not care. And it is at that point that you should leave the situation. Whether that's long-term or short-term, that's your decision. But when you establish a boundary, it is absolutely in your best interest to garner some space between you and them if they circle back and they continue to hurt you. Because if you set a boundary and you said something hurt and they continue to hurt you, they don't care. That is so important, and that is a wisdom that I feel I made up and I carry with me. So let's go into establishing firm boundaries. The Dark Triad individuals are known for violating personal boundaries, whether through emotional manipulation, exploitation, or deceit. Reestablishing those healthy boundaries is a key step in resilience. Defining personal boundaries. Victims need to take the time to reflect on what behaviors they find acceptable and where they draw the line. This might include emotional boundaries, what topics are off limits and what are acceptable. Physical boundaries are in there, and boundaries around time and personal space. Huge. Snaps. Enforcing boundaries. It is important to assert these boundaries constantly. Like I said, it may take a few times, and I'm going to pre-warn you now. It is going to feel like a personal attack to them for you expressing your boundaries. It is not. They don't want to get it through their head that their actions are wrong, and you don't have to demonize them for it. You just have to also properly communicate and express, I'm not attacking you. I'm letting you know what you're doing is hurting me, and I don't want to be hurt anymore, and in order for us to move forward, this is how we have to do it. And you can find your own way of doing it, but enforcing your boundaries is so important, and it'll take a few times, and if you have that patience, stick it out. It's not always bad, but it is certainly not fucking easy, so be prepared for that road ahead. Moving forward, this can involve difficult conversations and may require distancing oneself from individuals who refuse to respect these limits. Right on the money. I'm telling you, I'm speaking from experience. I have not done this course before. I would have a green check mark by this if I had, but I have not. Learning to say no. Victims of the Dark Triad personality often struggle with saying no due to fears of reprisal or guilt. Learning to assert one's own needs without fear is critical for self-protection. And I'm going to tell you, it's a muscle. And if you've never exercised the muscle of saying no and setting a boundary, you're going to have to work it out. It'll take repetition, but it will get stronger and it will get easier with repetition. All speed, all love to y'all. Whoever this resonates with. All right, so now number 4 is building a support system. I talked about this earlier in this vlog. If you stayed this long, Godspeed, God bless you, okay? One of the tools that Dark Triad individuals use to control their victims is isolation. Abso-fucking-lutely. It helps them form that relation of a false reality when there is so much more of a reality outside of this relationship. So rebuilding a strong social support system can provide the emotional stability needed to recover. Do it online. If you like video games, there are people online who are willing to be your friends. I have a whole D&D group who love me so much, and I went to a protest. I've never met them once in my life. They were already, while I was at the protest, putting money aside between all of them to make sure that if I got arrested in this Gestapo era of politics, that I would get out. I've never met these people before, but these are my support system, and they are so fucking sweet to me. There are people out there, whether digitally or in person, you can find them. If you can't find them, come visit me. We can have a talk. I'll be your friend. Okay? So let's talk about reconnecting with family and friends. Victims should reach out to trusted, emphasis on trusted, family and friends. Family members and friends, especially those who have been distant from due to the manipulative behaviors of the Dark Triad individuals. Absolutely. If this person made you cut off these things, reach back out, explain to them. Some might be too caught up in the hurt, but if you can communicate, there can be healing. I promise you that. Okay? Seek support groups. Support groups for victims of emotional abuse and narcissistic relationships can provide understanding and solidarity from others who have gone through similar experiences, which is why I'm extending my friendship, because it's likely, if you've dealt with these, that we have a lot in common. If not a lot, we at least have some to make you feel that much less alone. The other option is you can look for professional help. A therapist who understands the dynamic of Dark Triad manipulation can help victims process their emotions and work through trauma and develop a healthier relationship patterns. Recovery and reclaiming one's life. Recovery from relationships or encounters with the Dark Triad personality is a complex process that requires time. It requires time, emotional work, and often professional support. The following strategies can help victims move forward and reclaim their lives. Emotional healing and processing. Victims of Dark Triad personalities often carry deep emotional wounds that need to be addressed. Absolutely. Do not bottle this shit up. Journal it, speak to someone, make art about it, express it. It doesn't necessarily need to be via words. Maybe you don't want to speak it out loud, but express it. Creatively express it in some way, shape, or form. But if you can vocalize it to someone who is safe and someone who is trusted, I do recommend getting it off your chest by vocalizing it. Emotional healing involves not only processing the trauma, but also learning how to regulate difficult emotions moving forward. Journaling, what I tell you. Writing about one's experience can help organize thoughts and reflect emotions and begin the healing process. And it doesn't need to be organized. You can just jot something down. You can angrily doodle whatever you see fit, however you need to express it. Get it out there. Out of you. Doesn't need to be on the internet. Find a creative way and a creative outlet, if not a conversation. Therapy particularly approaches such trauma-informed care, such as eye movement, designation, and reprocessing, can help victims process traumatic memories and reduce their emotional impact. That's neat. I didn't know that. Mindfulness and meditation. Mindfulness practice can help victims stay present, regulate emotions, and prevent rumination of pain of past events. And meditation can come in so many different ways. It doesn't mean you have to sit here like this and go, but it can be. But meditation can come in several different ways. It just means turn electronics off, if music helps, use music, but turn talking off. Just listen to yourself and sit with yourself. Go for a walk. Find friends and sit in the park. Make a charcuterie and eat on a beach. As long as you just take a moment to sit with self. Okay? Reframing the narrative. A critical part of recovery is reframing the victim's story. Instead of seeing oneself solely as a victim, it is important to adopt the empowering narratives and highlight personal growth. Highlight personal growth, strength, and resilience. Reclaim your power. The victims can focus on the strength that it took to survive the manipulation and abuse. They can begin to see themselves not just as a victim, but as a survivor who has the ability to overcome adversity. Learning from the experience. Reflecting on the relationship can provide valuable insight into the red flags and warning signs that were missed the first time around. This knowledge equips victims to protect themselves from future exploitation. And for sure, celebrating personal growth. Acknowledge the emotional and psychological and even spiritual growth that occurs through the process of healing. Number 3, cutting ties with Dark Triad individuals. Where possible, victims should consider cutting ties with the Dark Triad individuals. Narcissists, Machiavellians, and psychopaths rarely change behavior, and continue contact often leads to more manipulation. No contact rule. Implementing a no contact rules means no calls, no messages, no social media interaction. Is one of the most effective ways to remove oneself from the influence of manipulative behavior. Gray rock method, which we didn't get to see because the video was blocked out. The gray rock method, if cutting ties completely is not an option, such as a co-parenting or workplace situation, victims can use the gray rock method, where they remain emotionally neutral and unresponsive to avoiding giving the manipulator any emotional satisfaction. I wear my feelings on my sleeve person. That one would be difficult for me. I'm not going to lie. Reclaiming control and autonomy. The Dark Triad individuals often strip their victims of autonomy, making them feel powerless. Reclaiming control over one's life is an essential step in recovery. The ways that we can do this is setting personal goals. Establishing new and meaningful goals allows victims to focus on their future and their own desire rather than the manipulator's agenda. Reconnecting with personal identity. Victims often lose sight of their own identity in the chaos of the manipulative relationship. Rediscovering hobbies, interests, and passions can help them reconnect with who they really are. Recovery and resilience for the victim of Dark Triad personalities involve a deep commitment to emotional healing, boundary setting, and self-discovery. By recognizing manipulation for what it is, rebuilding self-worth, and establishing supportive relationships, victims can move from a place of trauma into one of strength and empowerment. The journey is not easy. It's not. But with the right strategies and the right support system, healing is entirely possible. It absolutely is. And now we hit the conclusion of this course. Conclusion. The exploration of the Dark Triad personalities, being narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, highlight their pervasive and damaging effects on individuals, on relationships, and society at large. These 3 personality traits are united by a common thread: a callous disregard for others, manipulative tendencies, and a focus on personal gain. Throughout this chapter, the behaviors associated with each trait were examined by revealing the significant harm they cause in various interpersonal and organizational settings. The consequences of interacting with individuals who display Dark Triad traits are often severe, both emotionally and psychologically. Narcissists, with their excessive self-importance and need for admiration, typically leave others feeling devalued and emotionally drained. Machiavellians use manipulation and deception to achieve their goals, often creating a distrust and confusion amongst those they exploit. Psychopaths, characterized by the lack of empathy and impulsivity, can engage in destructive behaviors that leave their victims traumatized. The emotional fallout from interacting with these individuals can include chronic anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, with victims frequently feeling disoriented and powerless. On a broader scale, the influence of the Dark Triad personality traits in a workplace, social settings, and leadership position can be particularly insidious. Narcissists and Machiavellians often rise to positions of power due to their charm and strategic manipulation, yet their leadership style are genuinely self-serving and destructive. In organizations, these individuals may undermine teamwork, exploit colleagues, and foster toxic work environments. Psychopaths, with their penchant, Psychopaths, with their need for risk-taking and disregard for rules, can cause significant disruption in both personal and professional contexts, leading to instability and conflict. Long-term psychological impact on victims of the Dark Triad individuals cannot be understated. Prolonged exposure to these personalities often result in a deep emotional scars, leaving individuals with diminished self-esteem and trust issues. Relationships with Dark Triad individuals tend to be marked by a cycle of abuse, manipulation, and control, which can lead to long-term lasting mental health issues such as post-traumatic stress disorder or complex trauma. However, awareness of the Dark Triad traits also provides a pathway to mitigate these effects. Recognizing the traits early in interpersonal interactions can help individuals protect themselves from emotional harm. Moreover, institutions can implement strategies to identify and address the behavior of Dark Triad personalities, minimizing their influence in leadership roles and professional environments, and hold them accountable. For individuals who have been affected by these personalities, psychological support and counseling can aid in recovery, helping victims to rebuild their self-worth and navigate the long-term effects of their experiences. In conclusion, the Dark Triad represents a cluster of personality traits, while varying in expression, share a fundamental disregard for the well-being of others. Whether in personal relationships or in broader societal contexts, the harm caused by the narcissistic, Machiavellians, and psychopaths is profound. Understanding the mechanisms of their manipulation and the consequences of their behaviors is crucial for both preventing their influence and supporting those who have been victimized themselves. And that is the conclusion of this course. Grey Rock, okay, so now we're going into the questionnaire, and then we will take the quiz, and hopefully we get our certificate. So, first question. The Grey Rock method can help victims avoid emotional satisfaction of their manipulator under challenging situations. Yes. Beautiful. Which approach can help victims of the Dark Triad traits reclaim their identity? Emulating the manipulator's behavior, rediscovering hobbies and interests, ignoring their past experience. The question is, which approach can help victims of the Dark Triad traits reclaim their identity? The answer would be rediscovering hobbies and interests. Beautiful. Hell yeah. Okay. We're going to go through the lesson summary, and then we'll be taking the quiz. Looks like we're 71% through. Sorry. All right, lesson summary. The Dark Triad, comprising of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, possesses significant ethical challenges, especially when individuals exhibiting these traits hold influential positions, their self-serving nature. I'm sorry, let me retry. The Dark Triad compromising of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy possess significant ethical challenges, especially when individuals exhibiting these traits hold influential positions. Their self-serving nature conflicts with the collective well-being of required leadership. Yes, we did learn that. Machiavellianism can lead to strategic and unethical practices in politics that we are observing to this day. Compromising democratic integrity. Yes, in corporate settings, narcissisms and psychopaths often drive leaders towards reckless decisions, prioritizing personal success over ethical standards. Absolutely. And I think that that was a part of what someone early last year was trying to convey. He is now in prison. While certain Dark Triad behaviors may offer advantages such as strategic thinking, addressing these traits require establishing oversight mechanisms, ethical guidelines to ensure accountability and uphold social responsibility. Absolutely. Media often portrays characters with the Dark Triad, such as narcissism or Machiavellianism, as charismatic anti-heroes, influencing societal perception and normalizing manipulative behaviors. Yes, both in villains and in reality TV. The autonomy of social media fosters Machiavellianism behavior, and promotes self-promotion, contributing to the rise of narcissistic tendencies amongst users, mainly through curated identities. The other thing that we learned was music and advertisement can reinforce the Dark Triad traits by glorifying materialism and self-interest. This can lead to shifts in social norms by affecting interpersonal relationships and our mental health. We also learned that Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy are associated with manipulative behaviors that create toxic work environments leading to high turnover rates. We also learned within Machiavellianism that cyberbullying exacerbates harmful effects of these Dark Triad traits, contributing to the dissatisfaction, burnout, and emotional distress among employees. We also learned that organizations should be implemented and organizations should implement comprehensive anti-cyberbullying policies. Yes. Foster a support culture, absolutely, and provide training to recognize and manage implications of these Dark Triad personality traits within leadership. Regular interactions within individuals exhibiting these traits can lead to heightened stress, chronic anxiety, and emotional exhaustion amongst victims, undermining their emotional stability. Absolutely. Victims often experience cognitive dissonance, difficulties in decision-making, and impaired focus due to ongoing manipulation and emotional abuse from the Dark Triad individuals. We also learned that exposure to Dark Triad traits can lead to severe mental health issues and depression, PTSD, as well as social isolation, compromising the overall well-being and social interaction of the receiver, the victim. We have 4 more points of what we learned throughout this course, which was interacting with Dark Triad traits individuals can lead to chronic anxiety, emotional turmoil, and significant decline in self-esteem and in trust, affecting the victim's mental health. The victims frequently experience gaslighting and emotional manipulation can result in feelings of confusion, helplessness, isolation, and their support system. We also learned that developing resilience is fucking crucial for involving steps like recognizing the abuse and rebuilding self-worth, establishing boundaries, as well as reconnecting to social support. Exposure to the Dark Triads can exacerbate long-term mental health issues such as depression, PTSD, emphasizing the need for comprehensive recovery strategies and professional support. I think that about covers it. All right, complete the final course assessment and become a Allison graduate. Score 80% or above to become an Allison graduate and claim your certificate. You can retake the assessment as many times as you want. Good luck. Let's start it. Personality theory, understanding dark triad personality assessment, the learning outcomes. Explain the origins and characteristics of the psychological model of dark triad. Indicate the key and traits for narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Compare the three core components of the dark triad. Analyze the impacts of complex personalities in the workplace relations. Identify the effects that Identify the effects of varying personality traits in the interpersonal dynamics. We should be able to evaluate the ethical implications of people exhibiting dark triad traits, assess how media and popular culture shape the perception or behavior of personalities. We should also be able to recognize the impact of personality traits on employee turnover and tension. Identify the emotional and cognitive consequences of interacting with specific personality traits, and discuss the proposed strategy to mitigate the negative impacts of complex personalities. We should also be able to apply effective strategies for resilience, recovery of the victims of the dark triad personalities, as well as, and finally, recognize the implications of the effects of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism in interpersonal dynamics. Let's see. All right, 1 of 30. Which of the dark triad traits is associated with the rapid exploitation of security, vulnerabilities, and cybercrime? Rapid exploitation and vulnerabilities. I'm going to say it's Machiavellianism because I remember this one tied directly into it's rapid exploitation. I'm between psychopathy and Machiavellianism. Which of the dark triad traits is associated with rapid exploitation of security? I'm gonna stick with Machiavellianism. It was probably psychopathy. The narcissistic personality was developed. Index. The Narcissistic Personality Index was developed to measure traits of narcissism in non-clinical populations. I'm going to fail this thing. Individuals with dark triad traits will likely engage in long-term commitment in relationships. False. Thank God. Advertisements often emphasize success tied to wealth and power. Promoting values associated with the dark triad traits. Yes. The gray rock method can help victims avoid giving emotional satisfaction to their manipulators under challenging situations. True. Machiavellianism involves a manipulation approach where the needs justify the means, often at the expense of ethical norms. What is it supposed to be? Where the needs justify the means. Okay, well, I don't know how that saying goes anyways. I hope I pass. I don't want to have to take this again. And if I do have to take it again, we're going to take it tomorrow. What are the steps to balance dark triad behaviors with ethical standards? Choose 3 answers. What are the steps to balance dark triad behaviors with ethical standards? Implement robust oversight mechanisms. Promote accountability. And establish clear ethical guidelines, ? Sweet. The promote accountability had me questioning because I don't remember answering a question like that. All right, next question. Arranging the following traits of the dark triad in order of their potential impact on relationships from the most harmful. It would be manipulation, narcissism, and then psychopathy. Yeah, it'd be narcissism first. I'm not passing this. Can I redo it? High Dark Triad scores can correlate with greater self-control and long-term planning. High Dark Triad scores can correlate with greater self-control. False. And long-term planning. Also false. Match the measurement tools to the corresponding trait. I don't remember the PCL. I'm going to say the Dirty Dozen assesses the narcissistic Machiavellianism and psychopathy, whereas the PCL measures it. Okay, high turnover rates can lead to loss in productivity, increasing recruitment costs, and the disruption of, I don't know, workplace dynamics. Bitch, I'm terrible at test. What factors of Hexio model strongly correlates negatively to the Dark Triad traits? Honesty and humility. The consequence of potential mental health issues stems from exposure to Dark Triad traits. Depression would be first, anxiety, and then PTSD. Match the strategy to its purpose. Establish clear boundaries. Is to communicate unacceptable behaviors. Limit interactions is to protect oneself from emotional harm. Which measure is commonly used to assess Machiavellianism? It'd be the MAC-IV. All individuals high in the Dark Triad traits share a lack of empathy and manipulative tendencies. Not all. But it says and manipulative tendencies, so I'm going to say true. All Dark Triad traits are inherently beneficial in corporate and political settings. False. They're not inherently. Match Dark Triad's traits to its corresponding behaviors. Machiavellianism is manipulative white lies, engaged in impulsive behaviors, seeking validation through charms. It would be white lies. Narcissism is seeking validation through charm. And psychopathy is engaging through impulsive affairs. Which behaviors is commonly associated with the Dark Triad traits? Which behaviors commonly associated with Dark Triad individuals in romantic relationships? Emotional support, habitual lying, and long-term commitment. It would be habitual lying. Match the cultural elements to its influence. Musical lyrics promote materialism and advertising glorifies... Oh, vice versa. Advertising promotes materialism. Music glorifies self-interest. Dark Triad consists of 3 distinct personality traits: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and sadism. False. Although it's in there, it's not quite. Match the positive traits to its description. Humanism is valuing dignity of others, and I'm going to say Kantianism is emphasizing ethical treatment. I feel like that's vice versa. Emphasizing ethical treatment. Kantianism is valuing the dignity of others, and humanism is emphasizing ethical treatment and respect. Fuck, I was right the first time. Yeah, I'm so not passing this. Which behavior is commonly associated with individuals exhibiting Machiavellian traits? Choose 2 answers. My cat's fucking meowing in the living room. Which behaviors is commonly associated with individuals exhibiting Machiavellian traits? Choose 2. Deceptive action, high emotional intelligence, empathetic approach, manipulative behavior, and deceptive action. Individuals with Dark Triad traits have unstable need for blank and fulfillment. Validation. Match each Dark Triad trait with the activity of cybercrime. So psychopathy is rapid exploitation. Machiavellianism is calculated attacks, and narcissism is privilege escalation. Machiavellianism rarely leads to a hostile work environment characterized by manipulation of self-serving behaviors. Machiavellianism rarely leads to a hostile work environment characterized by manipulation and self-serve behavior. False. Cyberbullying serves as a mediator between the Dark Triad personality traits and the workplace outcomes. Monkeys. Cyberbullying serves as a mediator between Dark Triad personality traits and workplace outcomes. True. Stop. You don't go out there and start yelling. That's rude. It's rude. Victims of blank abuse may struggle with feeling worthless and hopelessness due to the ongoing emotional invalidation. It could be emotional abuse, it could be psychological abuse. But it's, can I get help? Like, Jesus fuck, this is so open-ended. Victims of, I'm gonna say, narcissistic abuse. Let me make sure I spell it right because they dinged me last time. See? The light triad model includes personality traits. Oh, the light. Humanism. That's so fucking stupid. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Fuck. Match the Dark Triad traits to its description. Narcissism is the excessive need for admiration. Machiavellianism is manipulating others for personal gain. And psychopathy is a lack of empathy and remorse. Oh, I was so close. Let me review my answers. You're not going to tell me the... Okay. Narcissistic personality. Index, indicator. What is NPI? Inventory. Since it won't tell me. Individual. Oh, I got that one right. Got that one right. Inventory. The ends. Ugh, whatever. So I'm dyslexic and added another letter. Big whoop. Arrange the following traits in order for their potential impact. Oh, from the least. Oh, yeah. You're telling me narcissism is the least harmful? Okay. High turnover rates in the workplace. I don't know, culture dynamics? Team dynamics. Jesus fuck. Workplace, team, those are the same thing. I should have had some grace. Higher turnover rates can lead to a loss in productivity, increased recruitment costs, and the disruption of team dynamics. Someone needs to personally grade this. All right, humanism, if I spelled it right, I would have had it right, is the valuing of dignity in others. Kantianism is emphasizing the ethical treatment of others. Yeah, I put Hammonism. Sorry. I'm retaking this. I was close. Oh, it won't let me read the whole thing. I was hoping to read so I could throw myself off a little. All right, let's go through it. Which Dark Triad trait is associated with rapid exploitation and security of vulnerable cybercrimes? I'm going to go psychopathy, because I guess Machiavellianism, but I believe it's psychopathy because it's rapid, which means that there's not really, it's not strategic. Yeah, you're right, because Machiavellianism is more strategic. Thank God. The Narcissistic Personality Index was developed as a was developed to measure traits of narcissism in non-clinical populations. Let me clear these out. I'm gonna fight someone. Individuals with dark personality traits will likely engage in long-term committed relationships, which we know to be false. Advertisements also emphasize success tied to wealth and power. The Grey Rock method can help victims avoid giving emotional satisfaction to their manipulators under challenging situations. That is true. Machiavellianism involves manipulative approach where the ends justify the means, often at the expense of ethical norms. Bro, am I just supposed to put end? Let me retake this, because already start it over. Perfect. Personality theory, understanding the dark personality traits. We're taking it for the second time because I don't know what I'm doing, and apparently they don't want an S at the end of some of my statements, so fuck them. I should be able, with these learning outcomes, to explain the origins and characteristics of psychological model of the Dark Triad. I should be able to indicate the key traits of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. I should be able to compare the three core components of the Dark Triad. I should be able to analyze the impact of complex personalities in the workplace relations. I should be able to identify the effects of varying personality traits in the interpersonal dynamics, as well as being able to evaluate the ethical implications of people exhibiting dark triad traits. I also should be able to assess how the media and popular culture shape the perception or behavior of personalities. I also should be able to recognize the impact of personality traits on employee turnover intentions, with the addition of identifying the emotional and cognitive consequences of interacting with specific personality traits. Ideally, I would know and would be able to answer a discussion and propose strategies to mitigate negative impacts of complex personalities. I should also be able to apply effective strategies of resilience and recovery for victims of the Dark Triad personalities, and hopefully I can recognize the implications of the effects of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism on interpersonal dynamics. But let's see. Let's freaking see. The individuals with dark personality traits have an insatiable need for validation and fulfillment. I think. Hell yeah. Advertisement also often emphasizes success tied to wealth and power, promoting values associated with the Dark Triad traits. So now we're going to arrange the following traits of the Dark Triad in order of their potential impact on relationships from the least harmful to the most harmful. We can start with psychopathy being the most harmful. This course deems manipulation to be the secondary to the most harmful, and narcissism to be the, quote, least harmful for its potential impact on relationships. All right, the next question is, high Dark Triad scores can correlate with greater self-control and long-term planning. Well, we know that anyone with the Dark Triad traits do not participate in long-term planning, so right out the gate is false. And because the Dark Triad trait also has narcissism in there, we know that self-control is not in there. I'm sorry, we have psychopathy is in there, and they do have no self-control. We jump to the next question, which is, research shows that the Dark Triad traits mediate the relationships between blank and manipulation in the workplace. Can I skip? Research shows that Dark Triad traits mediate the relationships between cyberbullying. I don't remember what that one was. What are the steps to balance Dark Triad traits behaviors over ethical standards? Choose 3 answers. It definitely promotes accountability. It establishes clear and ethical guidelines. And they should be implementing a robust oversight mechanism. So now we jump to the next question. What personality traits make people choose friends who can help them with their exploit, often wingman for romantic conquest? We've switched the questions up. I'm going to go psychopaths. Machiavellianism involves a manipulative approach where the end, no S, justifies the means, often at the expense of ethical norms. All right, the next question is, the sequence of potential mental health issues stemming from exposure to the Dark Triad traits. The first one would be depression. The second worst would be anxiety disorder, as well as a PTSD diagnosis. So our next question is, individuals with the Dark Triad traits will likely engage in long-term commitments to relationship. We know that that's false. Cyberbullying serves as a mediator between Dark Triad personality traits and the workplace outcomes. True. We're on 12 of 30. We're doing great. Victims of the Dark Triad personality often experience a sense of isolation and difficulty trusting others. We know this to be true. What may the anatomy of social media foster? Machiavellian behaviors, because they manipulate their image. Match measurement tools corresponding with the trait. The PCL measures the trait, and the Dirty Dozen assesses narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. I think. I feel like we got this one wrong. We're gonna submit it. Sweet. Which Dark Triad traits is associated with the rapid exploitation of security and vulnerability in crimes? Because it's rapid, we're going to go, and we're capitalizing on vulnerability, we're going to go with psychopathy. According to the text in the course, Machiavellianism is categorized by manipulative behavior and the exploitation of others. Match each Dark Triad traits to its activity in cybercrime. The privilege escalation comes from the narcissist. The Machiavellians come from a calculated attack. And psychopathy, as the last question indicated, is rapid exploitation. All right, we jump to the next question. All triad traits are inherently beneficial in corporate and political settings, which is false. Look at where we are in the world. All right, next question. Which behavior is commonly associated with the Dark Triad individuals in romantic relationships? They are habitual liars, and they do not want long-term commitment, and they do not offer emotional support. Which leads us to question 20. All individuals high in Dark Triad traits share a lack of empathy and manipulative tendencies. I'm going to say false, but they all have manipulative tendencies, so that has to be true. Which behavior is commonly associated with individuals exhibiting Machiavellianism traits? Choose 2. Deceptive actions is definitely 1. It's not high emotional intelligence because we know that it is an indicator of low cognitive or consciousness. We know that they don't have an empathetic approach, so it is again manipulative behavior. Victims of blank abuse, narcissistic abuse. I was hoping I still had it. I have to spell check it, so forgive me here. All right. The light triad model includes personality traits, now that I'm going to spell it right, humanism, Kantianism, and faith in humanity counter Dark Triad traits. What behavior is internet trolling closely linked to according to studies? Everyday sadism, obsession, honesty, altruism. I'm going to say everyday sadism. And that is correct. The narcissistic personality inventory, because I'm pretty sure I put index again, was developed to measure traits by narcissism in non-clinical populations. Machiavellianism rarely leads to hostile work environments characterized by manipulation and self-serving behaviors, which is false. That's exactly what it leads to. Match the Dark Triad traits to the description. Narcissism is an excessive need for admiration and validation. Machiavellianism is a tendency to manipulate others for personal gain, whereas psychopathy is a lack of emotional empathy and remorse. All right, now we're going to match the positive traits to the description. Humanism is valuing the dignity of others, while Kantianism is emphasizing ethical treatment and respect. Perfect. Matching the strategy to its purpose. Establish clear boundaries and limit interactions. So, establishing clear boundaries is to communicate unacceptable behavior, and limited interaction is to protect oneself from emotional harm. Last question here. The Dark Triad consists of 3 distinct personality traits: Machiavellianism, narcissism, and sadism. That would be false. The last one would be psychopathy. Psychopathy. Alright, I got like a 90. 2, maybe. 92. I think I got one wrong. Thank God they switched up the 97. Nice. Thank God they switched up the fucking questions, because the typing ones threw me off. Excuse you? I'm not paying for this. You got me fucked up. Control P. That's fine. Sample it. I don't care. Can I go back? I'm gonna save it like this. Bitch, I'm not paying $40 for this. I'll circle back to it when I can afford it. But you got me fucked up. You know what? Here's another thing I'll do. Yup. Maybe there's no, I'm not doing 50% either. 60%. You don't have 100% off? Man, be question if I'm taking any more over here. Who is this guy? I can't use my coins to buy my certificate? XP. No, it just puts me on a leaderboard, apparently. Alright, well that's whack. Anyways. We have officially completed the course. I've officially taken a picture of my sample, and I will be disclosing that I can't afford to buy it, so I took a picture of it. Sorry. I'm just being real. Alright. It is 12:38 a.m. I'm gonna go to bed. I had a fun stream, especially going through all the news articles and recapping. I know the school can be a little boring, but there's gonna be someone out there, someone somewhere who rather enjoys the educational platform. So it's just day 2. It's a matter of time. But for now, I'm going to end the stream so I can download the Twitch content, and then it'll be uploaded to YouTube by tomorrow, as well as, let me stop this music real quick. Where is it at? Media source. We'll block that. Beautiful. Wow, we only had 8 minutes left. Who knows how long that repeated. Any mahoozies. I'm going to end the stream. It'll be uploaded sometime tomorrow. If I get on, great. If not, I'm probably out doing something. But the next course, I'm going to hope to find some relevant news that is going down and tie it into fascism. Because the next course I want to take is learning about fascism. It's somewhere on this course, but I'll pull it up tomorrow. We've been on here for about 7 hours now, which was an educationally good use of my time. But in the meantime, take care. I'll see you in the next one. Or if not, I'll see you when I'm gaming. And yeah, bye.